Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Rock Cup, the final national round here at Redstar Raceway. We're underway with qualifying as drivers are looking to get to the top of the charts. It has been a season of note where point separation is by a single point in some of the championships we have here today. We're going to be going through a multitude of classes and been having a lot of fun with them. Starting off with our cadets, moving into our Rock Academy, Mini Rock Under 10, moving into our OKN and OKJs to round out the pack. It's going to be an interesting time indeed, and as drivers trying to figure out what can they do to maximize points. We got 4 races for each category today, and that means you've got 4 tries to be the best, to become the champion, all landing up down the rungs. Now this is going to be an interesting time, especially with our OKJ and OKN incredibly close between one another. Jack Moore leading out our first place in the OKJ class on 295 points. Rigali Spice Maula sits with 285 points in second place. And Alexander Prozovic, who's been quite quick this morning, sits on 256. So he's trying to close up that gap by an absolute mile. Gianna Pascal leads out with 283 points in the OKN class. Ethan Bostander trying to chase it down. Jesse Swart lies in third place, and he's on 228 points. Well, Ethan sits on 247. But 2 points off Jesse Swart in third is Jonas White, who sits with a beautiful 226 points. Now, first place is 35 points. Second place, 32 points. From there on, third place, 30 points, and we count down in singles till you land up with 0. And each of these drivers are going to focus on the charge to move forward. 54 entries here for the final round of Nationals. And we're also going out live out on YouTube on Rock Cup South Africa. Massive, massive welcome to our virtual grandstands as well, as we're looking forward to all this incredible action leading up to our first heat later today. So qualifying still underway. And a massive shout out to all our sponsors going and making this happen. The likes of Cloud, CTO, Go Good, Cherry Pick Locations, Bronze Score, Easy Life Kitchens, Free Glen, NBR Racing, Photon Trucks, Port Elizabeth, Silvercrest Insurance, and Life of Mad and Tal. They've got a YouTube channel. Definitely keep an eye out and get to follow the life of 2 youngsters that are going to be big in motorsport around the world. You can trust me on that one. And also, big shout out to Rock Cup having us here. And once again, a massive welcome to Redstar Raceway for the final round of the championship. For our viewers at home, going and watching online, this live stream will be up very, very shortly. Just doing the final checks in the background, and we'll get some live feed of our circuit. A massive, massive thank you to you all for joining us out on the virtual grandstands. Let us know where you are from around the world, and who are you supporting here today at the final national round of the Rock Cup South Africa. At current, we got the Rock Academy out on circuits. Next up will be moving on to our mini rocks. So all the mini rock drivers will be starting to get ready in the next 2 minutes. But leading out our Rock Academy is Christy Gio lying in first place. Jonas Ortile chasing down in second place. A beautiful time of 53.822 is likes for Chrissy in first place. And second, Ortile lying in 53.855. And right behind is Rudy Essen, sitting with a 54.1. Try and get up a little bit more pace, but it's extremely close for first and second at the moment. And we're expecting a proper hard fight till the very end of the race, coming up a little bit later on. So keep an eye out on all our social media. We'll be bringing in some behind the scenes from here at The Rock, and keep an eye out on all the team social media, as every single one of the team members giving a little bit of insight to the drivers, trying to figure out, giving a little bit of color to the personalities behind the helmets. We'll also get a little bit of interviews with them today and get to know all the drivers as they build their career into motorsport. And we already got some of our comments coming through. The Life of Madden Town YouTube channel that shows two youngsters as they go through life as young karters up through the world of motorsport, and I fully expect them to be world champions coming through, going and shouting out for the RKT boys, going and cheering them on. Fantastic to see out in the virtual grandstand. We've got 10 seconds left of our Rock Academy, and then we'll be moving on to our next set of qualifying. Our mini rocks will be heading out onto the circuit. And it's Jonas Ortire out in first place with a 53.77 on the last lap, going and dethroning Chrissy Gio. Rudy Ashen down into third. Well, as I say that, Chrissy puts herself up into first place with a 53.6, narrowly by 0.1 of a second, taking the top rung, and will be starting in pole position come Heat 1 a little bit later today. Next up, going to be our mini rock, as we look forward to some great qualifying action coming up soon. For our viewers at home, we will be going and kicking off our first race at 5 minutes past 11 South African time. So if you want to go and grab yourself some popcorn, grab yourself some drinks, at 5 minutes past 11 we'll kick off with our first heat of the day, being the cadets. But next up for the qualifying, we're going to be moving on to our mini rocks. I'll give you some information of who is sitting where during the course of that qualifying. And once again, we will be going online with our cameras shortly, so don't go anywhere. And enjoy the time out here at the Rock Cup South Africa, the final national round for 2025. As our Mini Rock putting in their first flying lap, it is Max Bischoff who leads out the pack with a 58.2. He's got Kate Konofsky chasing him down with a 58.6. 0.4 of a second slower, but it is mirroring exactly how their championships rounds are looking. Max leads out the championship with 283 points, while Cade in second place in the championship is on 265. Only 1 point ahead of Santiago Freid, who at the moment is down in fourth place behind Logan Bilal. So this is going to be a bit of an interesting one, because Santiago is so close to going and capturing that second place, and they've got 4 rounds to make it work. Logan up into second place, does his personal best of 58.3, closing down the gap to Max Bischoff on that last lap, and did a 58. Well, talk about it all changing. Maddox Mason up into first place with a 58.184, and that is a monster run for him, but only 0.006 separates him and Max Bischoff, who currently holds second place. Logan Bilal lies in third, and Kate Konofsky in fourth place. Santiago down into fifth. Still a little bit of time on the board. 6 minutes of qualifying left for our Mini Rock, and each of the drivers trying to utilize the slipstream from one another to get that little bit more pace. And I can tell you, even up in the grandstands here, that many of the young drivers waiting to go out or that have gone out are keeping a close eye on the championship due to how tight it is. They want to see their friends get towards the top. So in the next 5 minutes, we're going to have our OKJ going to be heading out for their qualifying. So OKJs will have 5 minutes before they will be let out and let loose for their qualifying here today. Max Bischoff puts in the fastest lap time yet again, a 58.056, 0.1 faster than Maddox Mason in second place. So still getting incredibly quick between each of these drivers, each trying to figure out what's going to happen. But the track is warming up, a little bit of a breeze coming through, and they will be going into a bit of a headwind as they come out of turn 3. For those joining in on the live stream, a big welcome to you all to the Rock Cup South Africa. We're just getting our cameras all sorted out, and we'll give you some of the live shots here at Redstar Raceway in Delmas, South Africa. And the track is due to get warm to about 30 degrees, while air temperature will sit close to 25 degrees today. It's going to be a nice warm day, and it is going to be an exciting one. And from around the world, a massive welcome to you all in the virtual grandstands. With less than 2 minutes remaining of our mini rocks, we're going to be moving on to our OKJs for their qualifying. Let's get a quick rundown of where everyone's sitting for our mini rock. Max Bischoff leads out the pack with a 58.056, 0.1 of a second quicker than Maddox Mason in second place. Logan Blow sits in third place. Kay Konofsky in fourth place. Santiago Freid lies in fifth place. Zach Bischoff chases down in sixth. Seventh is Diego Bermadone, along with the likes of Raven Maritz in eighth place. That is your top eight, all within 1 second of one another. A little bit further down in ninth place, Ronald Fenter will be trying to put the hammer down early on and hoping to really make it work. Parker van der Meulen will be in 10th position as it stands with a 59.1, with Kyan Reddy in 11th, and 12th is Ethan Tuttelberg with a 59.6. They all within 1 second of another from 9th to 12th. So big packs that we're getting for the racing coming up very, very soon. The next up is going to be our OKJs. They're going to be heading out onto the circuit for their qualifying. And this is where it gets a little bit tense. Drivers trying to figure out what is going to be the big game plan to move forward in the championship, and who's going to be able to walk away an OK champion. Jack Moore does lead out the OKJ class on 295 points. He's hoping for a good run here today to maximize the gap that he's got over Rigali Spice Muller in second. Alexander Prosvik has been feeling a little bit more comfortable with the kart and looking now to really get up to speed and close down on the points. He sits on 256 points. Rigali Spice sits on 285 points in second place. Zuan Breitenbach is not too far behind as well, 238 points. So he's also within the shot to go for first place in the OKJ Championship that will be coming up next for their qualifying. But we will be seeing those drivers fighting tooth and nail for every little point. Remember, first place is 35 points, second is 32, and third is 30. From then on, it's 1 point minus every way. So you're down in fourth place, you're on 29 points, and then work your way down. That is how close a championship can flip. The top four have a chance to walk away with the gold later today. So next up is our OKJs. They're going to be heading out for their qualifying. A massive shout out to our sponsors, Cloud CTO, Go Good, Cherry Pick Locations, Bronze Hall, along with Easy Life Kitchens, Fairy Glen, NBR Racing, Photon Trucks, Port Elizabeth, Silvercrest Insurance, and Life of Mantel, a YouTube channel that you don't want to miss out. Go and subscribe, go take a look at it. It is incredible. Get to see a lot of behind the scenes of the personalities you see with their helmets on out on the track. And also massive shout out to Rock Cup for bringing all this amazing action here in South Africa to the circuit. And once again, a massive welcome to you all from around the world. Welcome to Redstar Raceway. And this is going to be the final round of the National Championship here for 2025. The Rock Cup South Africa. This is make it or break it. Tensions are high, excitement is filling the pits, and now it's going to be game on for some incredible racing. We're going to also have a chat to a couple of the drivers out today, so you'll get to hear some of the voices, get to see some of the personalities, and we've also got a driver that lives two lives, but she's okay, and that's going to be Gianna going and helping us with it. Absolutely phenomenal. Just had to chuck in a bit of pop culture there for a little bit of golden. With 8 minutes remaining of our OKJ qualifying, it's Ashay Nagura lying up in first place with a 53.2. Alexander Brozovic down into second place, trying to get to grips and keeping ahead of Chase Huskins. Kaio Sierra lies in fourth place. Regali lies in fifth, trying to make up a bit of time, but Jack Moore coming out of nowhere puts himself at the top of the board with a 52.4. And Matthew Mason lies up in second place with a 53.2. So going and standing on the gas a little bit late there, but was able to move up and take a look. Also, Regali Spice Moula moves up into second place, trying to close down the distance. 0.4 of a gap splits Jack Moore and Regali. Kaio Sierra comes across the line and makes that a little bit less. He gets a bit closer to Jack Moore by 0.1 of a second. Charlie lies in third. Alexander up into fourth place. So times are flying out here on the circuit. The track is getting warmer. The grip is starting to get a bit better. And our drivers now putting in those absolutely blistering lap times to fight it out. So while our OKJs are making their way around the circuit, next up is going to be our OKNs that will head out for their qualifying. So they're going to be starting to make their way to pre-race to get themselves sorted out. So all of the OKNs will be starting to make their move. And take a look down, I can see going to get all sorted out. Many of the mechanics just trying to get the cars ready for action. For those watching at home, out in the comments, there is a link to go and keep an eye out on all the driving. You can also head over to live.apex/timing.com, African Karting Cup. And that is going to keep you all up to date with the live timing. Alexander Brozovic leads out in qualifying with 4 minutes left on the board. His last lap time was a 52.3. Jack Moore down into second place. Kaio Sierra in third place. Matthew Mason down into fourth, with Ricardi Spice Mula in fifth place. Ashay Nagura lying in sixth, along with Chase Huskins in seventh position. Zuan Breitenbach lies a little bit further down than where he wanted to be. He's in eighth place, trying to pick up the pace just a little bit more here at Redstar Raceway, as each of these young karters are looking to stamp their name in the history books here today at Redstar for 2025, the final race of the South African Rock Cup. And this is all on the line. Each of these young karters have traveled South Africa, have dominated, have had all the highs and the lows, the battles, the fierce, intense confrontations, but at the same time, the huge amount of fun to battle it out in the highest form of competition, grassroots racing of our go-kart scene. So, as we sit with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left of our OKJ, next will be our OKN before we move on to our first heat of the day. At 11 minutes past 5, we will go live with our cadets heading out onto the circuit and showing off what they can do. The future world champions will battle it out. There's been some serious improvements from practice and qualifying. Caleb Rogers leads out the pack in the Tillerson Cadet class, and is now looking to go and take home the gold here at Redstar Raceway. He's got a lot of hard work, however. Grayson Fenter chasing him down in second place will make life a little bit more difficult for him. As our OKJ rounds out their qualifying, Kaya Serra takes full position. Jack Moore in second place. Alexander Posvic will start in with Matthew Mason chasing him down in fourth. So a great run for Kaya to move up with a 52.096, 0.1 of a second faster than Jack Moore this time round, and will be happy to have the advantage into turn one. And next up is going to be moving on to our OKN class for their qualifying. And then build our final qualifying here at Redstar Raceway before we move on to Heat 1, being our cadets at 5 minutes past 11. A massive welcome to you all from around the world. Thank you for joining us here at Redstar Raceway for the final round of the Rock Cup South Africa. A massive shout out to all our sponsors as well. Cloud CTO, Go Good, Cherry Pick Locations, Bronze Score, Easy Life Kitchens, Fairy Glen, NBR Racing, along with Photon Trucks, Port Elizabeth, Silvercrest Insurance, and a YouTube channel that you need to go and take a look at, and that is The Life of Mad and Tao. Go and hit the subscribe button there. Lots and lots of content behind the scenes, behind the life of our drivers. making history here in the Rock. And also a big shout out to Rock Cup for allowing some great racing here out in South Africa and bringing some of the best talent to motorsport and our future world champions coming out from the Rock Cup. With our OKN out on track, it's Jesse Swan out in first place with a 52.5. Gianna Pascal lying in second place with a 52.6, 0.05 right behind. Ethan Bostander holds third place. Well, as I say that, Gianna up into first place with a 52.568. Once again, just narrowly beating out Jesse Swart this time round. Ethan Bostander in third place, and also relatively new driver to the series, with the likes of Colin Novola is out in fourth place. Josh Moore lies in fifth as he tries to put the hammer down a little bit more. Anastasia Grasis joins us here in sixth position. Going to be doing 2 heats today and then having to go and catch a plane to fly over to Europe for a bit of racing that side of the pond. Going to be interesting to see, will Anastasia play a little bit of a factor in the points for the national championship? So this will be a really great one. A massive welcome to you all. Welcome to Redstar Raceway, a 1.2 kilometer circuit that's going to challenge the drivers to utilize the slipstream of one another and also fight it out in some of the most technical parts of the circuit. That infield can be incredibly difficult to contend with. With 3 minutes left of our final qualifying session, our OKN trying to move a little bit forward. Miel van der Wotteren up into first place with a 52.3, 0.2 of a second faster than Gianna in second place. Jesse Swan, unfortunately not able to improve just as yet, lies in third place, looking to try get that final push lap to get going. But in less than 2 minutes now, we will be moving to our cadets. So, Redstar Raceway, 1.2 kilometers long and has got some incredibly high-speed corners mixed with some sharp hairpins that the drivers are going to have to push incredibly hard to try and get in front of one another. The slipstream effect is rather useful at the moment. with our qualifying. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to Redstar Raceway, a 1.2 kilometer circuit that is going to challenge drivers into turn one. Keep a very, very close eye as pole position will start on the left-hand side towards the pit wall to have the sweep. to absolutely get the hammer down through the square as they charge their way around the circuit. Now, Redstar Raceway is a mixture of technical pieces along with some very fast sweeps and incredibly long straight, which slipstreaming fix is to play for. Now, drivers have been feeling the carts out. It's been getting up to temperature. They're starting to feel a little bit more grip, a little bit more confident. We have seen qualifying going and changing out. Our last one was the OKN Emil van der Water and taking that first place away. Despite not being in the championship fight for the top three, he's looking to get a little bit further up in the order. JC Swart lies in second place. Gianna Pascal, leader of the OKN Championship, will start out in third. But we do have our cadets that will be making their way out shortly to come and get ready for their race. At the moment, however, it's Caleb Rogers that will be starting out in pole position there, leads out the championship and looking to make another dominating victory here at the Rock Cup. It's phenomenal to have our young karters showing off what they can do here in South Africa to really improve, to step up and to become the next champion for 2025. So as our cadet class will be the next one coming up at 5 minutes past 11. They will be charging out onto the circuit, starting to get themselves ready. And it will be Caleb Rogers to lead out the pack. Now, he's been leading for quite a while, but now will be starting to feel the pressure from all the drivers behind. Slowly but surely lining themselves up. That's Caleb Rogers in first place. Grayson Fenter will be starting in fourth place. But next to Caleb Rogers, Christopher Grimrick improved all season long to put in a good lap time here in qualifying. Ethan Sterra will start in third, and Grayson Fenter in fourth place. So they will be making their way down the tram lines. They will be getting ready to rock and roll onto the line, getting themselves all geared up. Now COC making sure everything is all clear as we get ready to go green. We will be working onto the lights here at Redstar Raceway to step it up, to get going and to charge their way through. 35 points for coming in first place in the cadet class. Christopher Grimrick having his father just taking a look, making sure everything is all okay as they do move the third place car to the 55 back, and that is Ethan Satera that's going in, just getting himself all organized. It's going to be an interesting time for the cadet class. They've been fighting it out all season, from Redstar Raceway right to Kalani, through to Chelsea Scribanti, to end here at Redstar. 4 rounds of absolute battles will be done here today, and only one can be champion. So lights will be going on. A quick wave of the hand. Unfortunately, Caleb not having an easy time. Looks like possibly stalled out on the grid. Getting looked, can't get too much assistance out there, unfortunately, due to the rules. So, lights on, lights off, and away they go, launching down the wire. Rogers losing out that start, and now has to try and play a little bit of a catch-up as they dive into turn 1. Each of our young karters now trying to pick up the pace. Caleb Rogers is going to be starting to feel the pressure as Christopher Grimrick picks up the pace. But it is now nose-to-tail racing. Utilize the slipstream to move forward as quick as you can. 8 laps these young karters will be doing. And let's see, from a standing start, is it going to work out? Fight for second and third, however. So we do have the leading pack of Christopher Grimrick pulling away. Caleb Rogers trying to make up some time. Gets past Ethan Sterra up into turn 1. Now starting to close up on Christopher Grimrick. This is the very first time he has led all season. Caleb Rogers tries to go around the outside, couldn't make it work, into the slipstream, trying to pull himself along. Christopher Grimrick locking down that inside apex, ran out a little bit wide, and immediately Caleb Rogers tried to look for the cutback to make it happen. Around the final corner, side by side, Christopher closing off the gap to ensure he can hold the pace. Caleb Rogers now trying to get the momentum side by side as they launch away down the main straight. Rogers feeling the pressure for the very first time this season, is down into second and having to fight tooth and nail. Christopher locks down the inside line through 1 and 2 as he launches his way out of 3. Caleb Rogers going out a little bit too far, couldn't quite carry the momentum needed to close up the gap. Christopher holding a very tight inside line. He does not want to be caught out and allow any extra points for Caleb Rogers at the moment. This is going to help likes of Christopher to move up in the championship, as well as he currently lies down towards the bottom of the championship. He's in last place for the championship, but now looking to make it work. And there is Caleb Rogers getting the overtake done right before turn 1 as he makes his way through turn 2, turn 3, and now starting to open up the gap a little bit further as he steps his way through. Ethan Sterra holds 3rd place along with Grayson Fenter in 4th place. So far, Caleb Rogers did set the fastest lap time on his last lap to get that pass done was a 38.0. And now starting to open up a second gap to Christopher Grimrick, just losing out that little bit of momentum. Didn't quite have a late game, but they come across now, reaching the halfway mark. 4 more laps to go for our young karters, and it stands with Caleb Rogers, Christopher Grimrick, Ethan Zatera, and Grayson Fenter lies in 4th place. Grayson Fenter now starting to make his way through. And it's good to see the drivers really pushing that little bit more. As each of the young karters trying to step it up, there is a fight brewing. And we do see, however, slowing down, Caleb Rogers loses out the lead to the likes of Christopher Grimrick. So a bit of a change up towards the front pack, and we also had the battle a little bit further down with Ethan Zatera and Grayson Fenter. They're fighting it out, but take a look, our leading pack. Caleb Rogers trying to put the pressure on to the likes of Christopher, looks towards the inside, couldn't quite make it work, and there is the fight as well for 3rd and 4th. Ethan Zatera and Grayson Fenter continuing to put the pressure on one another. Christopher leading out that charge, trying to snap the bit of a toe. Take a look. Caleb looked towards the left-hand side, try and get the pass done. He's now going to go a little bit later on the brakes into turn 1 and gets it. Caleb Rogers up into 1st place. Now needs to try and open up that gap yet again. 2 laps remain of this race, and it's all or nothing to make it work. Caleb now trying to open up that gap a little bit more to the likes of Christopher Grimrick, as he continues on the charge to open up a little bit more space to him. But 3rd and 4th is still alive and kicking as we've got 1st and 2nd on our screen. We will see just in the background 3rd and 4th keeping the pressure on one another. That is Ethan Zatera and Grayson Fenter in the toe of one another. Number 29 of Grayson Fenter looking towards the inside line for turn 1. Couldn't quite make it work, but back up towards our leaders as they march their way through. Checkered flag at the ready, so this is going to be the finish. Who will be at the top of the pile? Caleb Rogers open up the gap to Christopher Grimrick. Is it going to work out in his favor? 1 corner to go through the right-hander. Beautiful one for the line. Caleb Rogers, Christopher Grimrick in 2nd place, but 3rd place is where it is going to get a little bit wild, as it's side by side between Ethan Zatera and Grayson as they come across the line, and it is Ethan Zatera taking 3rd place, and Grayson Fenter rounds it out in 4th. Absolutely incredible stuff from our young karters, the future generation of South African motorsport and future world champions in the Teleston Cadet class. Next up, however, we're going to be moving on to our Mini Rock Under 10s. They're going to be having fun, but take a look. bit of a smile, a bit of a high five, and a very well done coming in from Caleb Rogers. Coming back to Redstar Raceway as our young cadets now start to make their way towards the scales to go and get weighed. And this is the one thing we've got to go and take a look. It's all about following the books. It's all about getting it right, and our young carters going and having to learn. It's time to push your own stuff over across the scales. Next up, however, is our mini rocks. They're going to be heading out onto the circuit, and they will be looking forward to having a lot of fun out there. The mini rock was incredibly close in times, but let's take a look at our point standing. It's Riley van Staden who leads out the pack on 290 points. Noah Crinier sits in second place with 276 points. Only 6 points behind is Rudy Harris in third place with 270 points. 1 point behind him, Logan Rigg sits with 269 points. And a little bit further down, Alonso Diaz on 261 points. And that is how close the championship is for our young carters to really find what's going to work out for them. So our Mini Rock under 10 will be hitting the circuit and continuing to have their chase. Now, who's going to be able to score maximum points here at Redstar Raceway to move forward in the championship to lock down that 2025? And the top 5 each have a chance to get just enough points in this first heat to put themselves to the top. So they start making their way through. They will be in their tram lines now, side by side, pole position on the left-hand side by the pit wall. Will be able to get the sweep into turn 1 as they line up. Lights on, lights off, and we are racing as the young carters put the hammer down, trying to get themselves all sorted. And yellow flags waving, so it was a false start. Got a false start, so it means they're going to have to pull back into their tram lines to get going. So a false start, for anyone that doesn't know, is when the start has to be aborted. Either they were out of sequence or there was a little bit too much acceleration on one side of the train versus the other, not going into their tram lines, variety of circumstances, so they call a false start. That just tells the drivers, listen, take it back, roll it down, and really get going as fast as you can. So Mini Rock under 10s will now, after having that adrenaline rush, start to get themselves back into order. Riley van Staden will try everything he can to secure the top spot and look to walk away with the championship. So as our drivers trying everything they can to move forward. Side by side they go. And away they start. It is a clean start, however, and it's a great run for Riley heading into turn 1. They're going to go straight on down our incredibly long straight into the long right-hander. Riley still having a good run out there, but it is going to be a fight with Logan Rigg and Noah Crinier to keep the pressure on as they charge their way through. The tires are still going to be cold, brakes are still going to be cold. The driver's still trying to find that little bit of grip as they take the first lap in anger. They've got 10 laps to make it work. 35 points if you come in first, and that is all that's needed for 5 competitors to be first in the championship heading into Heat 2 later on today. This is the final heat is the first heat of the day, but it is also the final round of the National Championship. Head down for Riley van Staden as he holds the top of the pile. No Crinier down into second. Logan Rugg in third place, trying to play a little bit of catch-up, but feeling the pressure from Rudy Harris a little bit further down in fourth as he tries to make up a little bit of time. Third place under some serious contention there. Logan Rugg will have to try and get a little bit wide. He's going to have to think what's going to be the best plan, as Rudy Harris will be trying to close down the gap as much as possible. Alonso Diaz finds it out, just trying to which side he can try and get past. Is it going to be a left? Is it going to be a right? As they put the hammer down just a little bit further. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh place all close on one another. And as you can see, the silos starting to happen. Little breakaways coming in happening. As our young karters keep their power down, keep going as fast as they can. It is Riley van Staden who is opening up the gap yet again as he leads out. It is No Crinier down in second place, hoping to really stand on the gas. And Rudy Harris is now in third place, waiting for an opportunity, just biding time. Logan Rugg a little bit further down than where he wants to be, but is in a perfect spot to carry the tow. As it's 10 laps, they've got 8 more to battle their way through. But this is an opportunity to now save a little bit of rubber, to focus on the charge, put enough pressure on the competitors ahead of you to make that mistake. Consistency is key as they all launch their way around. As we do take a look at Riley van Staden out in first place, he's still getting chased down. No Crinier trying to tighten up on the corners to make it work. Unfortunately, not an easy time out there. And Rudy Harris now trying to also put the hammer down, but feeling the pressure. Logan Rugg, Alonso Diaz, and the likes of Ronald Fenter close on the back of him. Luashu Matabella joining in the party as well. As third place is now in contention between 5 different karts as they put the hammer down, trying to get a little bit quicker. No Crinier has set the fastest lap time of the race thus far, lying in second. He did a 58.4 and starting to close up that gap to Riley. Maybe Riley's starting to feel a little bit of pressure, running out of steam as they launch a way through. So first place is now in a very, very difficult point in this race. How hard are you willing to go? Big dive on the inside, however, comes in with Ronald Fenter and Alonso Diaz. Great maneuvering between the two of them. Alonso now having to figure out what is going to be the best run for him to get as many points as possible during the course of this race. As they go down the main straight, you can see the team celebrating and cheering on. But third place with Rudy Harris, Logan Rugg, Alonso Diaz, Ronald Fenter still on top of one another, pushing as hard as they can to make it work. So first and second, under a bit of pressure, Riley trying to open up the gap, but No Crinier right on his rear bumper, starting to look to get on by. Same as Rudy Harris and Logan fighting it out. So first and second are in for a fight. Third and fourth are battling their way through. Who's going to lose out, however, as we start making our way through? Next time by will be the halfway point to move up. 10 laps. Remember, that is the race. As our drivers now starting to pick up the pace. Riley feeling that pressure. It is crucial to come out in first place and take a look. Nose to tail, heading in one. And they're trying to really put the power down. Logan Rugg up into third place. Rudy Harris down into fourth. As Riley starts to open up the gap just a little bit more, hoping to get a bit more breathing room. Unfortunately, not doing so well up in Sector 2 because that is No Crinier. Closes up under braking. He's able to go that little bit of a distance and forcing Riley into a mistake. Riley head down, trying to focus. Tight lines, however. That's going to have to be his game plan. Hold the apex at all costs. Put your elbows out. Ensure you drive the widest car possible. And also down the field. We've got multiple fights going on. Logan Ruig, Rudy Harris, Ronald Fenter, Luashu Montebello, Alonso Diaz, Eduardo Campos, all keeping the pressure on one another. As the fight out for third still rages on. Logan leading out Rudy and Ronald as it stands. And a little bit just behind them, Luashu and Alonso Diaz are in their own brawl. Halfway mark gone and dusted. 6 laps currently going to be done, and we will be seeing the first of the points. 35 points on the line here, and the championship for the top 5 is within reach. It's all about who's going to push that a little bit harder, who's going to have enough in the tank to score the victory in Heat 1 here today for the Mini Rock Under 10s. Riley still leads out, just keeping ahead at the moment for Noah Cronier as our carts start making their way down the main straight yet again to go and cross the line, ticking off those laps little by little. Quick look over the shoulder from Noah Cronier just to see what's happening behind him. Logan Ruig, Rudy Harris, and Ronald Fenter still keep the pressure on one another. They wait for the opportunity to get on by. Third place is incredibly close between 3rd to 7th. It is going to be a proper battle. Up towards the top of the circuit, this is where Riley's Achilles heel starts to show. This time round, it actually getting a far better exit, and now pulling away from Noah Cronier, maybe learning from the ones past to really battle his way through. All a great fight between them, but Riley starting to lose a little bit of pace in through the final sector, a little bit further back. Logan now getting a bit of breathing room. Rudy Harris and Ronald Fenter keep each other busy. Luashu Matabela also hoping to stand on the gas just a little bit more, as third place on the cards is right within arm's reach. Ronald looking towards the inside, couldn't quite get the pass done into turn 1, and will follow suit. But we're going to keep an eye on our leaders that will starting to carve their way through. The right-hander here at Redstar Raceway. It's usually turn 1 for the cars. This, however, is turn 3. And there is our leading pack. Riley van Staden opening up the gap to Noah Cronier. Up to about a second now. Third place still being held by Logan Ruig. As it starts to open up, a little bit of breath starting to happen. Ronald Fenter will be also chomping at the bit, wanting to gain a position, knowing that he's running out of time. Yeah, he's at 5th overall. Here's our leader down the main straight, and he's opened just enough of a gap from Riley, from Noah Cronier, and they will be on their final lap. So this lap will be the checkered flag for our carters. Riley hoping that he can just keep that momentum up. Noah Cronier looking to hold second place. Third has opened up. Logan Ruig's going to be quite happy, but Ronald Fenter down in 5th place will be trying to get past Rudy Harris before the line. He's going to try and hunt down every opportunity here at Redstar to try and gain some time as the pack fight it out yet again. In through the final sector, our first and second go. Third place, Logan Ruig trying to keep it all together. Checkered flag comes out, however, and it looks it's gonna be Riley van Staden taking the win ahead of Noah Cronier. Logan Ruig will hold third place, but coming across the line will be Rudy Harris along with Ronald Fenter, Alonso Diaz, Luashu Motabella, Ron Campos, along with Hunter North in 9th. Igor Grisham holds 10th position. Still some incredible racing to go, and still some incredible points to be scored during the course of this race. And we'll be moving on to our next heat, and that's going to be jumping into our Rock Academy. They'll be heading out onto the circuit shortly to go and enjoy some of the racing fun here at Redstar Raceway. Once again, just joining us here at Redstar and on our virtual grandstands at Rock Cup SA. Monster welcome to all of you. Glad to have you guys around to the final round of the Rock South Africa National Championship. Today, we will be crowning national champions and your future world champions in motorsport. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be an incredible one. A big shout out to all our sponsors. Special thank you to Cherry Pick Locations for being one of our sponsors here at the Rock Cup. It's absolutely wonderful to have them on board. So, coming up is going to be our beautiful class of our Rock Academy. But take a look at our circuit here at Redstar Raceway. Turn 1 into a sharp right-hand bend. It's always great to be close as you can to the football on the left-hand side. Swing the nose in into the square. Turn 2, a hard left, short straight into hard braking, another left-hander. That is a rather technical point on the circuit. That's very, very difficult to get a pass down. And then in through our turn 5, a long right hand to carry it through. The next up is going to be our Rock Academy heading out onto the circuit here at Redstar Raceway for their first heat of the day. And this class is all about inspiring youngsters to get to the top. Now, it's also one of our newest categories here in Rock Cup South Africa. We're glad to have them on board. It's able to bring a affordable drive to our young karters, teach them the fundamentals as well as breed future champions that will be racing later on into the OKN and OKJ classes and eventually representing South Africa. So out towards the top as they start making their way through. So interesting stuff comes in with Gio Christie leading out the pack. Rotile Ganasi in second place. Ashan Reddy will hold third. As we got Daniel Labuschagne down in fourth place. Akil Naika holds fifth place. He'll be chased down by Ali Tuscan Muhammad, and Siabonga Sealy will round out the pack. So, while young karters get ready to go, they'll be getting into their tram lines, side by side formation. First place has the advantage being on the left-hand side and will have the sweep into turn 1. So, lining themselves up. Is this going to work out for them? It is a clean start, no false starts as they launch their way through. Rotile Yanasi trying to get a phenomenal launch on Gio Christie at the moment. Ashen Reddy will be trying to battle it out, and you can already see how it's unfolding. Second, third, and fourth, keeping each other busy as it stands. But it's all about just keeping stream for the start, not wanting to lose too much time. As they come out of the top end sweep, they will be heading on towards the airpin. All looking pretty good out there. Ashan Reddy down the order, unfortunately, into fourth place behind Labuschagne. Hand up in the air for one of our karters. Something not looking too good on the exit. So it's Rotile Yanasi out in first place. Gio Christie in second. Ashan Reddy holds third place. Siabonga Sealy holds out in fifth. A little bit of no man's land, unfortunately, and we'll have to try to keep the pressure on to catch up to Akil. But unfortunately, we do have a bit of a slow karter out there. It's having a bit of a tough time, and that's Natando going and losing out a little bit of time. Just trying to keep it all together at this point to circle 4 points and enjoy the time here at Redstar Raceway. But our top 3 ready soon to open up a gap between one another as Uratier, Gio, and the likes of Ashan just focusing on their charge. They want to try to get the average lap times working on their favor. It's 10 laps to work with, and they're coming across to complete their second lap. So far, however, we'll take a look at what their lap times are sitting at, and it's Ashan Reddy that sets the fastest lap time of the race with a 54.496, quicker than both cars ahead, but unfortunately a little bit further down than planned as Rotier and Gio now look to find it out for that first place. Into the slipstream they go. Once again, trying to carry as much momentum as possible to continue on the drive. Takes a little bit tight, unfortunately. Gio now starting to battle out a little bit further at this point. Redstar still trying to open up that gap. Very tight line. Unfortunately, scrubbing off a lot of pace, and you can really see how it closes up the field. Gio right onto the back, and Ashen Reddy immediately closes onto that rear bumper. So it's turning into a 3-horse race as they put the hammer down, coming across the line, and Reddy looks to go past around the outside in turn 1. Couldn't quite make it work. Gio still holds on to second place. Shen trying to go for the inside line into the square. Coming out of turn 2. Is it going to be enough? No, unfortunately not. Gio Christie moving forward and continuing on the drive. Nose to tail between second and third as they keep the pressure on. Redstar now opens up the gap even more. Roughly 1.1 seconds as they head towards the top.
So let's take this first one run and then pick up the second and third.
A young Carter's trying to figure out what is going to be the best course of action, but second place is still quite alive at the moment as we do see Gio starting to open up the gap to Ashen Reddy. Mohammed is in 4th place, and Akil Naika holds 5th place as it stands. We do, however, get a report that our drivers will be keeping a close eye to all the signals from our marshals. And as it stands, each of these competitors trying to step it up. Ashen Reddy trying getting a bit of momentum this time round, was side by side and has got the drive to hold on to second place. Our leader now stretching open the gap, but Ashen Reddy and Gio Christie trying to keep the fight alive between the two. And it looks like it is going to be likes of Reddy to continue leading out in second place. Gio going and falling down the order, hoping to stay on the back, not having the legs as they come through. This will be the halfway mark for the young Carters. 5 laps to go after this. Reddy still trying to keep the pace as it stands. Last lap time was a 54.5, not quite the personal best, but it was the personal best of Gio Christie with a 54.398, and that was 0.2 seconds faster than Ashen Reddy. Our leader stretches open that gap a little bit more, but it's still nose to tail for second place. Reddy now late on the brakes, trying to make it work. Unfortunately, we do have a cart in the pits, so we've got 2 retirements. Siobungasili and Labusakni, unfortunately, not able to get it to the line, but it also looks like we have one more cart that's gone in Tundo into pit lane. 5 carts out on circuit. Redstar, Yanasi, Ashen Reddy, Gio Christie hold out our top 3 as they look to try and open up the gap. Ali Tuscan Mohammed holds 4th place with the likes of Akil. Naika holds that 5th place spot. Still trying to close up the gap, but we keep an eye out on our 2nd and 3rd as it's still a fight for the top of the pile. They're unfortunately holding each other back so much that they're losing track of Yanasi ahead of him. So Yanasi is going to focus on the chart, try and open up a little bit more room and staying on the power. Likes Ashan and Gio continue to brawl it out and forcing each other to go off the ideal line, having to go super defensive or having to run that little bit wide to the fringes of the circuit just to try and figure out where they can get the pass to happen. As we will have our leaders coming across the line. 7 laps to go. And a best lap time set by Yanasi at 53.8. Continues on the drive. And there is now start a gap between Ashen Reddy and Gio Christie as they start to lose a little bit more time. Gio losing out 2 positions since the start of this race. Mohammed holds out 4th place, 13 seconds behind. Not having an easy time out there. But the brawl for second place is not done as yet. Reddy trying to go out a little bit wider, trying to hold that apex as much as possible and then walk the competitor a little bit towards the fringes of the circuit. Gio having to guess where exactly that Ashan is going to be able to keep up that pace. It is an incredibly daunting task as they come across the line. There will be 2 laps remaining for our drivers, and it's side by side for second place. Ready now trying to guard the outside line. Is he going to have enough into the sweep? Not this time.
Guys, your focus is very terrible. 1-4.
So our leader still continues on the charge. Ashan and Gio continue to open up full taps on one another, both looking for any opportunity to get the pass done and dusted. But it does look like Reddy has got the legs to start opening up that gap, trying to push a little bit further. Is it going to be enough? As our leader now launching his way through. Here at Redstar Raceway, still so much going on as it stands. They will be going and battling out for their final lap as our leader, likes of Unasi, continues on the drive. So second and third still for a fight, and it is going to be Ashan Reddy holding second as it stands. Gio trying to keep the pressure on, look towards the inside, look towards the outside, trying to figure out where's the drive going to happen. Reddy out a little bit wide and loses out just a fraction of time. But this is their final lap. It is the fight for second and third. Remember, 32 points by coming across the line in second place. Both competitors looking to try and move their way up for the final this year for 2025. Ready, hold second only just. Will Gio go for a late dive into the final corner? That's going to be the question. Side by side they go. And it will be coming down the main straight. Checkered flag at the ready. It's going to be Yanati. It comes across the line. And across the line will be Gio. Ashan Reddy rounds out in third place. So well done to Yanasi going and finishing on that top spot. Unfortunately, not a good go for Gio and Ashan, both losing out a bit of time there. Absolute heartbreak for a couple of our young karters. But that being said, we're in for some plenty of action here today. After our Rock Academy is done and dusted, we're going to be moving on to our Mini Rock, one of our close championships out here today. Our Mini Rocks will sit with Max Bushhoff out the pack in the championship, 283 points, with Kay Konofsky sitting with 265 points. 1 point behind him, however, is Santiago Freid, who looks to try and battle his way through. Zach Bushhoff in fourth place. So, life is about to get rather exciting for our young karters here at Redstar Raceway. This is only Heat 1. Remember, they got 4 heats during the course of this day to make it work. As you can see on screen, after 10 laps, Yanasi did take that top run, and it was going and opening up the gap a little bit further. It's going to be quite happy with that one and seeing where he can go.
welcome to Rock National Round 2. My name's Gianna Pascal.
My name's Josh Moore. My name's Jack Moore. I'm 13 years old and I race OKJ.
I would say that today was a pretty phenomenal day.
My favorite moment today was definitely winning race 2. I think I got a bit lucky with lots of people spinning off.
Today we're going to be stopping at the lights. We're going to be riding fast, go around the whole track, and I'm going to win.
Coming up next, we're going to be moving on to our mini rocks. We have a little bit of cleanup from our previous race, but let's go through the championship and rocks because it's been a bit of a wild season. Max Bischoff leads out the field with 283 points. Heat holds second place with Santiago Frey in third. Zach Bischoff has also been putting his foot down. Chelsea Scribanti turned out to be quite a great run on the 28th of. So it was great to see him. But that being said, we can't make this happen without our amazing sponsors.
It took me 17 days to shake you. Rearrange my mind, erase you. Erase you.
As our drivers make their way out onto the track for Heat 1 of our mini rocks, Max Bischoff will lead out the pack. It's lining up next to him. It's going to be Logan Billow, who will look to fight out. Logan down 5th in the championship, but hasn't up through the order. Kate Kanofsky will start on the second row in 3rd place with Zach Bischoff, side by side. Santiago Frey, who lies 3rd in the championship, is on the 3rd row with Diego Bermadone. Ruben Moritz a little bit further down the order as they try and put the hammer down. Everyone trying to figure out what can they do. Parker van der Meulen with Ronald Venter, Kian Reddy, Ethan Tuttelberg, and Hasten Maddox rounds out the pack. So, as our mini rock making their way through, side by side, it will be lights on. 12 laps in this race. Maximum points is 35. Second place is 32. And the championship is on the line as they get themselves ready. Lights on, lights off, and away they go racing. And it's a terrible start for Logan as he gets swallowed up by the entirety of the field, trying to guard the inside line. 3-4 wide into turn one, and great moves coming in as they launch their way through. Max trying to keep up the momentum. Cade Konofsky trying to hold on to the championship hopes. Logan, after a little bit of a revolting start, goes out a little bit wide and nearly loses the entire rear end of the cart. So each young karters now trying to figure out what is going to be the game plan here as they give it everything that they've got. Our top running order though, Max leads out the pack, trying to open up just some room ahead of second place. So as our young karters come across the line, it is going to be Max leading out the field for now, but Cade Konofsky keeping the pressure on for second place. A little bit behind them, Maddox Mason hoping to try and get a launch through, closes up the gap out of the square. Immediately Cade trying to look for the inside line, couldn't make it work. Max trying to get any sort of drive possible, getting assisted along at the moment. Cade will be looking inside, outside, looking for any opportunity to get past. Had to go a little bit harder on the brakes. And that's allowed Maddox Mason, Logan below, and Santiago Frey to get right onto the back of him. And it's going to be a 5-horse race for first place as it stands. Unfortunately, Maddox loses out a bit of momentum, trying everything he can. Cade Konofsky around the outside, switches to the inside, side by side for second place. But our leader now has an opportunity to open up the gap. Max Bischoff will be putting his head down, wanting to stay well enough away of the fight. Down in second, third, and fourth place. Logan, however, trying to get his head down and hold second place. Cade down into third. The likes of Maddox Mason a little bit further through. Not ideal circumstances as Logan now also starts to open up the gap. Cade, Maddox, and Santiago keep each other busy, 3 wide into the corners. But our leader continues to open up the gap. So it's now turning into an absolute brawl, and it does look like the number 17 now starting to make a bit of move. Cade Konofsky trying to return back up through the order. But while they've been fighting out, we have now got the entirety of the field starting to close up. So third place is open cards for our young karters to really figure out who's going to stand on the chart. So our leader comes through. Second place goes through. Who is going to stay ahead of the packs? Santiago Frey now up into third place, just ahead of Cade Konofsky in fourth. Cade has got a problem. It's Maddox Mason now trying to push right onto the back of him. He wants to figure out how to get past, score points, and start opening up just some breathing room at the moment as he's getting chased down by the entirety of the field. Max Bischoff now looking to open up the gap a little bit more. Logan in second place, but their fight for third is still well enough alive, with Cade now moving his way up through the order and trying to retake positions. But how long can he hold out for, as it's a 4-horse race right behind him? Into the square they go, around into turn one. So our leaders come through, and there is third and fourth still well enough alive as it stands. Cade Konofsky up into third place and only just holding on as he tries to contend. Now leaders still opening up the gap, really trying to focus on a hard charge as it stands. Santiago Frey, Maddox Mason will be keeping the pressure on as they go on. All starting to open up just a fraction at the moment, but expect to see the attack as we're only on lap 4 out of 12. They will be coming around start their 5th lap as we get closer and closer to the halfway mark. This is usually where we see the changeover as who has pushed a little too hard at the start of the race. You can see down on those tram lines now absolutely giving it everything they got into turn 1. 3rd place still going and showing into be a big problem, but slowly but surely Logan Billow is starting to lose a little bit of time and getting brought back into the fray. So keep an eye out on this because it's going to turn into a bit of a wild one. Fastest lap time of the race, however, has been done by Maddox Mason, who is a little bit further down. He's in 5th place, but still holds the fastest lap time of the race. And he's starting to just try and focus on the next part of his mission. Go on the attack. Try and get each of the young karters off that apex as he views on the attack ahead. Santiago and Cade continue to brawl with one another and as they fight their way into the final corner. Our leader going and opening up the gap, but 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th on top of one another. A little bit further down, however, is the likes of Diego Bermudo, and he's in 6th place. It's still a good battle between Kyan Reddy and Ronald Fenter, who are trying to figure out how they can step up the game. At the halfway mark, 12 laps in this race. They're on lap 6. All the points in the bag to go. 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th on top of one another. Maddox trying to figure out if he can get past on the inside. Couldn't quite get it done this time around. Will sit in the slipstream waiting for a perfect opportunity to get the run on the likes of Santiago. Remember, they're fighting out for the championship between one another as well. And just ahead of them, if they continue to fight out, it's going to be Cade and Logan starting to stretch their legs a little bit more out of the pack. So down the main straight they go, locking horns, battling their way through. Another good little fight has to come in from Kyan Reddy and Ronald Fenter, with Ronald actually getting ahead into 7th position. So each of our young karters now pushing that a little bit harder, trying to figure out what's going to work out for them. Right behind Santiago, looking for the inside line, trying to get it past to happen. Maddox hoping to try and stay right onto the back of him. Will be pushing harder and harder as 2nd and 3rd is up for a fight. It is also going to be 4th and 5th. They're going to be right on top of one another. Our leader going past, but there is the fight. Both little silos coming into play. Who's going to be able to keep up the pace as they all dropped in to the 158, all trying to figure out how to carry that momentum a little bit further. It's all about light hands as it stands to really get the run, but 2nd place under pressure as it does look like Cade's going to look for the inside. He does get past. Cade gets past Logan and now looks to try run. Logan getting swallowed up by the field. And Maddox gets right onto the back of him as well, side by side. Logan now tries to hold on to 2nd, unfortunately just not having the top end to contend. Cade up into 2nd. Logan keeps the pressure. Maddox Mason and Santiago continue to brawl it out. 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th place on top of one another. Our leader checked out of this fight, but it's going to be a brawl side by side as they come into the hairpin, and it is the likes of Cade. They got the run. Santi trying to get that little bit more pace underneath him to try and move up into 2nd. It's all on the cards here. Each of the drivers know they have to push it that little bit more. They can't leave anything on the table. They need to fight it to the very top. Cade up into 2nd. Maddox Mason in 3rd. Logan Billow and Santiago Frey down into 5th place, but that can all change in an instant. Maddox trying to hunt down the inside line, trying to make it work. Cade stuck out wide and unfortunately didn't work out in his favor, and that was a pass. Maddox getting past the likes of Cade as they continue on the charge. Now Logan has the opportunity to go for the fight. They're on lap 9 out of 12 and it's a brawl. It is turning into a fight of note and immediately second, third, both holding down that inside line. And this is where you got to keep the pressure up, as Logan now looking to try and get into that third place. He wants to try and maximize points here. In through the final corner they go. They will be coming across the line, and 2 laps remaining. It's all or nothing. You've got to get the sends to work out. You've got to push that a little bit harder to stay at the sharp end of the field. And as it stands, Maddox Mason keeps ahead of Kay Kanofsky, right behind Logan, chasing down, and right behind him, Santiago Freyd, who's looking to score the points, and it's side by side. Maddox stuck on the outside, immediately losing a bit of time. Kay Kanofsky up into second place. Maddox tries to go and hunt the inside through the left-hander. He nearly gets it, goes for the undercut, couldn't make it work. Side by side yet again, lots of pressure being put on. And take a look at Logan, making 3 wide. Unfortunately, loses out that little bit of momentum. Young Carter's pushing that little bit more. Still coming around. There will be 1 lap left for the young Carters. A little bit further back is Roland Fenter, Kyan Reddy, and Riven Moritz, who continue on the charge. 1 lap left to go. Second, third, fourth, and fifth, all in for the fight. And it does look like Maddox holds on for now. Logan chasing him down as much as possible. Cade hoping to get the run on the inside, couldn't make it work, feeling the pressure. Santiago onto the back of him. Bermadone right on the back of the train, waiting for his opportunity. Maddox Mason trying to hold the inside line. Logan making it rather difficult. Cade looks for the inside through the right-hander. Can he make it stick over the curb? Does so. Loses a bit of time, however. Maddox holds the inside line. Logan nowhere to go. Only 3 corners left, but it is going to be our leader, Max Bischoff, who will take the win. But second place is all in the cards. 5 carts, who's going to get it when they come out of the final corner? It's a drag race to the line. And as they come across, it is Maddox Mason in second. Logan Billow takes the third. Kay Kanofsky in 4th place. Santiago Freyd in 5th. Diego Bermadone in 6th. Ronald Fenter will take 7th. 8th will be Ruben Moritz. Kyan Reddy will take 9th place. Van Mullen will hold that 10th place spot. Zach Bischoff in 11th. And rounding out our pack will be Ethan Tuttelberg in 12th. What a race for second. And the day is only heating up, ladies and gentlemen, right here for the Rock Cup South Africa Final National. And this is going to be rather exciting. Now it's going to play into points. Who is going to be leading out coming in of our Heat 1s? But moving up, we will be having a bit of fun with our next category. A big thank you once again to all our sponsors for joining us. As we take a look at the layout here at Redstar Raceway, it's going to be a great one. So far, it's been some great racing, but next up is going to be a category we've all been waiting for. This is our OKJs that are heading out onto the circuit. OKJs to promise a proper roll. Jack Moore leads out the championship on 295 points, but it's Kaio Serra that takes that pole position spot. Jack Moore on the front row, but in second place and looking to try and keep ahead. He's got Alexander Prozovic in the second row, lying in third. Matthew Mason in 4th place. Ashai Nagura a little bit further down, getting chased by Rigali Spice Maula. Currently lies second in the championship, but not exactly where he wants to be. Lights at the ready, and we will be going racing. Under green, Kayo getting a great start. Matthew Mason also getting a phenomenal launch off the line as they dive into turn one. It does look like Kayo getting a huge start on the grid. Now needs to try and open up the gap a little bit more. Jack Moore hoping to really keep up the pressure. He wants to continue leading on the championship. So this is going to be nose to tail between the young karters, and a bit of a brawl down for second and third position as it stands. They don't want to lose too much time to Jack up ahead as he now looks to try and take the run away. Down the main straight they go. Keeps the pressure on. Jack Moore out in first. Mateo Mason in second. Kaya Serra and Alexander keep each other busy as that top four. A little bit further down, however, Rigali Spice not having the easy time there with Chase Huskins trying to make up a bit of his time as well on the circuit. This is going to be a 15 lap. This is an incredibly long time in the kart, and it is going to take some serious wear and tear on the body. You're going to feel that buildup of lactic acid in the arms, in the legs. You're going to be bounced around on the circuit. It is a hard and fast class to contend with, but that being said, it sets you up for a world championship, and we have had multiple South Africans come through our OKJ and OKN classes to represent SA and take home world championships. So Jack Moore now looking to try and open the gap a little bit further to the likes of Mateo Mason in second place, but it is Kaya Serra who sets the fastest lap time of the race with a 52.9 and continues on the charge. That slipstream from Mateo now helping out as they stop going on the attack with one another. They start thinking a little bit more. We can't let Jack to pull away just as yet. Jack, however, has got enough of a gap, 0.4 of a second, to make it work out in his favor as they start finding their rhythm here at Redstar. This is going to be a difficult run for all the drivers to push that a little bit harder. Jack Moore losing a bit of time, but you can see the brawl starting to happen behind the likes of Riccardi and Chase, keeping each other honest at the moment and hoping to try and move up through the order. Chase just looking to see how can he get past Spice for inside and the outside. Remember, this is actually a new track for Chase. Second time out and looking to really put his name out there, and he's fighting out with second in the championship. Jack Moore only just keeping a little bit ahead as second place. Mateo Mason trying to come back at him and now starting to close up at a rate of knots. Jack made a mistake that's cost him an amount of time. So now Jack constantly trying to defend the outside line, looks to hold the inside line. Mateo Mason onto the back of him, looking for any opportunities, closing down, but take a look at third place. Kaya Sierra tries to fight his way through. A little bit further back, Alexander Prozovic, Rigali Spice and Chase Huskins hold like the 4th, 5th and 6th position. 5th and 6th of Rigali and Chase continue to keep pressure on one another to see who's going to make the biggest mistake. Loss of time, Tom Mason, lose a bit of pace, and on the last lap, our leader, Jack Moore, sets fastest lap time of the race with a 52.744, while Mateo Mason with a 52.755. So he continues to keep the pressure on, but losing that little momentum out of our final sector here at Redstar Raceway. 1.2 kilometers to deal with, and each of these young karters are using the road more at this point, walking right to the fringes of the circuit, ensuring that they are driving extremely wide karts. It's about patience at this stage of the game for every single one of our competitors. And Kaya Serra, who started out in first place, is definitely going to be sitting, waiting for the opportunity to go back towards the sharp end of the field. But they are opening up a little bit of a gap at the moment to the 4th place of Alexander. Nose to tail for our leaders. Jack Moore battling to keep it going. Mateo Mason on the inside trying to get the pass to happen, and Jack loses out the position. He's down into second. Mateo Mason now has an opportunity to open up. Jack up on the inside, couldn't make it stick. It's Mateo who's got to still carry the momentum as they launch their way around the right-hander. A little bit on the brakes, into the left and sliding their way through. And Cairo joining back into the fray. So Cairo hoping to really get involved in the fight for first place. It's going to be a hard knock game between them. Nose to tail, out of the final corner. Good launch for all of our young Carters. Unfortunately, down in fourth place is the likes of Alexander, who's just waiting for an opportunity to try and close down, fighting it out against the clock as it stands. 6 laps so far completed of our race. Sorry, starting on lap 6, they have completed 5 laps, and it is still at the front, the likes of Mateo Mason, who continues on the charge. Second, Jack Moore starting to fall into the clutches of Caio Sierra, who wants to try and go for the pass. Deep dive on the inside, try to make it work. However, didn't have the run. Aims for the inside line every single time. Cairo wanting to figure out how he can get Jack offline. So Jack Moore in first, well, was in first place, now down into second. Loses out that little bit of pace, and it is the front row from our qualifying chasing each other down in the race. But what a run coming in from Mateo Mason, who now wants to open up that gap a little bit further. And currently our OKJs are working incredibly well. Mason, who is yet to score a point in the championship, going to be quite happy on the run as it stands. Jack Moore in second place, fights it out with the likes of Cairo, who's 7th in the championship. So good haul of points, even coming in 3rd place. It's a great run for all our competitors, but Jack Moore will be falling a little bit more into the clutches, making sure that Riccardi Spice can't get any closer as he's down in 5th. If he gains any more positions, maybe a proper threat for the championship coming into Heat 2, Heat 3, and our final heat of the day. It's our leader now trying to open up the gap. Mason hoping that he can continue on the drive. 8 out of 15, but it's Jack Moore who still holds the fastest lap time of the race. But that last lap was a great lap for the likes of Mateo Mason, who set his personal best of a 52.4 this time around. Jack Moore hoping that he can keep up the pressure. Looks for the inside, couldn't make it work, and that immediately brought Caio Sierra back into the fray. So our top 3 will fight themselves around the circuit. Out through the right-hander, into the slipstream they go, putting the power down. Once again, no change up on the front, but late on the anchors for Jack Moore to try and look for it. Trying to look for any way to get that pass done. Caio falling out of the pack. Alexander Prazovic hold 4th place. Rigali Spice Marula in 5th with Chase Huskins in 6th. 7th place Ashay Igura along with Jordan Claassen. A little bit further down in 8th. Breitenbach down in 9. And Tisco running in that 10th position as it stands currently here at Redstar Raceway for our final round in the Rock Cup Championship for our nationals, but Heat 1 for our OKN. Mason opening up that gap. 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go left in this race. Oh, big tank slap. It comes in from Mason. He's able to save it, but only just. But that's allowed Jack Moore to get a little bit closer, and the likes of Sierra to now start putting on the pressure. As they go around long right-hander, you can see how much Jack has gained going through the square. Turn 1, turn 2, worked out in his favor, and now looks to put the pressure back on. Who's going to be able to hold it? Mateo Mason needs to be rather cautious here. 1 foot wrong means he's going to be losing out 2 positions incredibly easy. Right behind them is Alexander Prosvik. You continue out their charge. We do unfortunately have one of our young karters that's out of the running, but definitely not from our top 3. Mateo Mason, Jack Moore, Caio, Alexander, Riccardi, Chase, all continue on their drive to move their way up through the order. They will be getting notified of the yellow flags coming up towards the top. So, now leader Mason now tries to open up the gap just a little bit more to the likes of Jack Moore and Kaya Serra, who will fight it out between each other. Our top three still quite close at the moment. 4 laps to go in this race. We'll make it going 3 and a bit laps as they will be coming up to a line. It's all spaced out a little bit further back in the field, but our top three still on top of one another. Who's going to have the stamina to go the distance here in Heat 1 today here at Redstar Raceway? And it looks like Sierra still keeps a solid drive. Average lap times have worked out in the favor of 52s for our top three. They have not stepped a foot wrong there, sitting with the mid-range of our 52s. So they're going and enjoying themselves there. Just that average lap time is so crucial at this stage of the game. You want to figure out how you can push a little bit more, maybe start saving the tires for that last lap set to really go and stick it to the sharp end of the field. A little bit further down, Alexander racing the clock, can just see the fight ahead of them. Kara going and looking for any opportunity to sneak on by. Immediately has the likes of Jack Moore trying to close up any opportunity. Runs out a bit wide. Kara not so comfortable coming out of the final corner as they come across the line. Second last lap for our competitors. And it's going to be that final lap send that is needed to make it work out as our competitors chase down the wind, going and picking up the pace. It's Mason now trying to figure out what is going to be the opportunity to battle his way around. Is it going to be enough? As the competitors try figure out what is going to be the main run. 1 lap left for the send. Mateo Mason looking to bring it home. Up 3 positions from the start. Jack Moore exactly where he started. And unfortunately for Kara, down 2 positions. But this is it. It's all for the points for Heat 1. 35 points in the bag here. Jack Moore going and opening up over Kara and trying to close up. So the fight between them is going to be an absolute send. Mateo Mason, I think, has opened up just enough room to hold that first place, but now needs to keep it consistent. Don't put a foot wrong. Don't get caught out. Don't let that leg shake. You've got to push a little bit harder. Kyra looking for the send, just not close enough in towards the final corner. And it is going to be Mateo Mason who will take the victory here for round 1 of our OKN. Jack Moore will have to be comfortable with that second place. Kyra Serra down into 3rd. Alexander Prosvik will go into 4th place. 5th, Riccardi Spice Muller, followed by Chase Huskins. Ashay Nagura finishes up in 7th as they continue on the charge. Is John Brettenbach that finishes up in 8th, and 9th goes out to Rutterling Tesco, who has done a phenomenal job. That being said, some great driving from our competitors to push themselves out a little bit more, and I can see out in the virtual grandstands a bit of support coming in for Chase Huskins. So once again, a massive welcome to you all. Thank you for joining us here at Rock Cup South Africa, here in Redstar Raceway for the final round of our national championship. And a massive thank you to all our sponsors. Without them, this would never happen.
It took me 17 days to shake you. Rearrange my mind, erase you. Erase you.
as we take a look at the beautiful circuit of Redstar Raceway. Down into turn 1, it's been where most of the pass has been happening, but it is going to be turn 7 as they come through the long right-hander. A little bit of heartbreaking into 6, into 7. That is where you're going to keep up the toe as they chase their way to the top end of the circuit to keep themselves in the loop. So far, it's been 1 loss up into 10 and battling their way down turn 11 into 12. So the drivers having to figure out what is next. Next up is going to be our OKNs. They'll be taking to the circuit and fighting out for the championship. Emil van der Votteren will be starting out in first place. Jesse Swart in second. Gianna Pascal will be starting out in third place at second row with Josh Moore lined up next door. Gianna Pascal leads out the pack on 283 points in the championship. Ethan Bostander sits on 247. Third place is Jesse Swart. Going to be starting on the front row. Going to be happy with that one. Is on 228 points. So a win here is crucial to launch his way up through the order. And we've got the likes of Jonas White in fourth. Mohammed Wali holds fifth place in the championship. Without all our amazing sponsors like Cloud CTO for coming up and being part of our incredible tour.
Fleet Dynamics Commercial Vehicle Group proudly brings you Photon Trucks, a global leader in commercial vehicles. Built in the GQ Bike Factory, the 460 horsepower truck tractor with Cummins ZF and WABCO components maximizes fuel efficiency day after day. Backed by a 4-year, 800,000 kilometer full warranty from just 1.372 million. T's and C's apply. Contact Photon Trucks Port Elizabeth, part of the Fleet Dynamics Commercial Vehicle Group.
As our OKN starts to make their way around the circuit, they're going to be lining up. Emil van der Votteren out in first place after splendid qualifying, holding out the front row. Jesse Swart will hold second place. Gianna down into third place with Josh Moore side by side. It's going to be a very interesting time for many of these cars to just push the envelope a little bit more. Our leading driver of the championship, unfortunately, she is down the order, so this is going to be a wild run as they start making their way towards the start finish line, getting ready to take off. Lights on, lights on, lights off, and away they go as Emil gets a phenomenal drive unfortunately, not going to work out. Jesse Swart getting a great start, launches way up through the field. Now, Jesse hoping to get just a bit more momentum. Gianna now also trying to keep the pressure on and moving up through the battle. So it's side by side, and we do have contact, unfortunately, up towards the top of the circuit. It looks like we got one stall out. So, great fight out there, but now it is all eyes towards the sharp end of the field as the 67 kart of Jesse Swart leads out the pack, looking to try and hold that top spot. One retirement, however, from that start of the race. Right behind is the 23 of Emil van der Watteren. Ethan Bolstander down into fourth. Gianna in fifth, trying to go and battle out. And unfortunately, we also got another spitter into turn one. So each of the drivers just trying to figure out how they can go. But we're starting to get silos opening up. Early stage of the game. First and second are close to one another, but third and fourth are on top of one another. Ethan Bostander and Gianna are going to be battling their way out as we do see our leaders side by side. It's a cutback coming in. Emil trying everything to fight it out with Jesse. As it stands, it is going to be still close to one another. Gianna tried hunting for the inside line through the hairpin, couldn't quite make it work. And Emil now starting to open up just a fraction of the gap to Jesse. Coming out of the final corner, flat on the gas, traveling all the way through. You can see Gianna now trying to keep up the pace, holding fourth as it stands, eyeing out third, seeing that Emil now starting to open up the gap a little bit more. He wants to try and break away. Jesse Swart hoping to stay onto the coattails as it stands. But looking at the lap times, Emil van der Watteren, last lap, a 53.3 to open up a bit of space. Jesse battling out, looks inside, looked outside, couldn't figure out where to get on by. Ethan Bolstander and Gianna still running in tow with one another. Looks like they're going to stop going on their attack, but they are going to try and utilize one another to close up. And lying down in fifth place, keep an eye. Josh Moore making his bit of headway here and has got some good lap times on the board as they yet to come across. Now starting their third lap. There's 15 laps in this race for our OKNs, and they're all looking to fight it out for the championship here today at Redstar. Once again, it is incredibly close between them. Emil van der Watteren now keeping it nice and wide, trying to walk the likes of Jesse Swart out a little bit more, as it's nose to tail between them up towards the top of the circuit, and they are going to be keeping a very close eye of third place of Ethan Bostander and Gianna. Now, Gianna does seem a little bit quicker as it stands to the likes of our leaders. But taking a look, Jesse Swart actually put in the best lap time of the race. So excuse me on that one, at 53.0. But Emil going and guarding the inside line, protecting every which way possible to hold that top spot and looking to try and make some headway in the championship. Gianna trying to look on the outside from third place. Ethan Bolstander not quite able to get it. Jesse still continues to put on the charge, figuring out where exactly to try and carry the run between them. Opening up the spacing to roughly a second. Is it going to be enough for Emil to now get a little bit of a breather to think about the long stage of this race as the tyre degradation starts to play a little bit of more of a factor here at Redstar Raceway? The technical corners take a lot of life out of them. But take a look, Gianna around the outside. But I told you, keep an eye on fifth place. Josh Moore continues to fight it out. So the fight for third, fourth, and fifth has just come alive. And Ethan needs to put the hammer down. Gianna right on the back. And Josh Moore has joined in the fray. So our leaders are clean past the box. And now it's going to be third, fourth, and fifth place. There's the little train that's starting to form. Josh Moore has bided his time and now looks to go onto the attack. Gianna having to get really defensive in through turn two to try and hold position. Our leaders sweep across. And it's still Emil having an easy run through, but right down through the field, it's getting a bit lively out there. Brooke Loretti in sixth place with White Jonas. Anastasia crosses down in 8th place. Gianna up on the inside, trying to get the pass to happen. Unfortunately, now needing to get a little bit more drive. Now needs to put the hammer down and break away. So Gianna up into 3rd place. It brought Josh Moore with Ethan Bustander. However, put out wide, lost time, and is now down out of the running.
Coming back to 2. On 2.
Emil van der Rotteren putting in the fastest lap time of the race of 52.3 and still continues to open up the gap. Second, Jesse Swart will continue to think about what does he need to do to continue up the momentum. Gianna finally broken away out of the fight with Ethan Bustander. Now it's got a bit of clear air to hunt down the likes of Jesse, but Josh Moore also gained some time, just waited patiently for an opportunity that unfolded right in front. So now Josh looks to try and put the hammer down. A little bit further down the order, Brooke, Wyatt and Anastasia continue to be right on top of one another. They're hoping to pick up the pace a little bit more and looking to stand at the top of the order. 7 laps so far in this 15-lap race as it stands. Emil yet to be overtaken by Jesse Swart in 2nd place. Gianna a little bit too far behind, sitting 6.9 seconds off 2nd place, and that is a huge deficit to try and close up. But Josh Moore keeping very close, 0.4 of a second behind, waiting for every opportunity to just put the hammer down and start opening up the gap. So our leaders come on by the start-finish line. You can just see 3rd and 4th, the likes of Gianna and Josh, who continue to keep it close to one another. A little bit further back from them, however, Ethan Bustander, Brooke, Wyatt, Anastasia, all on top of one another. So Ethan Bustander from 2nd place has now fallen down the order. Ethan into 5th, going to be kicking himself here. Had a brilliant start, and unfortunately something has gone wrong and lost out a huge amount of time. Now getting swallowed up by Brooke and Wyatt, who will be more than happy to take that 5th place off his hands. Emil opens up the gap yet again, trying to open up to Jesse. Now, if we got to take a look, Emil has been on a stellar run as it stands, but in the championship, he's a little bit further down than where he would like to be. Where the likes of Jesse Swart lies in 3rd place and holding 2nd here on circuit. 3rd in the championship, 2nd in the championship, 3rd on circuit, but Gianna down into 3rd place. Going to be trying to save some points here. 30 points on the cards for her to try and hold that top spot in the championship. Ethan Bustander, who was fighting out for the top of the cards, but now falls into the clutches of the rest of the field. They're on lap 9 of 15 and still continue to put a huge amount of pace underneath them. Still clean racing, but now it's also starting to open up quite a bit as we do see our leader come on by with 2nd place. Jesse hoping to try and close up that gap, but the time deficit between them getting bigger and bigger as the last lap. Emil doing a 52.6 while Jesse sits back with a 53.3, and that's actually slower than 3rd place. The gap between the likes of Jesse and Gianna has now come down from 6 seconds to 5.8. So Gianna trying to gain a little bit of time. While Gianna's up into 6th position with Brooke Loretti now trying to keep on the pace. So good to see a number of the carts out there still putting the hammer down and battle their way through. As it's all spread out now, it's just about keeping the rhythm, keeping the momentum, as there's 4 laps to go in this race. This is the waiting game now for the drivers. Start getting yourself all warmed up, start getting yourself a little bit at ease, get that rhythm, find the rhythm, and then start bringing it up as you start to lose a little bit more time at the end. 2 retirements out of the race, unfortunately, with Brooke and Como, who is out of the running. But it is all open points for the current runners as Anastasia Crosses rounds out our carts, lying in 7th position, 4 laps at the end. And we're going to be cycling through to 3 laps as Emil, once again, just ticking the time by, hoping to make it all work out in his favor. Jessie will be scoring a good haul of points here to try and move herself up through the order. Now, Jessie hoping that he can really step it up. Lies 3rd in the championship, but Ethan Borstander sits slightly ahead. Ethan sits on 247 points, and 228 points goes for Jessie. So this is a big advantage for him to move up 2nd in the championship into our 2nd heat later today for our OKN class. So Emil opens up the gap a little bit more. What is his lap times looking like? Last lap was a 52.6. He's hoping to try and get a little bit better. He's opened up the gap of 3.2 seconds, I think. Now it's going closer to 4 seconds as Jessie just not finding the pace to keep up. And running all momentum as it stands, but slowly Gianna trying to close up the distance down to 5.3 seconds between them. Not pushing all too hard as it stands. So she will be focusing on that championship. Josh Moore in 4th place continues to power on. Ethan Borstander trying to hold on to some championship hopes in 5th. All keeping clean, all keeping well, and each of the drivers now trying to figure out the pace. The wind's starting to pick up here at Red Star, and it is going to play into the favor of the drivers going up out of the top end of turn 6 and 7. Coming down, they're going to have a tailwind, but that being said, they've got a crosswind as they start to make their way through turn 11 and 12. They're going to have to deal with it as the wind slowly starts to shift around, and it will be giving them a bit of a tailwind a little bit later today, heading into turn 1. That's going to help out the drivers, but it also does move the braking marker a fraction for them to try and keep it all together. 1 lap left in the race, however, and it is Emil van der Watteren who leads it out and has opened up a monstrous 3.4 second gap. This is going to be an absolute smile on his face. 3 corners to go. And Emil van der Watteren, who has been battling it out, will come across the line and take the Heat 1, take the checker flag for the National Rock Karting OKN class. 2nd place will be Jessie Swart along with Gianna Pascal in 3rd. Joshua will hold on to that 4th place. Ethan Borstander in 5th. Wyatt Jones at 6th. And Anastasia Crosses finishes up in 7th position. So massive thank you to our sponsors for joining up with us this season. Absolutely can't go without them. And this championship is all part of MSA in association with FIA. A big thank you to all our sponsors who made this possible. So to likes of Broncore, Photon from Port Elizabeth. Good to see them out there. Go Good, cherry picked, going and being a part of our series. Silvercrest and Easy Life Kitchen. Gary Garland will be battling out, and we will be coming back to racing at 1 o'clock South African time, so don't get too comfortable as we'll be moving on to our Heat 2s after 1 o'clock.
Welcome here to Rock Cup SA here down in Cape Town. Out on circuit now, the mini rock, so race number 312 left out there.
welcome to Rock National Round 2. My name's Gianna Pascal.
My name's Josh Moore.
My name's Jack Moore. I'm 13 years old and I race OKJ.
I would say that today was a pretty phenomenal day.
My favorite moment today was definitely winning race 2. I think I got a bit lucky with lots of people spinning off.
Today we're going to be stopping at the lights. We're going to be riding fast, go around the whole track, and I'm going to win.
We're here today for the Rock Cup Round 4 National for the Rock Cup Series at Redstar Raceway in Dalmas. It's a beautiful day, so we've got some great weather. This is the final of the series, and so everything will be decided today for the championship. So there's a lot of competitors. We've had a great turnout, and it's all going to be down to the racing. We're streaming live on YouTube this morning from the 111 Productions team. It's going to be available on the Rock Cup YouTube channel, and we'll also promote it on the social media so everyone can follow. And then we'll also have post race. We'll have some nice footage that we'll add into the stream after the event's done. We're here today for the Rock Cup Round 4 National for the Rock Cup Series at Redstar Raceway in Dalmas. It's a beautiful day, so we've got some great weather. This is the final of the series, and so everything will be decided today for the championship. So there's a lot of competitors. We've had a great turnout, and it's all going to be down to the racing. We're streaming live on YouTube this morning from the 111 Productions team. It's going to be available on the Rock Cup YouTube channel, and we'll also promote it on the social media so everyone can follow. And then we'll also have post race. We'll have some nice footage that we'll add into the stream after the event's done.
It's time for our second heat for our cadets making their way to the circuit. They're ready to have a huge amount of fun. Now, Caleb Rogers looking to take the victory here, but Christopher Gimrick has been giving him a little bit of a hard time. Had a brilliant start in race 1. Can he make it happen again? Ethan Sterra also showed great promise off the start line. So this is going to be a proper battle between all the competitors. Our cadet class, our youngsters will be fighting out tooth and nail of note, ranging from ages 4 to 6. They get to have a little bit of fun out here and really show off what they can do. But it's ready to go. Lined up on the line. Caleb Rogers leads out the championship, but is it going to be enough? Up towards the lights. And away they go. Caleb getting a brilliant start. Christopher trying to guard that second place as they aim for turn 1. Rogers really starting to open up a little bit more of a gap. Christopher down into second. Has got Satira busy putting pressure on the back of him in third place. Christopher taking a little bit of an early line now. Changed it up from heat 1. And is trying to move his way up through the order a little bit wide, coming out of turn 5 into 6. Ethan Sterra lies currently in third place. Scored 30 points in heat 1. Now looking to make it work with Grayson, unfortunately going and finishing up in the final. Christopher got 32 points for coming in second place, but it is Caleb Rogers who continues a dominating charge, and at this stage of the game will be winning the championship in the Tellison cadet class as they fight their way through. But it looks like Christopher Grimrick, unfortunately, down into 4th place. So we've got to change position for our young Carters. Unfortunately, Christopher, who had a brilliant run earlier on, now tapers down in towards the bottom. Just can't keep the pace going. Ethan Sterra up into second, will fight his way through. As they put down the power, each of the competitors trying to work their way through in the cadet class. Caleb Rogers going to be winning out the championship. The fastest lap time set by Caleb Rogers at the moment is a 37.0 as he continues to open that 5-second gap to Ethan and Grayson Fenter in third place. But unfortunately, it does look like Christopher having a problem with his kart early on. We'll have to keep an eye on how to move forward as it's side-by-side battles starting to form out on circuit. Ethan and Grayson now going to be fighting out with one another. Christopher comes flying out of pit lane to rejoin the race, and looks like whatever's gone on, he's able to get his kart a little bit more up to speed as it stands. But second and third are close to one another. So Ethan and Grayson continue on the charge to one another. Who's going to be able to get the victory here? Caleb Rogers now opening up the gap to 7 seconds. Ethan now trying to fight it out with Grayson Fenter. The two of them absolutely brawling. Grayson trying to look for that inside line. Just needs to get a little bit more confident under braking into turn 1. But he does make up a lot of room. Turn 2, turn 3, and gets flat onto the gas. And now looks to try and chase down. It's into the final section. However, they lose out a bit of pace. We reach a halfway mark of this race. Thus far, Caleb Rogers still leads out the pack. Christopher Grimrick just trying to limp the cart round as it stands. Not having an easy time out there. And definitely going to be not a happy camper on that one, but soldiering on nonetheless. The fight for second continues on. Ethan and Grayson still doing the same lap times as one another. They're 11 seconds back, but they are keeping each other company. Now this is where it's all going to change up, because they're going to catch up to Christopher Grimrick, who is a lot slower than them at the moment and will be on his racing line, while the others will have to move off their racing line. How's it going to work out for the likes of Ethan Stero now? He tries to battle his way through. Flat on the gas, they go. And it still looks like Grayson trying his luck for the inside line, heading into turn 1, not able to do it. Gets back onto the power, trying to push a little bit harder. Ethan still holds on, but only just to that second place. 2 laps remaining of Heat 2 of our cadets, and it is a race of note between Ethan and Grayson as they brawl it out with one another. Last lap for Caleb Rogers as he makes his way around. He's opened up a dominating lead at the moment and will continue to try and make it even better to take the championship, but it is still side by side. Ethan and Grayson side by side heading towards turn 1. Has the 29 got the momentum? Grayson late on the brakes but gets his nose chopped off. Ethan right across the front bumper keeps him in check. They are fighting tooth and nail, future world champions here. They're looking to brawl it out yet again, and they are on their final lap as Caleb Rogers comes across the line. He gets the victory, but second place is up in the air. Who's going to get it? Ethan Zotero, Grayson Fenter are going to fight it out. Coming through the final corner. It was a drag race last time. It's a drag race this time. Both side by side. Who gets across the line first? And it will be Grayson Fenter takes second. Ethan Zotero takes third. And rounding out the pack is Christopher Grimrick. Absolutely well done and a nail-biting finish for our cadets for Heat 2, and they have put on a great show. And now keep an eye on Grayson and Ethan heading into Heat 3 a little bit later today. But next up, we're going to be taking a look at our Mini Rock Under 10s. They'll be heading out onto the circuit next, so don't go anywhere. Right here at Rock Cup South Africa. Glad to have everyone out from around the world taking a look at all of you. We got the likes of Straden, Mia Lutz also joining out on our virtual grandstand, but also for all the families joining here at the track. Massive thank you to all our sponsors. Without them, we wouldn't have this racing available. So, Cloud CTO, Go Good, Cherry Pick Locations, Bronze Core, Easy Life Kitchens, Ferry Glen, NBR Racing, Photon Trucks, Port Elizabeth, Silvercrest Insurance, and Life of Mad and Tio. And out on YouTube, a brilliant YouTube channel, shows you a bit behind the scenes for these young karters as they go through the life of setting up their racing career. And a big shout out goes out to Rock Cup. Coming up next is our Mini Rock Under 10s for their second heat of the day. 2 out of 4, and we're in for an absolute treat. Starting out on the top is going to be Ryan van Son. He's going to be battling it out with no Cranier. We saw in Heat 1 how close it got, and we also can't count out the likes of Logan Rook, Alonso Diaz, Ronald Venter, Rudy Harris, who was on a proper charge. Luashu Motabella was in for the fight as well. Hunter North, Igor Gresham, Waldo Campos, Igor Estevez, and Nicholas Fleming Roberts goes in, rounds out the pack as they now go side by side in each of the tram lines, getting ready to rock and roll. Warmed up their brakes, warmed up their tires, and now our Mini Rock looking to set the world ablaze for Heat 2. Riley van Staden took 4 points in race 1. Can he make it happen in race 2 with Noah Cranier going to try and take him off as they launch across the line? Race is on and up, and it is a false start. A false start has been called. So a false start means that each of the drivers are going to have to slow things down. They're going to have to get back into their starting positions, and will be back up and going. So the young Carters now need to get themselves ready. Got a little bit over anxious coming up to a line, and will be getting ready to launch their way through back to the start. No, Cranier will have another shot at Riley van Staden. Riley starting out on the left-hand side, will have the advantage into turn 1, but can he carry the momentum to make it work as they slow down the pack? Nose to tail, this is where the tension starts to build, especially once you got the little bit of a green. You have got the red mist firmly down. Now it's trying to do it all over again, not to get too excited. So our leaders on the front row, Riley and Noah, have got all the pressure in the world. Logan and Alonso line up, and away they go. Yet again, a great start coming in from Riley and Logan as they try and launch their way through into turn 1. And late on the brakes to try and make it work. And it does look like another false start yet again. So another false start for our competitors. So they're going to have to line themselves up. They are super excited to get the race going. Unfortunately, they are just getting on the power a little bit too early. So now it is all about waiting game, but frustration starting to build as now you have to wait just another time to get on the gas. Taking a look at the championship, however, Riley van Staden will be leading out thanks to race 1. No, Cranier continues to hold on to second place. Rudy Harris had a brilliant run in race 1, but he's looking to try and make it even better here in race 2. Logan Rourke down in 4th place will be on the gas. He did, however, come in 3rd on race 1, so he's going to try and make it a 2nd place, possibly a 1st, as they make their way around the final corner again. Is it going to be enough?
No, don't zoom on too far.
And on the gas, that looking a little bit cleaner this time around as they launch into turn 1. Trying to get a run. We also do have one starting from pit lane. It's going to have to try and make it. So Riley van Staden now looking to open up the gap with Logan, keeping the pressure on him. Our top 4 in for a fight as they try and keep it all together. A little bit of argy-bargy between the two as they battle their way around the circuit, all keeping nice and clean in the toe. Now, you're just focusing on getting some tire heat, and you're also looking to try and keep the pressure onto your competitors. As first all the way down to 7th is in for a fight. Absolutely beautiful train coming in, but this is where it gets a little bit dangerous to be in the front, because you are just creating a slipstream for everyone behind you as they battle their way on. Riley holds on to 1st place. Logan in 2nd place. No, Cranier in 3rd. Hard on the brakes, trying to make their way through into turn 3. Rudy Harris, Ronald Venter, Luashu, all in the toe, trying to figure out where can they get the run. Riley trying to open up the gap and losing out a bit of time here. Riley now feeling Logan getting up on the inside, side by side. Logan gets past Riley, now down into second place and nearly lost it into third. Gonna have to try and bring it back. No, Crenier also getting the hammer down, tries for the inside line. Rudy Harris as well, as it's side by side. Beautiful pass coming in, and it's Riley and Logan absolutely brawling it with one another. Noah Crenier immediately comes in for the fight. He dives for the inside line, in through the right-hander. Is it going to be enough? Oh, and looks like the two just rubbing a bit of paint there as they get flat on the gas. Logan up into first place, now starts to stretch open the gap away from the field. No, Crenier sits in second place. Riley Fitzston down into third. Roddy Harris, Ronald Fenter, Lawashu all in a fight. This is going to be all about momentum to move forward. Ronald hoping to put a little bit more pressure to try and move his way up through the order. But it's our leader who starts to leg it away from No Crenier. Riley sitting in second place. But it's Rudy Harris and the likes of Ronald and Lawashu all getting into a brawl with one another. A little bit further back. Second place on the cards. Third is completely in the mix there. But take a look at fourth, fifth, and sixth as they absolutely give it the gears. So it's still open cards at this game. It's 10 laps. They will be going on to their third lap now. And you can see Riley now pushing as hard as he can. Tries to go for the inside line and does so. Riley up on the inside. Got the pass done. Did set the fastest lap time that last lap, but now needs to keep up the pace. Noah sitting in that third place will keep in the tow. And while they fought it out, that just allowed likes of Rada Harris, Ronald Fenter, and Lawashu to gain a little bit of time onto the back of them. So our leader legs it open, but second, third, not too safe at the moment because fourth, fifth, and sixth are extremely hungry. They're trying to close up that gap. Ronald, Lawashu, Igor, all putting the pressure on one another and continue on the charge. As our leader makes his way through second and third, likes of Noah and Riley still continue to chase each other down, but you can see how the pack is closed up. Riley going to be falling a little bit into the clutches as they boot their way past. Beautiful come by for Hunter North and Igor Elstevez that comes on in the fight. Absolutely hammering it down. This is great stuff to see how these drivers are pushing just that little bit harder. But now the question comes in. Who's going to be able to carry the momentum from second all the way down to seventh position is open cards at this game. Riley has set the fastest lap time of the race on that last lap, but he now needs to open up a little bit of distance away from Noah Crenier, who's utilizing the slipstream, and they're slowly closing up to the leader of our race, Logan Ruig, who sees the battle. But the big send comes in. A beautiful move from one of our carts. Takes a dive up on the inside, and that looked to be Ronald Fenter that possibly got that pass done and dusted. As they come on by, lap 5, halfway mark for our young carters as they put the hammer down. Hunter North, Igor Escovez, and Igor Grisham all changing spots, 7th, 8th, and 9th respectively. But take a look for our lead as Logan now falls into the clutches of Riley. So a change up possibly for first place. Logan now needing to get a little bit more defensive against Riley, who is attacking left and right. And now this is also bringing in No Crenier back into the fight as our top three closed up on one another. Rudy Harris, Ronald, and Lawashu. And what a dive. Riley and Logan fighting it out tooth and nail, trying everything they can. No Crenier also looks to stay in for the brawl. Our top three is anyone's games at this moment. And also a little bit further down from 4th, 5th, and 6th as they keep the hammer down. Rudy Harris looking for the inside line into turn 1. Couldn't quite make it stick. This time, however, tries his best a little bit harder. Our top three, nose to tail, 6 out of 10. 4 laps left in this race. And Riley hoping to try and keep Logan at bay. As you can see, Noah Cronier onto the back of him, trying to look for the inside, couldn't make it work. We'll try yet again, going to the top off, a little bit further down. Rudy Harris, Ronald and Lawashu continue to brawl it out a little bit further back. Our top three in for a brawl and a little bit further back. 4th, 5th and 6th continue to argue, trying to pick up the pace, but who is going to pick up the pieces come the end of the race, as we do see Riley now starting to open up the gap. This is exactly where he wants to be. Logan in second place, feeling the pressure to try and gain some time to Noah Cronier. So Noah hopes to try and carry as much momentum as possible. Rudy Harris, Ronald Fenter, Lawashu continue to fight it out for 4th, 5th and 6th as we still get back into shot. Noah and Logan brawling for that 2nd and 3rd place. Noah and Logan now trying to figure out what's going to be the best option here. Are they going to work with one another, or are they going to go for the full sends? This is what they need to start trying to work out a lot faster, because next time by, there's only going to be 2 laps left of this race and 2 laps to maximize points. A little bit further back, a big snap coming in from Rudy Harris, and Ronald Fenter trying to capitalize on it. As they continue on the charge, the Washu just hangs in the back there, waits for his opportunity as they come on by the cross the line. 2 laps remaining. Ronald Fenter looking for the inside of Harris into turn 1. Couldn't make it stick. Tried the inside into turn 2. Not working out this time around as they fixate on the battle. Our top 3 now starting to open up the legs on one another. Bit of spacing of roughly 0.5 of a second between them, but this is going to help out Riley just that little bit more to keep his head down. Noah exactly the same, doesn't have to defend too hard, but out to 4th, 5th and 6th. It's Rudy Harris, Ronald and Lawashu who continue to brawl it out with one another, and there they are through the shot. You can see how hard Fenter is having to push to force Roddy into a mistake. Out of the final corner, and this will be the last lap to make it count. Our top 3 are spread out, but it's down towards 4th, 5th and 6th place who continue on the fight. Ronald Fenter looks around the outside, looks to try and go back for the inside. Didn't quite work out as they continue on the charge, but take a look at Lawashu all over the back of Ronald, trying to figure out how can he get the hammer down, where can he get the momentum. This is going to be a hard charge till the very end, but out in front, Riley opens the gap, looking to try and take the win here for Heat 2. Noah Cronier, nothing left in the tank to get in for the fight, and so is Logan Rugg, but there is our ongoing battle. Rudy Harris, Ronald Fenter, Lawashu continue their brawl with one another. 4th, 5th and 6th on the line as they come across the line. Riley from started will take the checkered flag. Noah Cronier will take 2nd. Logan Rugg will take 3rd place. And across the line goes Ronald Fenter, who finishes behind Rudy Harris. Lawashu in 6th. 7th is Hunter North, Alonso Diaz. Walter Campos in 9th. And 10th place is Igor Grishin, as the wind has come and caused a little bit of havoc here at the circuit. It's starting to pick up quite badly, and it's going to make things rather interesting for all our future categories. But that being said, a massive gust coming through just as we come across the line. You can see just for those advertising banners, they are absolutely blowing in the wind and going a bit nuts. A massive thank you to all our sponsors. Without them, it wouldn't be possible. But gotta say, Heat 2 has been such an incredible run. But now we're going to be moving into our next category and having some more fun here for Heat 2 of the Rock Cup South Africa final round in the championship for 2025. And we're going to be bringing in our Rock Academy out to the circuit shortly.
forsake you. Rearrange my mind, erase you. Erase you.
It's time for our Rock Academy to take to the circuit. This is going to be an interesting run, as our Rock Academy now looking to put the hammer down early on. It's going to be a very close fight, however, and I do think we're in for an absolute duel. The Academy class, a relatively new class to the Rock, and its sole goal is to make affordable racing at grassroots and get everyone to have a bit of fun. It's also very strictly controlled, like all our classes here at the Rock, and you've got to really put your head down to make it work. Had a chat to Celia after his run, and he said, well, it kept cutting out, but he's going to try and give it everything he's got into Heat 2. Let's see if he can make any work. Winner of last race was the likes of Yonasi out in first place. Ashton Reddy in second. Side by side they go. And flat on the gas as they charge into turn one. Really, Yanasi trying to pull away early on. Ashton Reddy now trying to make a little bit of time right onto the back of him and seeing where they can keep the pressure. Gio trying all to move forward. And I do see yellow flags being waved in the back. So yellow flag is if there's an incident on the circuit, and drivers are not allowed to overtake in that sector, but they have to be prepared to stop if there is a cart that's in the way. But it's hammers down for the likes of Yanasi. Hassan trying to close up that gap. We've got the likes of Ali Tirkan Muhammad in third place. Siabonga Sealy in fourth, along with the likes of Daniel Labaskakni trying to keep the hammer down as they continue on the charge. Does look like Yanasi starting to open up that gap early on. We saw this in Heat 1, where he's able to get the little bit more of a run to the likes of the field, but come the halfway mark, just starting to run out of steam, and that's where the likes of Reddy in second place closes up the gap at a rate of knots. Now, the yellow flag looks to have been pulled back, and we are now racing. So it is first and second all over the back of one another. Rite Yanasi now trying to figure out how can he keep the pressure going. A little bit of a slide coming out of the final corner. Loss of time. But it is Ashton Reddy who loses out the most there. A great lap comes in for Yanasi at 54.5 and stretching to a 0.6 of a second gap. So each of the drivers trying to work that a little bit harder, trying to make it work in their favor. But Yanasi continues to open up the gap to the likes of Reddy. As our Rock Academy continues on the charge, but we are starting to see champions in the making. But take a look at Reddy. This is what he's been waiting for, to close up that gap. Look to the inside, but second guessed it. Right there, Yanasi now trying to make up a bit of time. They did, however, get caught with one of the back markers, and now having to try and figure out what can be done. Reddy did this fastest lap of the race, was 0.3, but just not enough room after getting past Natando. So nose to tail, it is a chase down into 3, heading towards 4. Yanasi now hoping to gain a little bit more time. Lost out a lot in sector 2. Not as confident in the brakes, but Reddy now putting the pressure immediately back on to try and close the gap down yet again. Remember, it was 0.6 last time by. Now it's down to 0.3. Well, it's even shorter than that as our front duo continue on their fight. Running in third place in a little bit of no man's land is the likes of Ali Tuscan Muhammad, who will be just keeping the consistent pace. He's about a second off our front running pack. Yanasi hopes to keep the first place, make it a double checkered here today, make it 2 out of 4 thus far, but Reddy is looking to put the impact as they come out of the square. A little bit further back, we got the likes of Siyabonga Seeley, Daniel Labuskakni, Nintendo Mapolo going and fighting their way through and hoping to just really keep the pressure on. Yanasi losing out a lot of ground. Here comes Ashen Reddy, who looks around the inside, outside, can't quite get on the power just as yet. Will wait yet again, but they're going to be starting to make their way up to a back marker. This is going to foul them up a little bit. Couldn't quite go as wide as they would like, but Reddy keeps the pressure on. Nose to tail. Can he go for the dive? Through the right hand, into the left, into the final corner, loses out that momentum, but now trying to take a little bit of a wider line. Different approach this time to close up to Yanasi. Late on the brakes into turn wide and overshot it just a little bit. Had to go a little bit harder on the anchors than planned and allowed Yanasi just to open up that gap just here and there. At the halfway mark, 5 laps to go. And it's still incredibly wild for the likes of Yanasi and Reddy to battle their way around. Nose to tail. Our third place, likes of Ali Tuscan Muhammad, is unfortunately in no man's land. Siyabonga Seeley, who is miles behind, unfortunately not able to make up some ground as well. But our front two are absolutely brawling. They are trying to figure out what is going to work out in their favor. Reddy trying to look for the inside line, takes a very tight line out of the exit, not able to get the run just as yet. Yanasi continues the charge into turn 1, 6 out of 10, ticking those laps by, waiting for the checkered flag, and it's Ashen Reddy that keeps the fastest lap time of the race with a 53.8 on that last lap, which is quicker than Yanasi's 54 he set on that lap, which was his personal best. 0.3 of a second separates the two, and they continue to fight it out. Reddy tries to take it a little bit deeper, unfortunately just getting a bit of understeer that throws him down the order. And now Yanasi looks to try and make it work. Reddy with a deep send on the inside, got the momentum, and take a look, now getting very aggressive. Nose to tail, went for the inside line, and oh, very, very close between the two. Possible contact there, but all looking clean, so I don't think so. I think they were quite open. Beautiful racing between the two, and they are showing off why they are some of the top talent here in South Africa. Ashen Reddy hopes to stay on the tail of Yanasi, who's now opened up the gap yet again. So first and second, leading out by a country mile, 11 seconds, going 12 seconds to the likes of Ali, who holds third place as it stands. But time is starting to run short for many of our competitors. And as they battle their way, it is going to be Yanasi. Continues to open up the drive as Reddy holds second place. 2 laps to go in this race. Ali holds third. Siyabonga Seeley in fourth, and fifth place Daniel Labuskakni continues on his drive. just keeping it all together. Tundo, unfortunately, pulling into pit lane and will not be seeing the checkered flag, but it is now going to be a brawl on the way through. Ashton Reddy, unfortunately, getting a bad lap time the last time around of 54.3 versus Yanasi's 53.9, and continues to try and get a little bit quicker, but Reddy has dialed it up to 11. Looks for the inside line, and unfortunately has it all firmly closed on him. Now trying to aim to try and get by. Nose to tail, heading into the last two corners. He went for the inside. Second guess the option, got to rather wait, but has to get it done this lap as they are on their final lap. First place is open cards. Yanasi, Reddy, who's going to get it? As in, Reddy hopes to try and get a dive bomb of note to get past the likes of Yanasi in first place. Ali Tuscan Muhammad holds third, but take a look at the gap. Now starting to open between likes of Asin Reddy and Oriekle Yanasi. Late on the anchors, Reddy really trying to close the distance and relying to just go on the late on the brakes. They are now half a lap to go for first place. Is it going to be Yanasi to take the victory? Reddy's going to have to go for the Sendio. He's close enough to get it done. There's two more corners to deal with. Unfortunately, the right-hander's not going to be it. Going to have to go for the final corner. Is it going to be a full send? Comes out, drag race to the line. Yanasi gets ahead of Reddy. 0.1 of a second separated. The likes of Uri Hitle, Yanasi, and Ashin Reddy. Ali Tuscan Muhammad takes third. Bonga Sealy will hold fourth. And Daniel Labaskakni will take fifth place. What a drive from our competitors. Absolutely incredible stuff. And man, oh man, that was a wild, wild race till the very end. So a big thank you to all our sponsors that without them wouldn't make this possible, and also being produced by 111 Productions. Big shout out to all the teams, and this is a MSA Championship in association with FIA. A massive thank you to all our sponsors, keeping us going, keeping us on track, and keeping the series coming live. The Rock back with live streaming and getting the final round of the 2025 Championship.
It took me 17 days to shake you, rearrange my mind, erase you. Erase you.
Coming up is our Mini Rock Heat 2. Now, after such a phenomenal battle with our Rock Academy, Mini Rock is going to come out in full swing. And honestly, it has been some close battles out towards the front. Remember, this is the championship round. This is the final round of the championship for the Rock Nationals. And it's all come down to 4 heats here today at Redstar Raceway out in Delmas, South Africa. It's time for our Mini Rock Heat 2 to make their way out onto the circuit. This is going to be a wild, wild run. The Mini Rock hoping to get to the top of the order. Leading out the championship is Max Bischoff, but we saw how Cade got into the fight. We saw how the top 5 battled it through. This grid is one of the closest fields we have seen today and has been all season long. Every single one of the drivers have an option to go and win the 2025 championship. Rounding out, getting to our final corner. It's going to be lights on. They're waiting to go. Holding the line. Lights on, lights off, and away we go racing. Diving down towards turn 1. Max getting a great jump up the line, but it is Maddox Mason who has gone right into the top spot. Unfortunately, losing out a little bit of momentum coming out of round 2. Cade hoping to stay in for the fight. As they continue on the charge, Santiago Freid a little bit further down in. It started out with third. Max Bischoff also trying to put the hammer down as they continue on. Unfortunately, Maddox down into second, losing out a little bit of ground, but it is still no tail on the way through for our competitors to just try and dial it up to 10 as they circle around. This is a 12-lap race, and they are going to be coming up to end lap 1. Cross the line, and it still leads out as Cade getting a stellar run on Maddox Mason. Max Bischoff up into third place, trying to defend from Logan behind him. Logan hoping to just put that little bit more of an edge. Lies in fourth place and just slightly on the back of Santiago Freid. But first and second is incredibly close, with Cade Konofsky only just ahead of Maddox Mason as it stands. Late on the anchors, try for the inside line, wasn't able to move a off the line, and now hopes to try and put the power down just a fraction early. Our top 4 now have an opportunity to fight it out for first place, as each of them are keeping each other busy. A little bit further down, however, hurt the fight with the likes of Santiago Freid, Kyan Reddy, Diego Bermadone, and the wind starting to howl and pick up here at Delmas Redstar Raceway. And this is going to change the race as crosswinds become a bit of a problem. Side by side coming in for Kyan Reddy and Diego Bermadone, who are fighting a little bit further down the field. Our top 4 battles through, and it does look like an overtake for Maddox Mason. Gets ahead, now looks to try to open up gap, went out a little bit wide. Cade dive for the inside line as they continue on. Now third place, Max Bischoff continues in as well. Nose to tail. Max trying to figure out where can he get the pass done. Maddox hoping to hold that second place. Doesn't want to lose out time to Cade, who now is going to be keeping the power on. Opens a tiny gap to take a bit of a breath. Maddox up on the inside. Beautiful pass. Cade down into second. And it's all over the show. Take a look. Logan gains a position as well, up into third place. It is a brawl all over as the field fight one another. Santiago, Kyan, Diego, Zach all come into the play. Max Bischoff down into fourth place. Logan trying to get away now as he holds third place. Maddox Mason in first place now, trying to open up the gap. Cade's got the advantage through the turn 3, now puts the power down, heading towards 4. It's going to be late on the anchors. Unfortunately, couldn't get it done just as yet. Tries to circle back, unfortunately not there as well. Maddox Mason making life rather difficult at this point. A little bit further back as well. Kyan Reddy and Diego Bermadone finding out with one another. Zach Bischoff, Parker van der Meulen, Robert Moritz, Ronald Fenter, Ethan Tuttelberg right out the field. And each all keeping with one another, trying to focus on the charge. I mean, this is just an absolute brawl, start to finish. Maddox Mason trying to get a little bit more room with Cade on his tail. In the slipstream they go. Max Bischoff up into third place. Now wants to try and keep up the momentum. Logan falling a little bit behind. That's allowed Santiago to get a bit closer to him. Now Santiago down in fifth place is just biding his time, waiting for his opportunity to get the pass done. Cade now looks to try get on the inside of Maddox and does it. Beautifully done. Logan also just starting to curve his way through the field. Nose to tail as they battle through. This is going to be a wild one. Logan now looks to try go around the outside. Second gets a big move coming in for Cade as they just have a near miss between Max and Cade. But they continuously focus on the attack. Logan tries to fight it out. Look to the inside now into the slipstream as they pull each other along, heading into turn one. Cade Konofsky leads out the battle. Max Bischoff in second. Maddox Mason in third. Logan below. Tries to go up on the inside. Oh, beautiful. He gets it. But unfortunately, lands up in the weeds. And that, unfortunately, is one young Carter that got a very, very bumpy ride on the way through into turn one, heading to turn two. But back up to our leading pack. Cade Konofsky now trying to open up the gap just a little bit. Unfortunately, losing a bit of time there. Max Bischoff all over the back of him. Tries to look for the inside line. Couldn't quite get it worked out. Tries to get underneath him yet again through the right-hander. Not easy done, but we have seen many using the curves just like that. Max beautifully goes for it. Cade tries to defend, and take a look at Maddox. Follows through to go and defend. Logan all over the back of him. Max just couldn't carry the momentum through. Lost out the drive as they come out of the final corner, and on the back of them, Santiago waiting for his opportunity to get the hammer down. So they come across the line. They've gone past halfway mark on their 7th lap now, out of 12. It's all or nothing for the competitors. They need to push themselves this little bit more. Maddox Mason once again looks to the inside line through turn 4. Couldn't quite get the hammer down. Cade now starting to open up just a little bit of breathing room. Max all over the back of him. Tries to look up on the inside. Got so close to trying to get it done. Unfortunately, the door got close on him. Logan also trying to attack on the left-hand side. It is a fight for the top 4. It is a fight for first place. It's anyone's game here. Cade goes out wide to take a look. Max sweeps in on the inside. Gets the pass done. Cade into second and right into the clutches of Max Bischoff. So Maddox having a brilliant run through the hairpin. But now it's about carrying the momentum through. He's going to be creating the slipstream for the likes of Cade Konofsky, Max Bischoff, and Logan to keep each other company. Logan waiting for his opportunity here, just biding his time as it's nose to tail for Cade and Maddox. One mistake could be it for the championship. Maddox now trying to just get a little bit of breathing room, slowly but surely. Logan losing that touch with the train. Max Bischoff looks for the inside line on Cade. Couldn't quite get it done. And Maddox hoping to just try and defend the tight apex. Gets it done and dusted. But can he do it again? Is it going to be enough? Take a look at the send. Beautifully done. And that's Maddox and Cade fight it out. Logan's back into the fight. Maddox down the order. And take a look at the send. It is pass after pass after pass from all 4 competitors. Trying to pick up the hammer a little bit further back. Santiago trying to stay in the mix. Kyan, Zach, Diego, Ruben, Parker, Ronald, and Ethan continue on their charge. But it's Max Bischoff up into first. Take a look at Maddox up on the inside, trying to get the pass done. Very, very wide from them both. And Logan picks up the pieces. Logan up into third. Now continues on the charge. Max Bischoff opens up the distance. Can he keep ahead of Maddox Mason, who's now kept busy by Logan Miller? And Logan all over the back of him. Logan hoping to keep it all together. Logan Miller has a bit of a tough time out there. And right behind, you can see how Santi has come back into frame. He's hoping to stay in for the fight. Through the final corner they go to tick off yet another lap. Max holds first place. Maddox in second. Logan in third. Cade down into fourth. Along with Santiago, Zach, Kyan, Riven, Diego. All trying to battle their way around the circuit. But our lead is now starting to look a little bit more comfortable for Max as he opens up the difference between himself and Maddox and Logan. who continue to fight out for second and third respectively. Logan biding his time yet again. Got to be really careful not to pull the trigger too late as he's getting slowly caught up with Cade and Santiago. Logan trying to get the pass on. Maddox doing everything he can. Looked around the outside, tucked up right underneath him. Hoping to push a little bit more. Seeing if they could try and close up the gap to Max Bushhoff. A little bit of a thinking game coming in here for the young Carters. As they stand on the gas, coming across the line. It's still going to be Max leading out, but this time with 0.3 of a second versus a little bit more they had as 0.5. And now, likes of Maddox and Logan continue to brawl. Cade and Santiago trying to work with one another to try and close up to the field. But it is all out for a fight. Change of position for Diego Bermadone and Ruben Moritz moving up from 8th and 9th. Logan right on the rear bumper of Maddox, trying to figure out where he can get by. Look to the inside, just a little lean, just to see if there's gap. He's going to try, however, and what a close by Maddox to just keep it going. Logan looked for the outside, didn't quite work out, and now top three back on top of one another. Max keeps the pace, but here comes Maddox and Logan, and when they come on by, they will see that there's one lap left. It's a shootout for the top three. Max, Maddox, Logan, last lap for first place. Logan all over the back, trying to make up some ground. Maddox looked to try and go for the inside line on Max. Unfortunately, didn't work out in his favor. We'll have to wait out just a little bit longer at this point. Logan looked around the outside, wasn't close enough to make it stick. He's going to try it all over again as they close up to Max out in first place. Max leads out the championship. He's looking to take home big points here for Heat 2 out of 4 heats today here at Redstar. Logan deep on the inside line, trying to figure out where can he get on by, and take a look. Max goes in tight. Maddox goes out wide. So does Logan. It's an outright sin. Who's going to be able to make it work? Couple of corners to go. Max still leads out, loses a bit of time. Here comes a close fight as it's all over back of one another. Coming across the line, a drag race to the line, and beautifully done. Absolutely beautifully done. And that is it. Done, dusted, game over. What a race. Our top 4 in for a fight of note all the way through. And man, that was a mad race. Let's honestly take a little bit of a break and we'll come back with some of the results there.
Welcome here to Rock Cup SA here down in Cape Town. Out on circuit now, the mini Redstar race number 312 left out there.
Welcome to Rock National Round 2. My name's Gianna Pascal.
My name's Josh Moore.
My name's Jack Moore. I'm 13 years old and I race OKJ.
I would say that today was a pretty phenomenal day.
My favorite moment today was definitely winning race 2. I think I got a bit lucky with lots of people spinning off.
Today we're going to be stopping at the lights. We're going to be riding fast, go around the whole track, and I'm going to win.
What a drive to the end, and what an absolute brawl. Gotta say, that was some incredible racing coming up. With that being said, let's take a look at our circuit here at Redstar Raceway, as they've been fighting it out around this 1.2 kilometer circuit and looking to really open up the championship. Now, the question is, who is gonna have the pace till the very end? It's gonna be a brawl, it's gonna be great stuff. And we're moving on to our OKJs. They're gonna be heading out onto the circuit. They're gonna be brawling to fight and have a ton of fun. So OKJs heading out onto the circuit to have a bit of fun. But that being said, we've got to talk about our mini rock, because to give you through the running order, it was Maddox Mason who took first place by 0.094 ahead of Logan Bilal, and Max Bischoff finished up in third place. Cade Kanofsky finished up in fourth with Santiago Frey, Zach Bischoff, Kyan Reddy, Diego Bermudin, Ruben Moretz, Ronald Fenter, Parker van der Meulen, and Ethan Tuttelberg rounding out the pack. So, with that said and done, we are now moving up through the ranks in Heat 2, only getting warmer. The circuit becoming more and more fun to push that little bit harder, and all our competitors chomping at the bit as they come across the line to start their race. And it is a false start, unfortunately, for our competitors. Trying their luck. Unfortunately, a false start means they're going to slow things back up and get back into formation. So a false start as our marshals here at Redstar Raceway, a very thankless job, and honestly a big shout out to our marshals and officials and medics and all the ground staff that's here at Redstar Raceway, making it just a huge amount of fun. But now we're going to see how it all works out. Jack Moore, Caio Sierra looking to fight their way through, and who is going to be charging their way to the top at the start of the race. Now, it was a false start. Now they're going to have to make it work in their favor. Lined up on the line. Jack Moore hoping to gather as many points as possible for the championship. This is extremely close, and away they go. All looks clean this time round. Jack Moore getting a phenomenal roll as Caio Sierra trying to make up some time. Matthew Mason also had a phenomenal launch off the line, trying to move forward. Alexander Prozovic as well tries to go and open up the gap. Nose to tail all the way through, as each of the competitors now just trying to shuffle into their position, start getting into the rhythm, and we'll start focusing onto the attack. But you can see Sierra a little bit down in third place, trying to hunt down that inside line and not able to move up. No tire warmers here, so they got to get all the friction in to get a little bit more pace. Jack Moore hoping that he can try get a little bit closer to Mateo Mesa. Sierra constantly keeping the pressure on, looks for the inside line. Unfortunately, couldn't make it work. Jack Moore now having to play a little bit more defensive to try and hold that second place. Mateo Mason out in front, starts to keep the power on and opening up the distance. A huge, huge battle starting to form for our lead, but just keep an eye out. Fourth place, Regali Marula Spice has been in the championship fight for quite some time this season and is lying second in the championship. It's all about the momentum to fight it out, and he's not one to back down at the moment. It's going to add a little bit of spice to this fight as he lies in fourth place, but he's getting hunted down by the likes of Chase Huskins as it stands. Caio Sierra going a little bit quicker this time around, has got the pace, but it's Mateo Mason with that 53.2 and just 0.1 of a second quicker than Jack Moore. Caio Sierra, Ricali Marula Spice, and Chase Huskins as they stand. So Ricali Spice now trying to figure out what can he do. But Sierra losing out the train from Jack Moore and Mateo Mason, who are now starting to open up the gap, and they are fighting out tooth and nail as it stands for the OKJ Heat 2. Now this is going to work out rather well for Jack Moore as he leads out the championship, and he's having a fight with likes of Mateo, who is not in the championship fight for the top 3. So this is just another card that can take away the points from Ricali Spice. Sierra now closing up through the final corner, and he's lies in 7th position, but now looking to take brawl. Ooh, taking a lot of curb there to try and bring it back and put in an absolutely amazing lap time of 52.909. Sierra trying to take a little bit more corner heading into turn 2, but drops off in through the first sector. Immediately, Jack Moore now puts the pressure back onto Mateo, trying to figure out how can he get by, looking for that kink in the armor, looking on the left, looking on the right, now just tucks in behind, waits for the opportunity, keep applying the pressure, wait for a mistake. They got 15 laps to play with here. A little bit further back, we have got Riccardi Spice, Chase Huskins, Alexander Prosvik, Ashai Nugra, and Ruteleng going and fighting out. So great to see little brawls now starting to fight their way through. Jack Moore setting the fastest lap time of the race this time around as he tries to carry the momentum through, but still not getting past as they find it into a long right-hander. It's a late apex. Mateo still holds out that first place, going elbows out, doing everything they can, but a little bit further down, we do have a bit more of a brawl coming in. And this is down in the order of Ricali, Chase, Alexander, and Ashay going and fighting with one another and hoping to push it just a little bit harder as they continue on the run. So our top 3 continue on their charge. Will be coming across the line, tick yet another lap off. Mateo looks behind him just to see what's happening. He does see Jack Moore kind of further back from there. Ricali, Alexander, Chase falling down the order as Alexander got the momentum coming out of the final corner. So we are seeing little pockets of battles here at Redstar Raceway, getting more and more challenging for competitors to try and push themselves that little bit more. Jack Moore now hard pressed to try and get the pass done, because now it is crucial on the points. But Mateo Mason putting in the fastest lap time on that last lap of 52.7. So not slowing down, but getting faster and faster. Unlike the rest of the field, they actually went worse than their personal best as time has gone on. This tire is starting to get a little bit overheated. They have to take a little bit of caution onto it. Mateo Mason runs out wide, keeps it all together. Sierra running in 3rd place, not having an easy time, however. Ricali, Alexander, Chase, Ashay, Rutelink, Zuan Breitenbach coming across the line. And rounding out the pack is Jordan Claassen, who is just having a bit of fun out there, circulating. Not an easy thing to do, especially in these OKJs. They are extremely physical. The physical and mental stamina needed to fight it out in this top tier racing is on next level. Jack keeping the pressure on Mateo, waiting for an opportunity to start opening up, but unfortunately loses out a lot through Sector 1. He does make it up through Sector 2 into Sector 3 and in through the final corner. This is where he's a little bit more of a demon on the brakes, closes up at a rate of knots, and so does Sierra. But soon as gets onto the straightaway, just doesn't have the top end to deal with it. A little bit further down, Ricali, Alexander, and Chase, they continue to push each other down and hope to get a little bit more time. But take a look at the lap time, however. Kaio Sierra at 52.6 has done a stellar job to carry on. Chase all over the back of Alexander, trying to figure out where he can get on by. Ricali will continue to hold that 4th place. Back up towards our leaders, however. And it is Jack and Mateo now going and breaking the toe completely from Kaio as they continue on. Jack Moore having no room to get on by, and Mateo doing a phenomenal defensive drive. Sierra waits in 3rd place, but it's Ricali, Alexander, and Chase who are still keeping the pressure on one another. Ashay and Ruteling as well in that mix. It is a huge train that's starting to make their way through into turn one, but our top three continue to fight on. And there is our beautiful fight a little bit further down. This is for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th position as they continue on their charge. Jack Moore did set the fastest of the race with a 52.5. He's now trying to get a little bit more of the hammer down to try and take that race victory. However, Mateo's making it rather difficult at this point. In and out, fighting their way through. Not easy for our leaders to go and keep it all together. And it's going to be late on the anchors for Jack and Mateo as they try and get on by. Mateo Mason now hard on the throttle, making it happen. Yurkali, Alexander, Chase, and Shelley also close on one another. We get an odd shot every time to see the battle, but it is still open cards for first place. On lap 9 of 15, and time is running out. If Jack Moore wants to make this pass, he's got to do it in the next couple of laps. Otherwise, we'll be having to walk away with 32 points instead of 35 points for the championship. Still a good haul, but unfortunately does bring that gap a little bit closer to losing out the national championship of the OKJ for 2025 here at the Rock. Take a look at monster slide coming in for Kaius here, who just tries to keep it all in check. Unfortunately, lost the trade, lost the slipstream, and now just driving in a little bit no man's lane without having any chance of second place as it stands, unless Jack and Mateo foul each other up just a little bit more. So some great racing up and down through the field. And as it stands, all our drivers trying to go and step up the game. Mateo Mason, Jack Moore, Kaya Sierra, Riccardi Mula, Alexander Prozovic, Chase Huskins, along with Ashani Nugra, Rutling Tesco, Zuan Breitenbach, and Jordan Claessens rounds out our pack as they carry on. 5 laps left, make it 4 1/4 as Mateo now trying to round out the final, heading towards the final corner. Jack Moore still continues to hold enough pressure on the back in first place, not caving in as yet. Jack pushing that a little bit harder, braking a little bit harder. You can see getting a lot more aggressive under braking, trying to close the distance as fast as possible, attacking the curbs rather hard, hoping for any opportunity to try and get ready to go. I mean, this is going to be an absolutely close one, as much as I'll fight a little bit further down with Alexander Prozovic in 4th place, Chase Huskins in 5th, along with Riccardi down in 6th. He's losing grip on that championship hope and is dropping down the order. Not ideal circumstances for Heat 2, and we'll have to put everything in for Heat 3 and Heat 4 to try and contend to take home the championship here today. Mateo holds the lead just ahead of Jack Moore, but only by a fraction as they come across the line. 3 more laps to go. Mateo set his fastest lap time of the race, personal best of 52.5. So does Alexander jump in, and Chase setting their personal best at the moment. So great stuff from our karters. They're just trying to figure out how to get that little bit more pace to push themselves that little bit more, but it starts to look like Mateo is now checking out of the fight from Jack Moore, running out of stamina. Kaya Sierra unfortunately dropped way out of the picture. Alexander Prozovic, Chase Huskins, along with Riccardi Marula. Ashay Nugra a little bit further down in 7th. Rutaling down in 8th. As they come around final corner, it's going to be eyes going. It's going to be flat out. 2 laps left in it to make it work. You can see late on the anchors, the sun starting to play into effect as it's 2 o'clock here. Redstar, Delmas, Heat is all part and parcel. And it's going to be what sets it all apart, as we do see just in shot, a beautiful one of Chase going and leaping over the curb, trying to catch up to Alexander in 4th place. We've got the little fights right the way through. Jack Moore set the fastest lap time of the race, last lap with a 52.4, and continues to try and close down. He's dialed it up, but as we see Kaya Sierra comes through, here comes the fight for 4th place that would be going and battling your way through. So, back up to our leading pack. Mateo and Jack come across the line. 1 lap to go. So this is a fight out for the lead. Last lap to make it work. Jack Moore's got to really hammer down if he wants to make it work. Mateo holding first place as it stands. Cairo in a little bit of nowhere. Alexander, Chase, Riccardi, Shea all continue to fight it out with one another. It's going to be a wild run to the line. Jack Moore, if he wants this, he's got to really take a deep breath. He's got to go for that extremely late on the brakes to try and get by. He's going to have to force Mateo offline as they go through the infield and through the final sector. Right hand, left hand, short straight into the right. It's only 2 more corners to make it work. It looks like Mateo has done enough. Has he gone and carried it through? It is. Mateo taking first place. Jack Moore second, along with Kaio Sierra in third. Alexander carrying his momentum through. Will be more than happy on a stellar drive. And will take fourth. Chase Huskins takes fifth. Riccardi Marula sits in sixth. Seventh place is Shea Mugra, and Rutaling Tesco sits in eighth. Ninth is Zuan Breitenbach, and rounding out the pack is Jordan Claassen. What a phenomenal drive from our competitors. And honestly, this is Heat 2. We still got 2 more to go in the day. And I mean, this is where we want to be. This is the Rock Championship. When you think you know what's going to happen, it all flips on its head. And next up, we're going to be moving on to our OKNs for their second heat of the day. Massive shout out to all our sponsors. Without them, this day would not be possible. And we absolutely love to have them. A big shout out to Cloud CTO, Go Good, Cherry Pick Locations, Bronze Court, Easy Life Kitchens, Ferry Glen, along with NBR Racing, Photon Tracks, Port Elizabeth, Silvercrest Insurance, Life of Mad and Tower. It's a YouTube channel you definitely want to go and take a look. Lots of behind the scenes. And not only you get to see the 2 drivers out there, you get to see all the friends as well. And a special thanks to Rock Cup as well for bringing some of the racing from overseas. And now we are sending back world champions. Coming up is our OKN Heat 2 here at Redstar Raceway. And it's going to be an absolute flight out of note. After seeing our OKJs really put on a show, Emil Fotomotorin looking to fight it out. Gian Pascal in second place. Jesse Swart in third. Josh Moore lies in fourth with Ethan Bostander. Anastasia Crosses a little bit further down as they line up side by side, waiting for the start of the race, and away they go, all looking clean as they launch towards turn 1. And there is a flag. Oh no, that is a false start. A false start. Oh, just as you get excited. The question is, now it's, we got to do it all over again. We got to get to, with it. I mean, you got the excitement, you come out of the corner, you got going, but now you got to try not get caught sleeping at the wheel. And this is going to be the most crucial stage of the race, trying to get your head back in, try and bring the adrenaline back down and focus on the charge. as our competitors make their way around the circuit once again side by side. 15 laps for our OKNs for Heat 2. Van der Voeteren had a brilliant run in Heat 1. Pascal a little bit further down. Unfortunately, wasn't where she wanted to be. Jessie had a brilliant run in Heat 1. Josh Moore had a also great drive coming out and moved up through the order. But let's see how it's all going to work out as they come around the final corner. It's going to be lights on, lights on, lights on, lights off, and away they go racing. Heading down to turn 1, and it's going to be likes of Emil trying to hold a defensive inside line. It does so beautifully done. Jessie Swart now chasing down Gianna, trying to pick up the pace as well, as it's all in the train. Nose to tail, they start carving their way through, making any opportunity to try and get a pass done. But it's all about momentum base now. It's all about keeping the rhythm to stay at the sharp end of the field. And each of the drivers going to be figuring out what's going to be the next plan here, because the championship is on the line and incredibly close in the OKN. Flat on the gas they go, coming across the line to complete their first lap. And it's Emil van der Voeteren, Jessie Swart, Gianna Pascal down into third, Ethan Bostander up into fifth, Josh Moore, Brooke Loretti, Karma Nova, Anastasia Grasis, and White Jonas rounding out the pack. Emil now starting to open up the gap to the likes of Jessie Swart. Gianna and Ethan are going to be fighting it out for third and fourth. Start playing the long game in this one as they fight it out. So third, fourth, and fifth. Gianna, Ethan, and Josh Moore keeping the pressure on one another as our front pack starts to run away. But take a look how close Josh Moore is on the back of Ethan Bostander. Trying to figure out how he can get on by. Looked for the inside, outside, but now they've actually closed up to the leading pack as Emil's starting to open up the distance. Jessie getting sucked into the fight with the likes of Gianna, and right on the back of them, Josh Moore, Brooke Loretti, Colmo, Anastasia, and Wyatt starting to make up the time. Gianna all over the back of Stewart, trying to figure out Jessie Swart now trying to figure out how she can get on by. Looked for the inside, backed out of it. Now just concentrating, getting in a little bit more room. Going to try and lunge on the brakes. Big launch to needing to be done there. But our fighting our pack. Gianna sets the fastest lap time with a 53.1. We are expecting them to get down into the 52s as our top three close up the gap. Right behind them, Ethan Bostander, Josh Moore are keep each other company and preoccupied. Gianna looks for the inside, couldn't quite make it work. Jessie holds a defensive line. And Emil now starting to open up the gap even more. A little bit further back from them. Brooke Loretti, Como, and Anastasia still keep the pressure on one another as they fight it out. So it's good to see little pockets of battles out on the circuit. Doesn't matter where you look here in the OKN, you will always see some fights starting to happen and different strategies coming into play. Whether they're going to be pushing hard at the start or they're going to back it off, wait for midway in the race, and then go straight back onto the attack. Well, only time will tell. And at the moment, Gianna set the fastest lap time of the race yet again with a 52.6. But that is going to be fought out by 0.2 of a second between Jessie Swart. Unfortunately, Emil is actually the slowest of the three. Right behind them, that pack is going to be Ethan Bostander and Josh, who are running 53.3's exact times to continue on the chart. So they are in their own fight indeed. Emil once again opens up the gap. Gianna not having an easy time out there. And Jessie Swart battles to try and hold on to the back. Now Gianna has the leading Jessie around, now hopes to put on the charge and will be pulling a little bit closer to Emil, who has had clear air right the way through. So now this is the battle for second place. Gianna and Jessie continue their charge. Jessie's not going to go on the attack too hard right now by Gianna, but just wait for the opportunity to get on by. Doesn't want to go and scrub the tires too hard right now. Going to just try and wait it out just that little bit more, but can't hold back too much. Otherwise, Ethan Bostander and Josh Moore, who are in their own fighting duo, fighting out for fourth and fifth position, is not too far behind. So brilliant race starting to unfold for second and third, fourth and fifth as it stands a little bit further back. Likes of Como continues on the drive. Brooke, Loretti, and Anastasia keep each other busy. And rounding out the pack, White Jonas, who will continue to push that a little bit more. As our leader now starting to open up the gap, has put roughly a second between himself and the likes of Gianna as she holds her line against Jessie Swart. Not going to be an easy time out there. Jessie tried to keep close and looked like it braked a little bit later, lost that little bit of drive, and now will be sitting, trying to claw back some of the time lost. As the wind starts to pick up a little bit more, the crosswind is going to become a bit more of an issue for the competitors. And you can see we have got a retirement. That might have been Josh Moore that came across. It was Josh Moore coming into pit lane, and it will be out of the fight with Ethan Bostander. So what on earth happened to Josh Moore? All looked like it was going fine until it went out and done. So Emil sets the fastest lap time of the race with a 52.5. Gianna down into second. Jessie in third. Ethan Bostander, after fighting it out, now sitting in no man's land in fourth place. Como sits in fifth. Anastasia up into sixth. Brooke up into seventh. Eighth place is White Jonas as he continues on the drive. So still so many laps to go. I say now on lap 7 out of 15. As they push that little bit harder. Once again, Emil put in the fastest lap time of the race, ticking it off one by one. 52.4 as he continues on the drive. Each of the competitors just focusing on their charge, trying to figure out what is going to be the best one. Gianna doing her fastest lap time here in the race with a 52.5 and hopes to try and stretch that gap just a little, and with a second difference between herself and first place. So now starting to close up that gap and sitting in the 52s. Jessie down in the 53s along with the likes of Ethan, Como, and Anastasia, all sitting in the 53s. Brooke and Wyatt respectively sit in 54 and 55 as their last lap time. No change up at the front, but the gap starting to get a little bit bigger. Emil trying to push a little bit harder to break away from Gianna. 1.1 seconds separating them when they cross the timing line. 52.3 for Emil. Now starting to open up the gap and really put the power down. But there's nothing in it between likes of Gianna, Jessie, and Emil in their lap times. But out on circuit with a little bit of fresh air in between them, they can focus on their rhythm. They can focus on getting on the attack and start moving their way forward as much as possible. Gianna's trying to cut down that 1 second gap every step of the way into sector 2, in through the infield, but just not able to get the run coming into sector 3 and out down the main straight. And that's where we do see likes of Jessie Swart starts to close up the gap ever so slightly. Gianna sets the fast lap time of the race with a 52.2. Emil with a 52.3, his personal best. But Jessie, for the first time, hasn't been able to do a personal best. Como with a personal best of 53.1. And Anastasia with a 53.3. As all our young karters now getting buffeted with the wind as they try and make their way around. It is going to be a tailwind starting to form as they go up to the top of the circuit into turn 6. But it is going to be an incredible battle to try and keep it all together as they come towards the pit wall. It is a crosswind that buffets them to the right-hand side. Emil runs out a bit wide, trying to keep it nice and consistent. Our top 3 with plenty of spacing between them.
Four, pick up the second horse, pick up the second part, okay, coming to 4, on 4, coming back to 2.
As the gaps start to form in our OKNs, this is where it starts to wonder where you're going to end up with 5 laps remaining of this race. It's a chase down to the very end. Who's got enough stamina? Who's got enough in the tank to go and dig down deep, to go for the drive, to really move his way up through the order? And this is going to be a monster run. Emil with a 52.2. It's been getting quicker and quicker and quicker as the kart gets lighter on fuel. But is he going to have enough to keep pushing to break away from Gianna? Gianna has also tapped off, starting to feel that pressure, starting to slow down. 1.5 seconds separating the two of them, now into 2 seconds. Emil is just starting to open up the distance more and more here and wants to make it work out in his favor. 4 laps remain. Carmo Novola does his best lap time of 52.9 when he came by in 5th place. And now just trying to focus on getting these lap times. So focus on moving forward and charging their way to the front. They've got 4 heats here today at Redstar Raceway. This is the second of the heat. They'll get a little bit of a break into Heat 3, and then the final heat will be it for all the marbles for our OKN class. Emil opens up the gap yet again, trying to really focus on the charge here. Gianna comes across the line, 2.2 seconds behind, and right behind, a little bit further back, is actually likes of Jesse Stewart, who sits 2 seconds shy of her. A good little fight that will start to form as Ethan Bostander and Carmo, 4th and 5th, are going to be fighting out as they charge on, with the likes of Carmo actually up 4 positions up on the likes of the field since the start. Anastasia up to a 53.1 personal best here for this race, and looking to keep up the momentum just that little bit more, digging deep. As our competitors now focus on the tack. Emil hoping to just try and keep a consistent pace as 2 laps remain and looking to take home that checkered flag for Heat 2. Gianna in a second, going to be aiming for 32 points. JC Swart will be looking to fight it out a little bit further. Everyone focusing on just keeping it going. I think everyone's starting to feel it as they fight their way through. Colmo, Ethan fight out between one another, but it's our leader who just keeps an easy ride through.
Coming back to 2, stand by 2, 1, 2. Coming to 4.
As it's 1 lap to go, it's make it or break it. As our karters make their way through, trying to put the hammer down. Emil van der Voeteren looks like to open up a gap to try and pick up the pace with the likes of Gianna Pascal. Jesse Swart will be holding 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, but Ethan Bostander and Carmo continue to be right on top of one another within a second on last time by, and looks like they're going to be quite happy on their drive. But here comes our leader, Emil van der Voeteren, will come across the line, taking the checkered flag. Gianna finishes up in 2nd. Jesse Swart in 3rd. Ethan Bostander in 4th. Carmo Novola will round out the pack in 5th. Anastasia crosses. Brooke Loretti, Wyatt Jonas. And unfortunately, 1 retirement. It will be for Josh Moore. Up next, though, we're going to be moving on to our Cadet Heat 3. And they will be heading out onto the circuit. The youngsters chomping at the bit to go and fight their way. It's going to be an incredible one. It is only just heating up. And we're at Heat 3 of 4 here. Cadets looking to start it off. So take a look at the conditions. The wind absolutely insane here. Crosswinds down the main straight, but headwinds when you're making your way up towards the top. But a big shout out to all our sponsors. And we are here at the beautiful circuit of Redstar Raceway, a circuit that has really gone up through the years, from a drag strip from a circuit to a kart circuit to a short circuit. It's been everything, and we get to have a bit of fun here with the Rock Cup South Africa as we fight out for the final round of the National Championship. And next up is going to be our cadet class. They're going to be battling out. They will be on the shortened version of the circuit, so we'll enter turn 1 in the right-hander. They'll continue through to turn 2, which is left, into a quick right, coming back towards ourselves. So it's a shortened time for the karts, but it's good to see. But a big shout out to all our sponsors that make this possible here at the Rock Cup for 2025. Time for our cadet class to make their way to the start-finish line. They will be on a standing start. Caleb Rogers has taken 2 victories thus far and will be more than happy to call himself the Tillerson Cadet Champion. But keep an eye on Grayson Fenter and Ethan Zatero, cart number 29 and cart number 55. They were brawling out in Heat 2. Christopher Grimrick, unfortunately, had a retirement during the course of his race on number 96 as they launch off a line. Caleb Rogers immediately trying to get the jump to the top end of the field. Now keep an eye Second and third is going to get a bit wild. Caleb Rogers hoping to break away early on. Christopher Grimrick trying to also close back up on. So Grayson Fenter looking to try and brawl it out with the likes of Ethan and Satira. They are in the fight for the championship as it stands. Caleb Rogers not having an easy time to try and open up. Christopher getting a lot of momentum, and it looks like he might be actually joining back into the fray. Whatever the problem was, they got it sorted out. But second and third, once again, rejoining the fight between one another. Grayson and Ethan will be fighting out into turn one. Late on the brakes for Ethan as he tries to close up the gap to Grayson. Caleb Rogers up into first place, opens up the gap, trying to get away, but here is the fight for second place, as we do see Grayson trying to stick to the outside. Ethan looked for the inside line, couldn't quite make it work out in his favor, and we'll try and keep the battle up yet again. So nose to tail they go, and this is where Grayson runs out a little bit wide. Ethan goes in a little bit tighter, trying to get the pass done. Christopher Grimrick now starting to close up, so second, third, and fourth are now on top of one another. This is going to be an interesting situation because Christopher needs to try and get past both Ethan and Grayson, who are fighting out, but they will not budge. They are in a complete race they are in right now. Tunnel vision of note. Grayson and Ethan not backing out of the fight. As our leader checking out from the fight. So Caleb now checking out, but take a look at the brawl coming in. It's a drag race coming to the line. This is Grayson, Ethan, and Christopher fighting out into turn one. Who's going to have legs? It does look like it's going to be Grayson, only just ahead of Ethan as it stands. Christopher trying to close up that gap every step of the way. Second, third, and fourth continue to brawl as they fight their way around the circuit. Caleb Rogers continues to take some momentum as it stands. Grayson, Ethan, and Christopher now nose to tail on the back of one another as they come charging down the main straight. It's all about the slipstream. Christopher caught in that slipstream, trying to pull himself along, and it is going to be Ethan who has to go a little bit on the defense here as he holds second place ahead of Grayson, trying to go on the inside into turn one, fighting. Immediately turning into a fight as they carve their way through. Ethan, Grayson, and Christopher want to try and battle their way around the circuit. Caleb not having an easy time out, or having an easier time out there as he's reached the halfway mark of this race. He's on lap 5, but it is a fight. Ethan and Grayson now drag race into turn 1. Who's going to be late on the brakes? However, the 55 stuck out on the outside. So 29 that gets past Grayson. Christopher closes up right onto the back of him. Now is going and pushing to try and make his way by. They are fighting tooth and nail as they battle their way around the circuit. Our leader, Caleb Rogers, is not aware of the fight between Ethan, Grayson, and Christopher, but they will be brawling each and every time. 2 laps to go, and it's second place, starting to open up the gap. That's going to be the likes of Grayson, who's going to be more than happy to keep the drive. Ethan down into third place, and Christopher now hanging on the back in fourth place. As our leader, Caleb Rogers, now opens up the gap from 10 seconds into 11 seconds, but the fight between Grayson, Ethan, and Christopher still rages on behind him. He's just enjoying for the championship as it stands, as we try and keep an eye out on our run it. There is our second place, Grayson Fenter getting a run. Ethan and Christopher continue to fight it out. Christopher right onto the back of Ethan, trying to figure out where can he get on by. A little bit closer this time, under braking. Look for the inside line, couldn't quite get the pass done, and will have to try and carry the momentum all the way through. This is the final lap of the race, and it looks like Caleb Rogers has taken the win on this one. Grayson Fenter will hold second, but who has got third? Is it going to be Ethan Zatera? Is it going to be Christopher as they fight their way around the circuit? in through the final corner. There is our second place, as that is Grayson. Christopher side by side has got the drive, and across the line, it is going to be Ethan Terra crossing the line ahead of Christopher Grimrick. And what a finish. 0.1 of a second for our cadets. Round 3, that was an incredible run on their part. Man, oh man. It's 25 degrees out here in the sun on the beautiful Redstar Raceway, and the track action is heating up. And our cadets once again putting on a spectacular performance, being incredibly close towards the end. So, I mean, that was just an absolutely superb drive from our competitors. But that being said, we're going to take a short little break before we move on to our next class, right here at Redstar Raceway.
It took me 17 days to shake you, rearrange my mind, erase you. Erase you.
Coming up next is our Mini Rock Under 10s, and it has been a fierce battle for our Mini Rocks. Our Under 10 class have been showing off on great form. This time, however, it is all for to play for. As we're into Heat 3, Riley for start and hoping to try and get a bit more of a run. They're getting a warm-up lap now, just to get their tires up to temperature. And that you can identify from our COC. He stands on the side, he will show one finger, that's one lap. 2 fingers, 2 laps to get it done. just to try and generate some heat into the tires and into the brakes, because, well, you really don't want to go on ice-cold slicks. Otherwise, you're in for a world of hurt. But we are going to be starting on the MSA flag, which our COC on the right-hand side of the circuit will wave to signal the start of the race. We've gone off from the lights, gone to the flag, and it's going to be aimed towards turn 1. Riley van Sarden and Noah Cronier looking to fight it out for first and second. Rode Harris, along with Ronald Fenter, Hunter North, Luashu Matabula, Alonso Diaz, Logan Rigg, Walter Campos, Igor Estevez, Igor Gresham, and Nicholas Fleming Roberts looking to fight their way out. Out there in the virtual grandstands, we take a look at so many supporters, and a massive welcome to you all out there in the virtual grandstands out on YouTube. But that being said, as our competitors make their way around, flag up and flag down, we are racing down to turn 1. Beautifully done from the competitors as they try and keep it all to go. Riley hoping to get a little bit more of a run as he looks up on the inside, not having an easy time out there. No, Cronier will be battling him out. So they've fought it with one another. And it's all about the momentum to try and focus on the charge. Now, remember, tires are cold, brakes are cold, and they're having to fight out that little bit more. And I'm just getting a bit of notes that we do have 2 competitors off in the distance. So we've got 2 competitors that are off in the distance. Make it 3 competitors by the looks of it. So they are unfortunately out of the race, but we still continue on. Yellow flags waving. It's Reddy Harris, Riley van Staden, Noah Cronier, Luashu, Matabula, Alonso Diaz, Logan Ruig, Hunter North, along with Igor Estevez, that still continue on their charge. And red flag has been called. So now the procedure for red flag is all the competitors are going to slow down. They're going to stop on the line. Okay, so when they come by, they're going to stop on the line here. Okay. So the competitors are going to stop on the line and wait for further instruction. So our COC will give them further instruction that all competitors are okay, up and standing. This is why we wear the safety equipment that we wear, the helmets, the overalls, the boots, everything to make sure that everyone is safe and sound. And that's why safety is a mandatory thing. We don't like to gamble away with it. But it does change things up, because that was Ronaldo Fenter, Walter Campos, Igor Grisham, and Nicholas Fleming Roberts that unfortunately have lost out that little bit of time. Our competitors now line up to go and get themselves ready, wait for further instruction from our COC, and keep it all together. Now, this is where it gets a little bit interesting in the rules, because mechanics are not allowed to touch the cars or the carts as yet. They have to wait. So it's what you've got at the moment. So they wait for further instruction, and the red flag getting absolutely sent due to the wind. And that tells you how windy it is out here, where you can just take a flag right off the flagpole and send it flying. So good to see that our competitors are A-OK. And now this is where the adrenaline starts to come down. They start looking at one another, all friends, and we'll be saying, okay, listen, we had a good one out there. We're going to try and figure things out. Looking over, seeing who is around, who's not around. But it also does turn the championship a bit. So as our competitors wait for further instruction from our COC, our marshals doing well and working rather hard out there on the circuit. The wind's starting to pick up. And this is where it gets a little bit on the frustrating side, because sitting in these overalls on a hot circuit, it's about 30 degrees on circuit temperature, plus you're now in overalls, so you could be sitting at 35 degrees. You start to feel that temperature climbing, climbing, and climbing. You start to also think about, jingos, it would be nice to have something to drink right now. Your mind starts to wander, but this is where the difference between the pros and the amateurs lie. These are pros out there. They know they have to keep their head in the game. They'll start working out what do they need to do on the restart, where are they going to go, what's the game plan, did they see any dirt out on the track, on the racing line that may cost them a bit of time. They will be hoping for a good one on it. They're going to be thinking about the different strategies that they can utilize to move forward and also to not stress too much for any problems ahead. They're going to focus on the championship. This is Heat 3 of our Mini Rock Under 10s. And I'd like to repeat as well that all the drivers are okay. Now Marshall's doing a little bit of clear up and double checking on all the young karters after a little bit of a touch between one another. And they're getting checked out. Our COC going and giving a little bit of informed decision to our young karters. Just making sure everything is a-okay. Looking at the sides, and this is the one thing you can take a look. And that's Riley van Staden, who's actually standing outside. He's standing up in his kart, just trying to stretch his legs a little bit more. Always need to go and just stretch your legs, get yourself all sorted out, and then focus on the charge. But, well, the young karters now starting to battle the heat. You can just go and take a look. Nice prop up there. Riley more than happy. Stretches his legs, taking a look at what's happening. The rest of these competitors keeping head down, keeping focus. They don't want to jump out of the seat. They don't want to lose focus of what they need to do. They're going to be keeping an eye. And unfortunately, there is one kart that's getting moved offline, and that is the number 59 kart. That's Igor Estevez that's moved out, and it looks like they're going to be taking that kart out of commission. So Igor, unfortunately, out of the race. And it's got a little bit of damage to his kart, so unfortunately that is him out for Heat 3. And the team all worked frantically to try and get it up and going for the final heat for Mini Rock Under 10. Number 24 climbing out, and that going and enjoying. That's no Cronier. Jumps out of the car just to have a chat with the team, find out what's going on. So it's going to be interesting stuff. A lot of the drivers are going and walking up to the pit wall. Now, you can't have your mechanics to go and touch the vehicles, but you can start giving a little bit of informed decisions around it as well. Start giving a bit of an idea. But as we got our ambulance making the way through, just after a check-up from our drivers, as they A-OK. This is why we wear the safety protection we have here in the Rock Cup. And we'll be doing a little bit of cleanup work to be done. So, that being said, there's a brilliant shot of our young competitors getting a bit of advice from pit wall of what they could do, a little bit of a chat with one another as well. Because you've got to remember that off circuit, these are friends. These are little kids that will run around with one another. They'll go absolutely nuts, enjoy ice cream and sweets, and talk about the racing that's there. But when the visor comes down, the red mist comes with it, and it's game on for the championship. And there's a little discussion yet again coming in from the pit wall when the families and teams start having a bit of a chat of what do they need to do, and walk over as well, just saying good luck to one another. Everyone just making sure everything's okay, wanting to get back under green. And if you're just joining us, welcome to our final round of the Rock Cup National Championship. This is Heat 3 of 4 for the Mini Rock Under 10s. As we get ready to go under green, our COC will be keeping an eye on the matter. And it looks like we have 2 rejoining, or make it 3 rejoining to carry on with the race. A little bit of inspection being done by our COC, making sure everything is A-OK, that there isn't any technical issues with any of the carts that were off into the dirt. be informing the drivers of a warm-up. So they'll do a one-lap warm-up just to generate some heat into the tires and into the brakes. And it looks like mechanics coming in to come and help with the restart of these engines. So they were allowed by the COC to come and help with the restart of the engines. So we're ready to go. So they are going to fire everything up. They will have a single lap to warm up their tires and their brakes after a bit of a stationary period. And this is now going to be crucial moments for a lot of the competitors to move forward, as we do see some of the young karters trying to get going. A little bit of a slow takeoff there, as they will be making their way around. Now starting to do a bit of a scouting lap as well, see where there's dirt on the circuit, where they can find the grip. And now start getting their head back into the game. They've waited, they had the discussion, they got a little bit of information from pit wall of what they possibly can do to improve their race. But now it's time to put their head down and focus on the chart. So as they line up side by side, trying to get themselves in order, scrubbing as much heat into those tires. Into the tram lines as they gently go side by side, coming into a long right-hander. Our final corner down the main straight. Lights on, well, flag up, flag down, and we're racing, heading down into turn one. Side by side they go. Each of the competitors trying to figure out which line's going to work out for them. Beautifully done. However, Riley trying to move up through the order as it stands, but oh, bit of contact, twisted 3-round, and now they've lost out. This is gonna be a fight of note for our competitors to move forward. And it looks like we have lost our 3 competitors after slight contact into turn one coming out. But now it's going to be focusing on the charge. The young karters now trying to figure out what's going to be the best plan for them and what is going to be the strategy, but they will have cautions into turn one, means overtaking. But however, this is a great opportunity to move up through the order and not have too much work, as Luashu leads out the race for the first time today. Logan Ruig up into second, Roddy Harris into third, Alonso Diaz holds fourth, Walter Campos, Ronald Fenter, Hunter North, Nicholas Fleming Roberts, along with Riley van Staden, falls down the order. Noah Cranier rounds out our pack at the moment. The Washu going and keeping the lead. Logan trying to chase him down and looking to try to come by. So fight up for first place is going to get a bit wild out here. Logan and Luashu tend to brawl out with one another, and you can already see it starting to form. Luashu having to go defensive center line, and then Roddy trying to close up the gap. As our competitors now trying to put the hammer down, Luashu trying to open up the gap to the likes of Logan, and they slow down yet again. So it looks like red flags yet again for some work to be done to possibly get those carts recovered that were involved in the earlier incident, which unfortunately saw the end of Riley van Staden getting thrown down the order. So competitors now stopping on the circuit, getting themselves ready. So there was contact into turn one on the restart, 3 wide. Unfortunately, a little bit of understeer comes into effect, and the contact went and tossed. So now the competitors having to get themselves ready yet again. And it's all tough circumstances, but the thing is, this type of racing, you've got to leave it all on the line to move forward and to stay in for the fight. As Ron, our COC, taking a quick look to one of the carts, making sure everything is a-okay. Seeing if front bumper's all good, make sure the steering's all good. Mechanics being allowed to tend to the carts just to double check, make sure everything is fine for the restart. Bit of a high five from the family. There we go. Our young carters now trying to get themselves going. And they will be heading towards yet another restart by the looks of it. So now, going to be lining up in their tram lines, getting themselves organized. Unfortunately, we saw the loss of one of our carters, of Riley, after that contact at the start. And now it is all back and going. This is always a tense situation as a team. Multiple restarts. You start to concern yourself of your fuel, how much you put in, how much extra did you put in? Is it 0.5 per lap? Is it the extra half a liter that you may have needed? It's anyone's guess, including up here at the grandstands. All the fans cheering on, and also down in the virtual grandstands at home across the world. Our competitors now lining themselves up, coming up to the final corner, getting ready for the restart. MSA flag at the ready. Flag up, flag down, and we are racing as they launch their way into turn one, 3 wide, as they dive through, trying to make up any bit of momentum. Now it's going to just all about keeping it consistent on the way through. It was a great start for Cornelia, Ronald Finter, Rudy Harris, Hunter North, Alonso Diaz, all trying to get that great start and all having an easy time this one. Not as aggressive in terms of that earlier start, but we'll hope to try and pick up the pace just a little bit more. As our leader, Noah Crenier, now starts to try and open up the gap just a little bit. It's also seeing the back with Roland Fenter out in third place, trying to close up the spacing as well. Keeping flat on taps. It is now all about the chase as they come across the line. Rudy Harris into second place. Now looking to try and go late onto the brakes, but it's also big moves being made further down for Ronald and Alonso as they fight their way around. Nicholas trying to get the climb on Igor. Eduardo Campos also trying to get a little bit more of a climb further back. Unfortunately, Riley van Staden will not be starting out and has a tough time to try and keep it all in check as our competitors now start filtering their way through. Now, they've got 10 laps to get this done, and they're going to have to really put the hammer down to make it work, as Noah now trying to open up the spacing between the likes of Rudy Harris, who's not making it any easier, keeping right onto the tail. And third and fourth as well, Lawashu and Ronald, they had the taste of the cherry being at the top. And Ronald putting in the fastest lap of the race with a 59.0, wants to open up the pace and really stand on it all the way through. It's going to be a tough time for him to really keep the pace up, as the drivers now getting back into their rhythm, hoping to score as many points as possible. A little bit just ahead. No Crenier not able to edge out a gap to the likes of Rudy Harris as they fight on. Third, fourth, and fifth is also a good one to keep an eye out for, as our front two start a breakaway. Loashu, Ronald, and Logan continue to keep the pressure. So our front pack, our duo in the front, are about to get a bit of company as they push on. But Ronald Fento, who lies in fourth place, set the fastest lap time of the race and will be trying to close up the gap to make up some time. But take a look, feeling a bit of pressure. However, Alonso Diaz now try to get on as they try and make up a bit of momentum, fighting their way up through the order. Not an easy time out there for our competitors to really dig deep to try and figure out what is going to be the big game plan here. No Crenier still holds out that first place. He's put a 58.9 in, now edged out just 0.5 of a second of a gap to second place, but keep an eye out on the build-up of third, fourth, and fifth, on keeping nice and close to one another. We got a full train there. Luashu, Logan, Ronald, and Alonso on top of one another. Try and push out a little bit harder as our front two start to stretch out. Third place is starting to come alive with a bit of action.
1-5 coming back to 2.
So as they come into shot, there it is. Luashu trying to open up the gap and not having an easy time out there. Logan managed to get past him. Ronald and Alonso Diaz continue on the fight. So Luashu now needing to get rather aggressive to try and get that pass down to Dusty. Look for the inside line, couldn't quite get it. Unfortunately, losing out to Logan in through turn one. He also cost him a little bit of pace, and that allowed Ronald Fenter to get right onto the back of him. Luashu stuck in the middle, trying to figure out what's going to be the best idea at the moment. And at the moment, it also got the likes of Eduardo Campos starting to lose out a little bit of drive and lose out that train that he really, really wants to hang on to and take a big sim for Luashu. Beautiful through the hairpin. Got it done and dusted, but can he carry the momentum through?
1-5 coming back to 2.
As our first and second come on by, third place is still fighting out. Logan Rigg tried everything he can. Luashu trying to fight back. Ronald Fenter and Alonso Diaz will stick it through. So third place is open cards between 4 of our competitors to really work out what's going to be the game plan here. 30 points is on the line for third place for the championship, and it's going to be all or nothing to try and get it done and dusted. Luashu stuck in the middle, taking a look at Logan, trying to close up that gap as much as possible, not having the easy time.
I've lost the camera, guys. Coming to 4.
As our competitors now trying to figure out what is the game plan here, what can they do to try and stretch open that gap. No, Cornelia still leads out the pack with the likes of Rennie Harris. Logan Rigg holds third place, but only just at the moment, because take a look at how close third place is. 4 carts between them. A little bit further back, however, is Alonso Diaz, Eduardo, and Hunter North that are keeping the pressure on one another.
Coming to 4.
Logan trying to keep it all together and is watching left and right. This is where you want to just try and get your elbows out as much as possible. Luashu hunts down the inside line. His personal best was that last lap, but this time around having a little bit more difficulty. Try to look around the outside, switches to the inside, not able to get it done. Try to go for the cutback. Unfortunately, didn't quite run in his favor. And there is our top 3 just in shot. They were having a great fight. So our leader gone, and there is our our third, fourth, and fifth running in tandem. Unfortunately, Alonso Diaz dropping out of the trade. Now having to wait yet again as they get on to lap 7 out of 10. Logan now putting the hammer down, heading into turn 1. You can see a beautiful shot of Luashu all over the back of Logan, but also having Ronald Fenter for close company, trying to keep the pressure on. Looks towards the inside into turn 1, not having an easy time. Our leader still stretching open the gap, nose to tail as they try and give it everything they got. Late on the anchors, however, as Ronald try to go late on the brakes. And you can see Luashu saying, listen, let's think about this. Let's try and pull ourselves a bit closer. We don't want to lose track of Logan at this point. They understand that Rennie Harris, a little bit further up the road, has got a little bit of room. But now, here is the fight for third place. 3 carts in it. Unfortunately, Alonso Diaz too far back to get into contention. Our leader now exiting the final corner with the likes of Rennie Harris in second place. No, Cornelia having an easy run at the moment to try and walk home with 35 points for Heat 3. But our third place is just absolutely brawling out. And Luashu, who's in the middle of that 3-pack you currently got, it is going to be Luashu with the fastest lap time of the race, a 58.5. Only just a little bit faster than the rest of the field, but is showing intent to try and get it done late on the brakes and try to look for the inside line. Couldn't quite get it all hooked in as yet waits for the opportunity, goes to the outside line, not able to tighten it up just enough.
Coming to 2 on 2.
So with 2 laps remaining of the race, this is going to be an outright chase for the run. Logan Ruig keeping third and still trying to open up the gap. Luashu Matabula lies in fourth. Ronald Venter in fifth place. All 3 fighting for third. That final stop on the podium. 1 more lap to go.
Okay, coming to 2.
Ronald Venter was faster on that last lap, 58.459. This is going to be the big sense. So, first place, long since checked out. No Crinier, gone. Alex Rudy Harris, but it is third place that is up for grabs as they fight it out. Luashu trying to defend the inside line. Ronald, and they now have caught up to the likes of Rudy Harris right at the last. Rudy, a little bit of a sitting duck. Second, third, fourth, fifth, all in close proximity. Half a track going. Noah Crinier has checked out, but has Rudy overcooked it a bit? He's trying to fight it out. Has he got enough run? Our leader coming through the final corner is going to be more than happy with Noah Crinier. But let's take a look as Noah Crinier comes across the line. A huge fight out for second place as they come across the line to take the checkered flag. It is going to be Logan Ruig with Rudy Harris in third. Luashu Matabula, Ronald Fenton, Alonso Dia, Eduardo Campos, Hunter North runs out in eighth. Ninth is Igor Esteves, and Nicholas Fleming runs out in 10th. So great run for our competitors, and honestly, our Mini Rock Under 10s are having a stellar time. Next up is going to be Heat 3 of our Rock Academy. A big shout out to all our sponsors for making this all possible here at the Rock Cup. So Heat 3, Rock Academy, will be heading out onto the circuit. And well, the racing has been tight. It has been fierce. And now we're getting closer and closer towards the end. Tensions are starting to build. You can feel it here in the pits. The excitement starts to build as well. And we are in for an absolute treat here at Redstar Raceway for the final round of the National Rock Cup Championship. Shout out to our sponsors for being a part of the show. Absolutely wonderful to have them on board. And we also got to thank our stream sponsors as well. Cloud, CTO, Go Good, Cherry Pick Locations, Broncore, Easy Life Kitchens, Ferry Glen, NBR Racing, Photon Trucks, Port Elizabeth, Silvercrest Insurance, Life of Mad and Tio. Out on YouTube, you definitely want to go and subscribe there, and the Rock Cup as well.
Fleet Dynamics Commercial Vehicle Group proudly brings you Photon Trucks, a global leader in commercial vehicles. Built in the GQ Bike Factory, the 460 horsepower truck tractor with Cummins ZF and Wabco components maximizes fuel efficiency day after day. Backed by a 4-year, 800,000 kilometer full warranty from just 1.3.
It took me 17 days to shake you. Rearrange my mind, erase you. Erase you.
As our Rock Academy takes to the circuit for their third heat of the day. Ashan Reddy looking to dethrone the likes of Uritile Yanasi. Ali Takvin Mohammed holds down third. Siabonga Sili in fourth. Daniel Labaskakni along with Natando Mapuli. Gio Kissi and Akil Naika round out the field. So, as our competitors make their way around, side by side, they'll get into their tram lines, getting ready to launch off. Is it going to be the likes of Ashan, or is it going to be Yanasi to get the run? Side by side they go. Ready, waiting for the flag. And it looks like they're going to have one more lap to get some heat into the tires. So this is just a bit of a sighting lap. You can see them moving left to right. Now, might look rather weird to see carts moving left to right. They are on slick. So what this is doing, by moving left to right, you're generating friction from the road surface. That creates a bit of heat. Think about going and rubbing your hands together in the winter time when you're trying to warm yourself up. You rub them super fast, you create friction, and that is like how the tires work. So think of your left hand being the road surface, your right hand being the tire, and that's how you generate a little bit of heat to try and keep yourself going. The competitors will also utilize leading on the brake a little bit as well, just to try and get the brake pads up to temperature as well. You don't want to be snapping onto the brakes with no heat in them. Remember, these are go-karts. These are karts that are needing a serious amount of hard work to get going and are very, very easy to lock up. So no diff like a normal road car. It needs that extra bit of consideration before you put the hammer down. Our competitors now lining up side by side. Our marshals notifying that, listen, it's time to get ready. Looking to protect themselves, looking to get ready. Flag up, flag down, and away they go. all looking like a clear start for our competitors as they dive into turn 1. Yanasi having a brilliant start out, but take a look as they all start to now try and filter their way through. Siabunga Sili running down the order, trying to pick up the pace. And out there in third place. But it is our front two that have absolutely checked out early on. And now it's starting to open up the gap. Likes of Sun and Yanasi trying to leave likes of Siabunga Sili behind. Ali trying to get into the fight as well as they try and claw their way for that third place. It is 10 laps in Heat 3 for these competitors to really fight it out. But it is 10 laps of brutal racing. As you can see, one mistake can cost you, as we do see likes of Gio Christie getting a phenomenal run, launching over the curbs, trying to get just a little bit more time to likes of Ali. Siabunga also falling down the order, trying to figure out how on earth to make up a little bit of ground. Christie, who in qualifying was one of the top runners, actually getting right up into the first row in qualifying, now having to try and fight back. Side by side, our competitors go. Ali and Gio now trying to fight their way through, but our leader starting to break away. And here comes our competitors, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, now trying to get onto the back of one another. Ashin going and moving away. So here comes our 3rd place, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, all over the back of one another. And it's Gio up into 3rd, Ali, Siabunga, and Akil moving their way up through the order. Unfortunately, Labuskakni dropping down into 11th place, not having an easy time out there. So as our front pack starts to open up the distance, our leaders now starting to have a bit of a close run. Ooh, big dive coming in for Mike Siabunga, trying to hold his line. Unfortunately, not having an easy time out there, and we'll have to try and battle to keep the cart in check. And there is the pack that comes back into frame. Ali, Siabunga, Akil, Daniel, all fighting it out as our lead pair come through. Now opening up a distance, but take a look. 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, all over the back of one another. Heading into turn 1. As they keep the power on, trying to figure out what is going to be the working order here. Gio not having an easy time to try to close it up. But it's Ali who's in 4th place, now getting overtaken up on the inside. Siabunga continues to charge on. They brawl between one another, both having everything they can. Akil and Daniel getting into the mix as well, as we got a change up for our leaders. And there's Asin and Yanasi getting a good run on one another, heading into the final corner. And what a pass coming into frame. As Asin now trying to make up a bit of time. Quick look over the shoulder as Yanasi up into first place, breaks away from Asin. For now, Gio starting to catch up as they now reach the halfway point. 5 laps to go, and it's an outright fight. Still incredibly close for the competitors to push that little bit more. Ready, needing to really dig deep to try and move up. But it's Siabunga and Ali that are fighting it out with each other as well, further down the order. So we're now starting to see little battles starting to form all over the circuit, and each one of them trying to figure out what is going to be the big game plan here to move up through the order. Gio lying in 3rd, Yanasi losing a bit of time to Ready as they exit the final corner. Ready trying to put the hammer down. Lap 6 out of 10, 4 laps to go. And it does look like Ready not able to get the momentum underneath. Retile, Yanasi hoping to just try and carry the momentum. You can see how much more of the curve he's using to just try and carry that momentum out of the corner and really put the hammer down in through the fast right-hander here at Redstar Raceway, part of the main circuit, and always trying to aim for a great drive through Sector 1. But when it comes towards the Titan Twisties, this is where the likes of Sunready closes up at a rate of not. A lot more confident on the brakes to just try and bring it back as they close up to one another. We will have our mainline pack who are finding out behind Siabonga Sealy, along with Ali Mohammed, Akil Naika, and Daniel Labaskakni, unfortunately retired. So we have got 3 fighting out at the back, and it does look like Yanasi having a little bit more legs down the straightaways and through the fast sweeps compared to the likes of Sunready. Our Rock Academy drivers trying to put on a absolute great show and really trying to force a mistake out of one another. This, once again, is one of the newer categories we have here in the Rock Cup. And honestly, it has been growing from strength to strength. And this is purely it, as the classes are ultra competitive for more of an affordable price. Ready, try to close up the gap and tries to get right onto the back of Oritiwe. Looking to carry the momentum out of the final corner. Is he going to have enough? Ready goes out a little bit wide into the toe. Pull himself along. Gio Christie into third as they hunt down. 2 laps to go. Ready needing to focus up here and go for a late charge as it stands. It's Oritiri, Yanasi, Ashin Reddy, Gio Christie, Siabonga Sealy, Ali Mohammed, Akil Naika rounds out the pack as they fight their way around the circuit. It's going to be a tough time, and I think Yanasi now starting to feel a little bit of strain and has lost a little bit of pace to the likes of Sunready, who closes up under braking. Not afraid at all as they circle around. This will be the start of their final lap. Reddy's going to have to make a gamble on this last lap to make it count. So now it is hammered down for both drivers. Oritile trying to keep it all together into turn 1. Opens up the space into turn 2 through 3. Ready, trying to close up the gap. Going to go through the long right-hander, late apex. And you can see the difference. Yanasi a lot more confident to go out wide and carry a lot of drive. But now it's flat onto the brakes. And this is where Sunready closes up the gap. Oh, big tank slapper coming in for Yanasi, trying to keep it all into check. Lost a bit of time there. Got to be so careful. Sunready's got to go for the dive and close up the gap at a rate of knots as they fight their way through. In through the final. Uritile, Yanasi trying to keep it all together. Ready, looked for the inside. Wasn't close enough to make it work. Through the final corner, flat on the gas. Uritile, Yanasi will take the win. Ashen Ready will take second place. Third place is Gio Christie. Siabonga Sealy will round out in fourth. Ali Tunkin Mohammed will fight out in a beautiful fifth place. And Akil Naika rounds out the pack. What a run for our Rock Academy Heat 3. But next up, we're going to be moving on to our mini rocks to have a bit of fun. And we are only heating up as we get closer and closer to the end of the Rock National Championship right here at Redstar Raceway.
Welcome here to Rock Cup SA here down in Cape Town. Out on circuit now, the mini rocks race number 312 left down there.
Welcome to Rock National Round 2. My name's Gianna Pascal.
My name's Josh Moore.
My name's Jack Moore. I'm 13 years old and I race OKJ.
I would say that today was a pretty phenomenal day.
My favorite moment today was definitely winning race 2. I think I got a bit lucky with lots of people spinning off.
Today we're going to be stopping at the lights. We're going to be riding fast, go around the whole track, and I'm going to win.
as we get ready for our Mini Rock Heat 3 that will be ready to go. Maddox Mason up for a fight. Max Bushhoff running in second. Logan below, along with Kay Konofsky, all looking to fight out for the points. As we, this is going to be an absolute brawl to the start finish line. Cards at the ready. This is their third heat of the day to score points. Top of the cards is going to be a huge fight. Side by side. And we are under starter orders. And it looks like that is a false start. False start has been called. So false start has been called by the COC. Unfortunately, everyone going and standing up, using a bit of time out there. So you'll see our marshals signaling to the young karters, listen, you got to slow down a little bit here. Try and get back into formation. Can't get too excited. What usually happens is because second place tends to accelerate on the out, well, for first place, they come out of the corner, is having a little bit of a rough time. It has to maintain speed. It does look like second place gets ahead, but it lands up with first now trying to out-accelerate second before going under starter orders, just because of the nature of the corner itself. What you need to do is try and maintain your throttle. Don't try and accelerate too far. You will make up the ground on the straight. So as they enter through the right-hand, you'll see the lead will go a little bit wide, lose a bit of time, and then he will come and catch right back up to second place as they get ready under start orders. Green flags a wave, and they are off for Heat 3. It looks like Maddox Mason trying to keep a defensive inside line, holds it, but unfortunately tapers down into fourth. He's trying to fight back for second place. Not going to be an easy time. Logan also trying to claw his way back up through the order. Max Bushhoff hoping to try and fight it out, but it was side by side into turn one. All the competitors managing to make their way through without too much of a hitch. But now it's trying to focus on keeping the momentum. Logan up into third. Now will concentrate to put the hammer down early on as they fight their way in through towards the bottom. Each of the young karters just trying to find a line that works out for them, not wanting to get caught out. Logan gets a serious drive out of the corner. Will now put the hammer down, try to look for the inside into turn one with Cade just ahead of him. Cade couldn't quite get the run. And we've got Max Bushhoff leading out the field. Logan in third, once again forcing Cade to go that little bit quicker, trying to edge him on a little bit. Maddox Mason down into fourth place. Santiago lying in fifth is just keeping the pressure on. Our top five all right on top of one another. One mistake can mean a big problem for all the competitors. A little bit further back from them, they've got Ruben, Zach, and Diego that are pushing each other. They're trying to stay onto the back of this train. Max Bushhoff carrying a little bit of momentum out of the corner. He's quite comfortable at the moment, and you can see how much of a battle that he has to have with Cade just hanging on the back of him. 12 laps in this race. They're going to come across to start their second lap of the race, and each pushing harder and harder this time around, trying to go at that little bit quicker. At the moment, Cade is the fastest out of all racing, and you can see he's now opened up a little bit of a gap to Logan. Logan feeling the pressure. Santiago now trying to force a mistake. Maddox Mason a little bit further down in fourth place. Look up to the inside line. Unfortunately, not going to happen as Max Bushhoff goes defensive, holding Cade. It is nose to tail with them. And a big look on the inside for Maddox Mason as he tries to make a move to get up through the order. Logan holding third, tries to battle his way around. Santiago having a good time out there, holding his line.
Guys, don't break until I tell you I'm on 5 now, okay? So just wait till you hear me.
And we start to see this train starting to get bigger and bigger and bigger as Zach Bushhoff, Ruben Moritz, Diego Bermadone, and Kai and Reddy start to close up the gap and become part of this incredibly long train. Logan looking on the inside, couldn't quite get the pass done on Max, as they do see Cade Konofsky now starting to open up the gap and starting to put 0.5 of a second between himself and second place, leaving Max a little bit alone here, but under braking. Take a look. Logan and Max right on top of one another. Able to get right back onto the leader. Cade now having to be rather cautious on where he gets his passes and where can he go for the apex. He's going to have to get a little bit more defensive as he left the door just a fraction open. And Max Bischoff tried to hunt it down for the apex. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out. Logan trying to hunt around the outside. Looks back to the inside through the final corner. Not an easy time out there. Has to get back into the train as they march their way through. Our Mini Rocks fighting it out tooth and nail. Max Bischoff set the fastest lap time of the race with a 58.4. So Cade leads out the pack. As you can see, Max Bischoff right on the back of him. Logan keeping the pressure on as well. They start to open up a little bit of a distance to the likes of Santiago in fourth place. But take a look, fight out for first. Max goes for the dive. Cade trying to challenge. And what a run. Max up into first. Cade down into second. Logan trying to battle back. Just a fraction there is Santiago. Then you got Matt Mason, Zach Bischoff, and Diego Bermadone now making a move. And Logan, a deep send on the inside. Try to get the pass down and dust it. Didn't work out. He tries to switch around again. Not easy. And this has allowed the likes of Santiago and Maddox Mason to get back into the train. They are brawling left and right at the moment. There's still so much time left of the race, but there is not enough room for error. As Max Bischoff now trying to check out of the race immediately. Cade Konofsky feeling the pressure from Logan, Santiago, Maddox, and Zach all over the back of him. Cade hoping to try and close up the gap to Max Bischoff. Unfortunately, not having an easy time out there as the gap has now opened up to nearly a second between them. And take a look, Logan look towards the outside, trying to go for the switch back on the likes of Cade. Got a serious amount of momentum, try to go around the outside, going to aim for the right-hander. So second place up for grabs. Logan up on the inside, gets a pass done. So Logan now up into second place. Max down into third. Santiago and Maddox chasing each other down. As it looks like Max Bischoff checking out of the fight. Logan now leading the train of four. Keeps Cade behind him. As our leader now starting to open up the fight. There is the fight going on as Logan now having to defend. Cade looked around the outside, looked to the switchback, trying to go deep on the inside. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out. Santiago stays in the mix with Maddox right behind him. Logan taking all the curb as much as possible to try and defend that second place. But take a look at Cade Konofsky and Santiago fighting it out between one another as they fight it out. It's absolutely wild, wild stuff from our competitors. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh all have a chance of putting themselves on the podium right here. And Logan is second, with Cade in third, but Max will have to try and open up the difference between himself and the pack because he does not want to get swallowed up. But now, this is also bringing Santiago into fray. Remember, Santiago is in for the fight to the championship as well. So now, Santiago is in a crucial position to get into second to try and keep some championship hopes alive.
So Cameron, let that first horse, let the first card go through your shot.
A big send up on the inside, beautifully done. Santiago made it stick on Logan, gets it run. Santiago up into second place. Logan down into third, trying to fight his way back and losing a little bit of time being put on the outside. Maddox Mason trying to come back at him. Looked around, fishing for any opportunity to come on by. And take a look at this side by side into turn one. Oh, very, very close. between each of the competitors. This is absolutely wild. Back, forth, back, forth. That is what we love to see out there. Logan in second, now trying to open up the gap to the likes of Maddox Mason, who has made some ground and now starting to climb his way back into the fight. Maddox hoping that he could just push himself out a little bit more. As our competitors now trying to figure out what can they do. These young carters, absolutely big send on the inside. Maddox Mason moves up, and now you can see the fighting coming back. Zach hanging around, looking for his part of the fight. Trying to go for the inside line. He got it, but unfortunately just couldn't carry the momentum through to make it stick this time round. But it's side by side heading into turn one. As Maddox Mason up into fourth. Zach Bischoff into fifth. Santiago down into sixth position. Diego Bermudon now dropping into seventh position. As it stands right now, Max Bischoff checked out of the fight, 1.4 seconds ahead of Logan Below, along with Kate Konofsky trying to close up that gap. Kate hoping to try and close up the gap to Logan little by little, not having an easy time out there, but is bringing on a little bit of traffic in the case of Maddox Mason and Zach Bischoff, who are also trying to make a bit of time, and a big move coming in for Santiago Freid as trying to get launch up. So still quite some exciting times as our competitors carry on the momentum, nose to tail on the way through. 2 laps to go. You're left in this race. 2 laps to go, and it's all or nothing at this point. Santiago up into fifth. Diego Bermudon up into sixth. Seventh is Zach Bischoff tailing down. But with 2 laps to go, how much life is left in the tires? How far are they willing to go? Max Bischoff checked out of the fight early on, and due to the arguments happening in second and third, was gone and opened up a 1.6 second gap to the likes of Logan Billow and Cade Konofsky holding out in third place. Maddox Mason in fourth. Santiago Freid, Diego Bermudon, Zach Bischoff tries to close up the gap. You can see our leader slowly but surely just going and chipping away. Going to be starting a final lap, but second, third, and fourth now starting to gain a little bit of time. Also, cannot count out the battle for sixth as that's happening on, with the likes of Diego and Zach starting to close up to one of another. Last lap to make or break it here at Redstar Raceway for Heat 3 before they will be looking over to Heat 4 a little bit later today. But it looks like Max Bischoff, who leads out the championship, is going to be smiling ear to ear. All he needs to do is keep it consistent to walk home with 35 points, and once again adding more to the championship to possibly take the national championship for 2025 of our mini rocks here in the Rock Cup. Diving in, making it all work. Second place, Logan Billow, along with Kay Konofsky, trying to chase down Maddox Mason, Santiago Freid, Diego Bermudon, all keeping the pressure on one another. But here comes our leader coming out of the final corner. Well done to Max Bischoff, takes the win. Logan Billow, along with Kay Konofsky, comes across the line. Maddox Mason, Santiago Freid, Diego Bermudon, Zach Bischoff, Ruben Moritz, Ronald Fenter, Kyan Reddy, Parker van der Meulen, and Ethan Tuckelberg will round out the pack for our mini rock. What a stellar race. What a bit of excitement. And once again, it's not over just as yet. Next up, we're going to be moving on to our OKJ. They'll be heading out onto the circuit for their third heat of the day. So a massive thank you to our sponsors for being part of it. Bronze Core coming in and being part of it. Photon Trucks, Port Elizabeth, Go Good, along with Cherry Pick as well. Silvercrest and Easy Life Kitchens, Fairy Glen coming in and being part of the Rock Cup sponsors, and also bringing the stream back to the homes.
Hit and run. Here we go.
All right, as our OKJ make their way around the circuit for their start. Now, Heat 3 here at Redstar Raceway. Lights will be on, flag up, and start on the MSA flag. Mateo Mason off to a great lunge to try and get the pass done. And trying to hold that first place. Jack Moore looking to try and score some points here, along with Chase Huskins trying to close down the gap. Kaya Sierra in fourth place, now also looking to be in part of the frame. Jack Moore, the defending champion, now looks to try and fight it out just a little bit more here for 2025 to walk home with the championship. But it is going to be Kaya Sierra having a great run, trying to lunge through the field as they start to open up. First, second, and third, all keeping together. The slight breakaway for our fourth place Carters as the trains now start to get a little bit more settled in order. Mateo Mason leads out the pack with Jack Moore, Chase Hoskins, Kaya Sierra lying in fourth place. Alexander Prozovic going and holding in fifth. Regali Spice Mula going and having a bit of fun. Rutaling trying to move up through the order with Shai a little bit further down the pack. Our leader now trying to open up the distance between himself and Jack Moore as they continue on the drive, and you can just see how close Jack Moore is wanting to stay to the leader, not wanting to push the tires too hard too early and put it through a rough heat cycle, and try and focus on what is needing to be done. 15 laps here, and they're going to be coming on to lap 2 of 15. Jack Moore just holding on the back just enough to stay in the slipstream with Mateo Mason. Chase Huskins down into third place, will continue to focus on the charge as we do see fight out for first and second starting to build. Jack Moore started to keep the pressure on, and also fight starting to happen with Chase Huskins, Kaya and Alexander a little bit further back. So our competitors now trying to dig a little deeper this time around. They are feeling worn out. They had the build-up of lactic acid built up in the legs and the arms after an incredible day's worth of racing thus far, and there's still plenty more to go around this 1.2 kilometer circuit. It will take a lot out of you, and these karts will go and get you working up a sweat in a flash. Now the sun is also starting to set a little bit, so the reflections out on the circuit do play a bit of a part. Your brake markers come a little bit difficult, and you have to try and hit it pin perfect every single time if you wish to be at the top of the order, much like with Jack Moore putting in the fastest lap time of the race at 52.5 behind Mateo Mason, who is just leading out. He is keeping himself all in check, but I do think that Jack Moore is just biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to go for the pass. He keeps eyeing out the right-hand side of Mateo Mason. And down into third place, Chase Huskins and Kaya Sierra also trying to make a move on one another. So we now have got Kaya up into third, gets ahead of Chase, and now we'll focus on the charge. Chase hoping to get back into the turn, pull himself along. So we have got multiple little squabbles happening out on the circuit. Our leaders opening up the gap. Kaya Sierra moving up into third place. Chase down into fourth. We'll try and keep the pressure on a little bit further back from there. It's Alexander and Regali who are chasing each other down. They are trying to figure out what can they do. So Alexander wishes to hold his position. Regali's going to make it a little bit of a hard time, but it's Jack Moore once again putting the fast lap time of the race at 52.462 with Mateo Mason with a 52.463. The driver's trying to figure out what is going to be the right idea at the moment as they move forward. Now, we're starting to get these little silo battles coming in 2x2s, and it's starting to show. Mateo Mason running out a little bit wide, losing a bit of time, and then instantly has Jack Moore keeping the pressure on him. They're not going on the attack just as yet, but instead, Kaya Sierra now opening up a gap to the likes of Chase. He put in a 52.3 on that last lap, getting a lot quicker and try to close up the gap to the front pack. Yeah. So Jack Moore trying to make a bit of time, and he's biding his time right now. You can see he keeps aiming for the inside line, aims at the left hand at the top, but then on the way down, he keeps eyeing out the right-hand side. He's trying to just take jabs at the armor to see where he can get on by. And this is going to slow them down a little bit. So expect to see third place, Kaya Serra, start to close up that gap as well. So Jack Moore's not going to go on the attack. Coming out of the final corner, he's going to try and utilize the toe. But this is where he gets a lot stronger. In through turn 1, into turn 2. He's quite happy to carry the momentum through, wait that little bit, and then eye out the right-hand side on Mateo Mason. This time around, not as close as he would like to be, but is braking right on the edge to make it work. On the anchors, hooks it in. You can see attacks the right-hand side yet again. Mateo Mason having to think a little bit more on what he's doing. So this is our leading pack that comes through. Kaya Serra running in third with Chase Huskins trying to catch up and keep the momentum going. Alexander Prosvik and Regali keeps the pressure on one another. Jack Moore once again trying everything he can, looks to the inside, backed out of it, and now wants to just try and force Mateo into a mistake. Jack did the fastest lap time of the race with a 52.222, so he is absolutely hammering it out there. But now Mateo now having to be very, very cautious on the approach because we have gone past the halfway mark. We're on lap 7 out of 15 as it stands, but this is going to be a difficult time for the drivers as this is the changeover. We started to see those reflections coming into play. The air around the circuit is not as gusty as it once was, and now the competitors are having to just really dig deep. The shine coming off a circuit means those brake markers are starting to fade into obscurity, and when you start having a tunnel vision of right up against your competitor, it's going to turn into a wild one. So our first place might actually be under change in this last little bit. So Jack Moore trying to get the drive on Mateo Mason. Third place, the likes of Kaya Sierra opens up, but it is Chase Huskins and Alexander Prosvik. They're fighting it out for 4th and 5th as it stands. The two of them are looking to try and keep the pressure on one another. Our leaders starting to open up the gap yet again to the likes of Kaya Serra. They were losing a bit of time after a bit of a fight. They then backed off and now trying to open up the distance. Getting a bit of a track knowledge, understanding where the competitors are is crucial. And sometimes in order to win, you're going to have to give up the fight just for a little bit of a truce that works out. Further down, as Alexander and Regali continue to keep each other under pressure. It is not turning into an easy drive at all. So that is going to be Chase hoping to keep away from Alexander, who you can see in the red overall, trying to keep the likes of Regali in check at the moment, as they will be keeping the pressure on 4th and 5th respectively. So now it's going in, turning into a bit of an interesting fight as Kaya Serra in 3rd place is just trying to keep the momentum, but 4th and 5th is a wild card of ascent for the two. So for Sierra, needing to keep the hammer down, to keep on the throttle as much as possible and not get swallowed up by the fighting duo behind. 5 laps to go of the race, however. Take a look at the send. Well done. Right across the front. Regali went for the send, got it hooked in. Alexander down the order. Now has to try and fight back. Goes up on the inside into turn 3. And unfortunately couldn't carry the momentum through. There is Regali trying to open up the gap to the likes of Alexander. Not going to be an easy time. Going to be hard on the brakes to try and make it work. Our first and second, Tom Mason and Jack Moore now starting to open up a gap to one another and hoping to just keep the pressure on. 4 laps next time by as they keep the hammer down. Sierra now trying to keep a constant drive. Alexander ahead of Regali. Big look on the inside. Chase trying to put the pressure on Alexander, and now needs to get the hammer down. Chase in 5th place. Now trying to focus on the charge. Was a little bit further up on the order off his start, but unfortunately as time went on, started tapering off in pace. Now lying in the 53s while the rest of the field running in the 52. So just having to just settle down a little bit more, focus on the charge. As our leaders come on by, ticking away at yet another lap. Matteo Mason with a 52.0, Jack Moore with a 52.1, Kayo with a 52.2. Everyone trying to one-up each other and looking to get as much pace around Redstar Raceway as fast as possible for Heat 3. They're looking to maximize points as we're starting to get closer and closer to the end. Remember, by the end of today, we're going to be crowning our national champions for the Rock Cup South Africa. So every point is crucial. Next time by, it's going to be 2 laps to make it work. Matteo Mason opening up the gap, 0.5 of a second. Is this going to be enough to try and pull the trigger to break away? Will Jack Moore have enough in the tank to try and close up the gap? Alexander Brozovic keeping ahead of Chase Huskins as Kayo Sierra sits in a bit of no man land and sees a fight ahead and behind and wanting to now be away from all of it. Ritterling and O'Shea doing a great time. They got their personal best on 52.6 and a 52.4 for O'Shea. Our leaders hammering down. The sun starting to set, becoming a little bit more tricky. You can see the apex starting to fade away out of camera's view. And the drivers having to keep that well enough in mind because that is your brake marker starting to fade, and you will see them going out a little bit wide, pushing the fringes of the circuit as they try and find any little bit of grip that they can, keeping the hammer down. Last lap for our competitors. Matteo Mason, open up half a second, has done enough. All he needs to do is keep the momentum going. Kayo in 3rd place. Alexander and Chase still fight it up amongst each other, but our leader now starting to open up the distance, trying to focus on the charge. But take a look, Alexander trying to get the run, but it's Chase Huskins all over the back of him, looking to try and get the pass done and dusted. Under braking, really trying to get the hammer down. Into the final corner they go. Matteo Mason's done enough in the 28 to come across the line and take the check flag for Heat 3. Jack Moore will finish up in 2nd place. Kayo Serra in 3rd place. Alexander will come out ahead of Chase Huskins. Rigali Mula will come across the line in 6th position. Ritterling will be going and losing out to Shea as they come across the line. Jordan Claassen and Zuan Breitenbach will round out the pack here for our OKJ. And next up, we're going to be having a bit of fun with our OKNs for their Heat 3. And a massive shout out to our sponsors. Without them, we wouldn't be here having a fun race. We wouldn't be here with live stream and bringing all this amazing action in South Africa for the Rock Cup Final National Round.
Fleet Dynamics Commercial Vehicle Group proudly brings you Cummins ZF and Wabco components, maximizes fuel efficiency day after day. Backed by a 4-year, 800,000 kilometer full warranty from just 1.372 million. T's and C's apply. Contact Photon Trucks Port Elizabeth, part of the Fleet Dynamics Commercial Vehicle Group.
To shake you, rearrange my mind, erase you, erase you.
All right, as our competitors start getting themselves lined up, it's a time for Heat 3 of our OKN as they start making their way around the circuit. Emil Vadewatteren took the win in round 2. Can he make it for round 3? They put the hammer down, and it is green for go as they charge their way through. Likes of Jesse trying to get the momentum as well. Gianna now focusing on the charge up into second place, but Emil now looking to also take the climb on the way through. This is where you'd start to get the rhythm, the reflection becoming a little bit more of a problem for the competitors as those curbs become rather shiny and make things rather difficult for everyone to fight their way through. The OKN's fighting it out, but it's Emil leading out the pack. He looks to try and carry a lot of that pace on the way through as they look to complete their first lap. Now 15 laps of back and forth battles. Emil leading out the pack. Jesse Swart in second place. Coleman Novola in third. Gianna Pascal down in fourth place. Ethan Bolstander a little bit further down. Josh Moore will be riding out the pack as it stands. As we know, the likes of Anastasia going and missing out on this run, having to fly over to Europe, and good luck to Anastasia for the drive there. But it is still going to be a wild, wild time for the likes of Emil, who's now starting to open up that gap to the likes of Jesse. But keep an eye on third and fourth. The likes of Colmo and Gianna are closing up on one another. Now Gianna looking to fight their way out. Gianna's going to get quite aggressive to try and get past this done and wants to try and claw at the points. Jesse down in second place. Going to be more than happy, but there is the fight for third and fourth. And you can see Gianna trying to take that tighter line to get past Colmo. But Colmo, very, very well done. Keeps a solid defense, holding the inside line, ensuring to keep it all in check. Gianna now having to really get on the power a bit earlier to try and rotate round. As Gianna trying to look to get past. Now we have got a little bit of a closing battle coming in with first and second, with Emil now losing a bit of time. Jesse starting to gain a little bit of time. And this is going to be a bit of an interesting time because first, second, third, and fourth are close by, but don't count out the likes of Ethan Bostaner in that fifth place spot, starting to close up the gap at a rate of knots, and also looking to become a very viable threat to the competitors ahead of him. Emil seeing fastest lap time of the race with 1:47, only to be matched up with Jesse Swart with 1:47.6. Colmo up into third. Gianna sitting in fourth place, waiting for an opportunity to try and keep the run. Jesse now looking for any way to get the launch up through the field. Not having an easy time out there. Will have to be scratching ahead, trying to figure out what is going to be the game plan here to move forward. Emil focusing on his drive, not wanting to lose out too much time as he stands. Jesse sets the fastest lap time of the race with a 52.7 as they come across the line. Emil only narrowly ahead at the moment. Colmo down in third, keeps a solid defense. Gianna starting to lose a bit of time, getting into a little bit of a settled pace at the moment. Lap 4 out of 15, and each one of the competitors just trying to figure out what can they do to move up through the order. What is going to be the plan here? The points is what's crucial for it. First place is 35 points. Second place is 32, and third place is 30 points. It's crucial for the championship to keep scoring, to get as high as you can. You can't go relax. If you think you're in the lead of the championship now, push harder, because you know the competitors are going to come back at you harder with nothing left to lose. You got to be out there to prove a point. Emil having a phenomenal run. And I got to say, Emil has really picked up the pace from last year all the way to 2025. Has really gone and improved every step of the way. And now going and holding that top spot will be also taking away the 35 points away from the rest of the championship that now is scratching and fighting for that final round. But we are starting to see a bit of a battle forming with Jesse getting swallowed up. So second and third are becoming a little bit more of a problem. And Gianna starting to close up on them. So Jesse Swart and Como Novola now going into a fight with one another. And Gianna in fourth place will also start the game. So our leaders checked out of the fight. But second, third, and fourth is going to be an interesting one. And don't count out Ethan Borstander, slowly but surely staying into the attack as well. Sorry, Anastasia is actually on the grid and racing, so hasn't gone out to Europe just as yet. Brooke Larotti in 8th and 9th as White Jonas. So trying to dig a little bit deeper here, trying to focus on the charge. Is it going to be enough? However, Jesse Swart now feeling the pressure. Quick look over the shoulder, just seeing the likes of Como and Gianna starting to close up the gap at a rate of knots. Each trying to figure out what is going to be the game plan here. Down on the inside, couldn't quite get the pass done. Jesse Swart hoping to try and hold on to that second place. Not going to be an easy time. Como looking for the inside line, could get work. Gianna runs out a little bit wide, clipping the dirt on the exit. Now just pushing to try and close up the gap. Second place is open cards and is 32 points for the championship. So 32 points is on the cards here for second place. And Jesse Swart looking to try and hold on to that. Como and Gianna now trying to close up that gap. And you can see Gianna loses out coming into turn 3, but gains a lot of time in 4. Como keeps a nice middle ground in through the first sector. Loses out in the second sector, but makes it up in towards the end. Well, Jesse at the moment a lot stronger down the straight line, having a lot of top end to try and pull through into our final corner, and it's still going to be Jesse holding up there, but only just. Gianna gets into the toe, pulling herself along. Como now having to go a little bit defensive, aiming out for turn 1, and just narrowly keeping ahead. So Como still fighting. As they on lap 8 out of 15. And it's still an outright brawl. You can see how hard they're having to fight. Gianna trying to dive for the inside line on Como. Couldn't quite get past. Going to get immediately back into the toe. Focusing on the charge. And this is only allowing Jesse to now start stretching open that little bit of a gap to the likes of the two. And Emil van der Wateren has gone completely out of the fight. As these young karters looking to fight it out a bit harder each and every time. So easy run now. Gianna into the toe, trying to pull himself along. Como keeping it very, very late on the brakes. And Gianna just not finding a way past, battling to keep it all in check. Emil hoping that he can keep the run at the moment. So they charge their way through. So Emil van der Wateren leading out, and now second place starting to come alive again as Jesse has lost a bit of ground and now getting swallowed up back into the mix with Como and Gianna are going to be battling their way through late on the anchors into the final corner. Gianna not having an easy time out there, will try and keep herself in the toe, fighting out against Como and Jesse, who are now pulling each other along. Jesse is opening up the slipstream for the likes of Como, which is helping, is keeping a solid defense at the moment as they work their way around the circuit. Gianna looks for the inside line, just got to go side by side. Como, no way to fight out. Goes out wide, loses a bit of ground, tries to go for the cutback. Jesse up into the likes of third place. And now looks to stand on the gas. Como hooked in the toe, trying to pull along, but now they need to try and close up to Jesse Swart up ahead. Gianna goes out wide, immediately getting caught by Como. They look towards the inside, look for the cutback coming in through the left-right. Beautifully done. And well done to both of the young karters, really putting on an absolute performance. Como defending the possession in through the complex. And Gianna, unfortunately, could not go and keep it all sorted out. That up and under definitely came into the fray. Emil needs out the pack. And there is our third and fourth place that we've been keeping a very close eye on. They got 4 laps to go, however. And this is going to be a very tight run. Emil has checked out of the fight. Longson's gone nearly 3-second gap to the likes of Jesse Swart. But Karma and Gianna are fighting with each other so hard, they're actually losing track of Jesse Swart further up the road. And they will continue to brawl it out a little bit further. Gianna looks up on the inside, couldn't quite get the up and under, now into the toe. You can immediately start to feel the pressure starting to mount a little bit more. Colmo having to go a bit more defensive, holds the inside line a lot, just trying to force Gianna to come off that throttle, to just lose that little bit of time and lose out on gaining as much space on corner exit every step of the way. So a good run for our competitors, but it's going to have to be a hard chase to the very end to make it work in their favor. As our leader slices through, and we just saw likes of Jesse Swart, our second place runner, have been keeping a very consistent pace. Como and Gianna still brawl it out, and a little bit further back, gaining some time, Ethan Borstander and Josh Moore actually coming in a bit closer to them. So Josh Moore really going and dialing it up, along with Ethan Borstander, and they also getting into a good little fight between the two of them. Como Novala now holding third place, center of the circuit, keeping it nice and clean, making likes of Gianna to try and drive around the outside. Not going to be an easy run. Gianna tries to go up and under. And it looks like Jesse Swart gets on by. But it's a fight all the way through, because as our leader comes through, he'll be starting his last lap of the race. Then you got Jesse Swart out in second place, but the fight still goes on between Karma and Gianna as they both come launching past the start-finish line. Sorry, that wasn't Karma. That was Ethan Borstander and Josh Moore. We actually lost out Karma and Gianna. They went and had a little bit of contact with one another out there on circuit. So the fight right now, Ethan Borstander, who's been waiting, is trying to hold third place. This is going to be a nightmare of a run for Ethan to try and keep it in check, but it is going to be smiles on the face. Emil has done enough to go and finish out in first place. What a run from Emil van der Voeteren for Heat 3. He's going to be smiling ear to ear on that one. He's opened up a huge gap to Jesse Swart, but it's going to be Ethan Borstander who fights it out with Josh Moore as they look to try and get around the circuit. And it looks like it's going to be Ethan Borstander coming across the line, but behind Josh Moore. Josh Moore takes third place, Ethan Borstander in fourth, and Anastasia Grasis finishes up in fifth place. Brooke Loretti in sixth, and Wyatt Jonas will round out the pack. Unfortunately, the fighting duo going and caught out between Como Novala and Gianna Pascal have unfortunately put them down. Moving on to our last heat for our cadet class here at the Rock Cup South Africa for the final round of the 2025 National Championship. Our cadets will be heading out onto the circuit, and with Caleb Rogers taking a victory of 3 out of 4 of the races, you can say that he's gone and taken the victory there. But let's take a quick look, one last look at the Redstar track, as it is going to show a world of fun. Heading into turn 1, the right-hander, short straight into a left-hander turn 2. They'll turn to a quick right and join up on the back end of the circuit. They will be utilizing the short circuit here. So it means they take out turn 3, turn 4, all the way through. They'll rejoin at turn 12. So they'll go turn 1, turn 2, turn 12, and on their way through. Our cadet class will be going and fighting out for one last shot. Caleb Rogers going to be happy once again, holding that number 1 spot. And for 2025, so our cadets will make their way to the start finish line. We have seen some highs and lows. We've seen some great races from our cadets, and we're going to have it one last time here at Redstar. One last time for our 2025, and it's going to be a chase of note. Christopher Grimrick looking to fight it out as they start to making their way through. So Caleb Rogers going to be our reigning champion for 2025, but keep an eye on the likes of Christopher Grimrick, Grayson Fenter, and Ethan Zatera. They're looking to fight it out. So, as the fight gets ready, all the competitors lined up on the line. They will be under starters orders. Our COC making sure everything is clear.
Get to the end of your zoom or pan. Just let them go out of shot, and I'll wait to pick them up on camera 5. So when you see that
there will be an 8-lap race, a run to the finish line, and the fight between Ethan Zatera and Grayson for the championship depends on who finishes ahead of who. Both Grayson and Ethan, they have fought it out in Heat 1 and in Heat 2 and in Heat 3. They will be fighting it out for Heat 4. Keep an eye on Christopher Grimrick. He had a little bit of a nightmare run in Heat 2, wasn't able to have a good run, but now fought it out in Heat 3. Now, Heat 4, where there is all or nothing to launch their way across the line.
Do they come too close to you, camera 4?
So, into turn 1, they're going to follow their way through into the right-hander, short little straight, and then into a quick left. Our cadet class looking to put on a stellar performance for their final heat of 2025. And it's all or nothing. Caleb Rogers has gone and fought it out. And the wind starting to pick up yet again here at Redstar Raceway. And you can just see it, the gusts coming in. And this is going to be a tailwind for the competitors. And you can see how vicious the wind is coming by. So it's going to be a gust blowing them into turn 1. They will then have to go late on, they'll have to go a little bit earlier on the anchors into turn 1, but that means they will have the run for the slipstream. So that is going to be the big advantage if you are in the slipstream. So we're waiting to get going under starters orders here for our cadet class, our Tillerson cadets. And once again, with 3 out of 4 wins here today, Caleb Rogers will be calling himself champion yet again, doing a stellar job there. Grayson and Ethan will be looking to fight it out with one another. Christopher Grimrick looking to battle their way.
it at least still a minute or so? Because I see the guys are on the track.
So we're just waiting under starters orders. So trying to take a look. They're just making sure everything's okay and all clear. I see they've got the support vehicle starting to get back into position as well. So we'll be going under starters orders very, very soon here at Redstar Raceway. Once again, we will be going in for a bit of fun. As I keep an eye on our COC standing at the line. Got the MSA flag that will be under starters orders. All engines firing up for our cadet class. So we're just waiting for under starter orders. MSA flag at the ready. COC's flags up, flag down, and we are racing for the final time of our cadets. Caleb Rogers getting off to a good start. Christopher Grimrick not getting the best of starts, getting overtaken. And now needs to put the hammer down as quick as he can, as Grayson Venter now moves up into second place. Christopher down into third, and Ethan down into fourth place. Now Caleb Rogers is going to try and check out of this race quite quickly. So keep an eye on second, third, and fourth. So second, third, and fourth are the competitors that are fighting it out. And Grayson Venter now needs to try and figure out how much pace can he really carry to keep Ethan Sierra. They're fighting out for the championship. Christopher Grimrick is not in the championship, but can still take away points. You can see try to hold that outside line. And it was a deep look for Ethan Sierra, who did the fastest lap on the opening, doing a 39.9. So he's really put the hammer down. Christopher losing a little bit of ground. Grayson Venter looked towards the inside line. Not an easy time there. Caleb Rogers now starting to open up a gap. But it's second, third, and fourth still on top of one another. It's going to be a fight. It's going to be a fight out between them. So here they come out of the final corner. And it does look like Christopher Grimrick stuck to the outside, still keeping the pace. Ethan Serra not having an easy time, trying to keep into the toe, but it's late on the brakes for Grayson Venter into turn one, swings into two, swings into three, comes out and really puts the hammer down. Christopher Grimrick now starting to close up that gap, gets into the slipstream, trying to pull himself along. Caleb Rogers continues to open up distance between them as he looks to try and take another victory here at Redstar Raceway. Grayson Venter, however, feels the pressure between himself and Christopher, who keeps chasing down. Ethan Terra also taking a little bit of a tighter line. Take a look. Grayson now having to be put on the back foot, sticks to the outside. Christopher looked to hold the inside, lost out a bit of time, and immediately now Ethan goes and follows through, tries to look for the inside line, couldn't make it work. Christopher getting a great drive on the exit, puts the hammer down, switches to the inside of Grayson, trying to go late on the brakes, however. Not going to be an easy time out there, as it's all about carrying momentum. The last thing you want to do is tramp on the brakes and lose out the run. At the moment, it is Grayson Venter, Christopher Grimrick, and Ethan all running in the 38s and pushing each other to the limit. Christopher loses out of position as Ethan dives up on the inside. Who's going to be later on the brakes? It does look like Ethan has got the run. He got the launch on the inside line. Grayson Fenton also still holding out to that second place, but only just at this point. Ethan trying to close up the gap. Christopher Grimrick will be charging down to try and make up some time to him as they fight their way through the order. It is going to be a tough time. Second, third, and fourth still fighting it out. And it does look like Grayson Venter got a little bit more room to play with here as he opens up the gap. Immediately, Ethan trying to keep ahead of Christopher, who has been curing to the inside line. Lap 5 out of 8 at the moment, and they are still pushing as hard as they can, just over the halfway mark, and it is all or nothing. Remember, they have been out there really giving it horns. It is a half a kilometer circuit, and these young future champions will be giving it their absolute all. They've done quite a few laps here today at Redstar Raceway in some very, very hot conditions. And now into the most challenging, the sun starting to set on the circuit. 2 laps remaining for our leader. And Grayson Fenter still trying to keep it together. Ethan Zatera down in 3rd. Christopher Grimrick in 4th place. Continues to put the pressure on. 0.1 of a second when they came across the line. So it's still trying to keep that little bit of momentum, that little bit extra to claw his way up through the order. Going to be rather happy getting into the 38 and been consistent in the 38. Ethan and Grayson need to go and find just that extra point for them. Late onto the brakes, trying to make it all to work. Coming onto the back straight, it is going to be Grayson now opening up the gap. And you can see how close Christopher is into the slipstream, pulling himself along. Tries to eye out for turn 1. Can he get the pass done? Unfortunately not, as Ethan goes defensive, holds it. 1 lap to go. This is now going to be half a lap, and it's all or nothing. Christopher Grimrick has got to literally take a deep breath, go for the sin if he wants to get past Ethan. Ethan needs to get very, very wide. He needs to try and make sure he holds on for 3rd place. It's going to come down to the wire for our Tillerson Cadet class. Christopher all over the back of Ethan. It's going to be a drag race down to the wire. However, as they battle their way through, Caleb Rogers takes 1st place. Grayson Fenter in 2nd. Ethan Serra takes 3rd, only just ahead of Christopher Grimrick. And that signals the end of our 2025 championship for the Rock National Cadet class. What a run. What a challenge. And 0.2 for the likes of Ethan and Christopher as they came across the line after that. Absolutely incredible stuff. Next up, we're going to be having a bit of fun with our last heat for the Mini Rock Under 10s, their 4th run. And this is going to be for all the marbles in the championship. Let's take a look at some of our sponsors. Coming out onto the track now, our Mini Rock Under 10s for their final heat of the day. This is going to be for all the marbles here. No Cranier, Ronald Fenter, Luashu Matabula, along with Logan Ruig, Alonso Diaz, Rudy Harris, Hunter North, Eduardo Campos, Igor Estevez, Nicholas Fleming Roberts, Igor Grisham, and Riley van Staden rounding out the pack. We do know that Heat 3 was a bit insane, but let's see what Heat 4 is going to look like, as they will be doing a warm-up. As it looks like they are under a false start, unfortunately. Our competitors getting a little bit overzealous on the launch. So a false start for the competitors, now having to just realign themselves, try and get side by side yet again after that excitement. But this is it. This is for all the marbles, for the Mini Rock Under 10s. No Crania wanting to make big moves on the early stage of the game to move up through the order. Riley van Staden, who had a bit of an abysmal run in Heat 3, unfortunately was out, parked in the weeds, will be chomping at the bit to fight it back yet again. So competitors side by side as they march their way through. Tension starting to build. It's all or nothing. The excitement fills the air as they charge down into the final corner. Waiting for starters orders. The MSA flag will raise high and will be coming down as the race is on. Absolutely gunning it as it's 4 wide, aiming down towards turn 1. Late on the anchors, and you can see immediately right from start and trying to hunt for any way to get by. No, Krunier getting a good launch. Continues on his charge. He's got Ronald Fenter, Luashu, Logan, all coming after him. So nose to tail on the way through. The sunset starting to get into their eyes as they carve into turn 6 and 7. Coming through the likes of 10, 11, and into 12. And it does look like Noah Krunier continues on the charge, trying to make his way through. And that reflection as they enter the last corners is going to be absolutely brutal to try and keep it all in check. But you have to carry the momentum through. One little lift will mean that you get swallowed up by the field. No, Krunier holds first place. Logan Rigg, followed by Luashu, Motabula, Rudy Harris, Alonso Diaz, Hunter North, Waldo Campos. Riley van Sarden has gained a couple of positions as he shot up through the order. Noah now opening up the gap, and you can see Logan now falling a little bit further down to Luashu, who keeps the pressure on. It's all about rhythm at this stage of the game. They've got 10 laps to play with to try and move their way up. So 9 to go as our top 4 keep within a second of one another. Rudy Harris also looking to keep as close as he can to Luashu. Big look on the inside coming in from Hunter North as he tries to launch on by. Not an easy pass to be done there. But unfortunately, we'll have to wait yet again. Coming around the final right-hander. It's going to be all eyes to the front as No Krunier gets a great exit. Now trying to break away out of the toe. Logan Rigg doing everything he can to stay in for that second place. Hard on the brakes. Luashu feeling the pressure is battling with Rudy Harris as it stands. And I think Rudy now starting to go and close up that gap, looking for an opportunity to just utilize the slipstream a little bit further, eye out the apex, and go for it. Our leaders now starting to open up the gap as we do have Riley van Sarden up into 7th place. Remember, he started way at the back of the field and now is slowly making his climb back through the order. He needs an absolutely faultless run to get enough points to fight it out. And Luashu losing out a little bit of time to Rudy as the two are fighting it out side by side between the two. But take a look at Logan trying to hunt down Noah Krunier. He looked for the inside line. Can he make it work? However, battles it out. First and second in a fight. Third, fourth, and fifth are also starting to build it, but we are going to keep our eyes out on first and second as Luashu and Rudy also lying down in third and fourth. They keep the pressure on one another. And right on the back of them, Alonso Diaz keeps the movements as Logan Rigg actually set the fastest lap time of the race with a 58.5. He's trying to make the momentum work out in his favor. No Krunier starting to battle to hold on at the moment. Continues on the drive, trying to figure out what is going to be the game plan here. No Krunier hoping that he has enough momentum to move forward, to break out of the toe and force Logan into the pack behind him. Luashu holding on for dear life for that third place as Rudy and Alonso keep the pressure on, looking for any opportunity to come on by. Luashu going out a little bit wide, Rudy into the toe, look towards the inside for turn 1. Couldn't quite get by. The three working a little bit in tandem now to try and move their way up through the order. Hunter North actually going down the order, unfortunately, not having an easy time out there. And Nicholas Fleming Robert as well, gaining a position. So Hunter North stopped out on circuit. And unfortunately is out of the running. Keeping an eye on our front duo fighting out as No Krunier and Logan continue to keep each other rather busy. Noah holding on for dear life, center circuit. Logan trying to pester him a little bit more. Luashu and Rudy also battling right behind for likes of third and fourth place. Alonso Diaz slightly off the mark there will hang on to the coattails as it stands. As we now reach the halfway mark, this is where we see the drop-off starting to come in. Who's going to fall off the pace? Well, Logan doing a 58.2. Logan trying to keep up right onto the back of Noah Cronier. Fights it out a little bit further. Logan look for the inside into turn 3. Not an easy time out there. Will have to keep the pressure on. Noah Cronier battling to hold on to the position. So our competitors now trying to figure out what's going to be the game plan here. The likes of Lawashu and Rudy Harris also moving their way through. Riley van Ston up into 6th place. Ronald Fenter into 7th. And Waldo Campos up into 8th position. So still so much time left on the board for our drivers to really pick up the pace. They've gone past the halfway mark now. Its track is starting to cool down. That sunset's starting to become a little bit more of an effect. As Noah Cronier sets in the fast lap time of 58.2. Then immediately gets beaten up by Riley van Staden, who gains up into 5th place. Riley is not hanging around right now. He wants to try and close up that gap as fast as possible. He does not want to be caught out in the middle of nowhere. Riley is determined to score as many points as possible to possibly hold on to the championship, to take it away from Noah Cronier, who is currently leading out the pack out on circuit as it stands. But Logan really trying to keep the pressure on. So some great racing being had by our Mini Rock Under 10s. But with 4 more laps to go, it's all or nothing as our leaders start to break away. Riley van Staden now will have to try and get past the likes of Rudy Harris. As our leaders come on by, it is definitely going to be 3rd, 4th, and 5th that are close to one another. So Lawashu, Rudy Harris, Riley van Staden, there we go. And you can see Riley now keeping the pressure on. He's going to try and get past Rudy as quick as possible. And Lawashu just a little bit up the road from him. 3 laps to go in this race. And he is determined. If he can get into 3rd, this is a great secure of points. He's going to try going up on the inside of Rudy. He does get it done. Can he work his way through the likes of Lawashu? It's going to go right onto the back of him. Riley van Staden trying to claw his way back into the running. As our competitors continue on the charge, trying to figure out what's going to work out for them. Riley hoping that he can get a little bit more momentum as they fight their way through. 2 laps remain. As now Riley van Staden is up into 3rd place. That is 30 points in his favor. So it is Noah Cronier, Logan Rigg, and Riley van Staden that are at the top 3. Riley has made a great recovery, but it's not out of the woodwork just as yet. Lawashu and Rudy are going to keep the pressure on him, trying to gain a little bit of time. And a lot with Alonso Diaz hanging in the mix as well, trying to go that little bit further. So our leaders now trying to make their way through. Noah Cronier has just opened up a monster of a gap ahead of Logan Rigg, and he's going to keep trying to extend that as much as possible, hoping that he can keep that pace. He wants to make that move and carry on the momentum. Riley van Staden, Lawashu, Rudy Harris, and Alonso Diaz continue on the charge, trying to fight it out. As our drivers come across the line, this will be their last lap they will be running. And it's going to be all eyes towards the front. Will Noah Cronier be able to hold out that little bit longer ahead of Logan Rigg, or will he cave? Lawashu still holding out against Rudy Harris. It only just Rudy trying to go around the outside, couldn't make it work. He's going to try to look for the inside line, not easy. And you do have Alonso Diaz trying to fight back as our competitors keep up the pressure, trying to figure out what's going to happen. Noah Cronier leads out the pack. He's going to be quite happy on a stellar run, but Riley van Staden from last to 3rd will be pushing as hard as he can. Noah hoping for a great run coming out of the final corner and does get across the line. Noah Cronier taking 1st place ahead of Logan Rigg. Third place goes to Riley van Staden, followed by Lawashu Motobula. Rudy Harris, Alonso Diaz finishes up at 6th. 7th is Ronald Fenter. Waldo Campos in 8th place. Igor Estevez in 9th. And Nicholas Fleming Roberts will come across in 10th position for our Mini Rock Under 10. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings an end to the Mini Rock Under 10 2025 National Championship. And it's going to come down to the points. And we'll have to find out a little bit later who exactly got the win. A big shout out to our sponsors, however, that go and bring all the racing and make it happen for 2025. So a big thank you to all our sponsors part of the Rock Cup, also being a part of Motorsport South Africa, FIA, also to 111 Productions, Vortex, FTW, The Vito, along with Kokoro, AKC and FIA for going and being a part of the entire show. Also a big shout out to our sponsors bringing the production to life. Bronze Call coming in and being part of the show. Photon Trucks. And good to have them out here. Go Good also being part of the fun. Cherry Pick Locations, Silvercrest, and Easy Life Kitchens, Fairy Glen, going and being a part of this incredible championship and bringing the live stream of the Rock Cup back to YouTube. But coming up next is going to be our OKJs. They're going to be heading out onto the circuit for their final heat of 2025. We're getting closer and closer to going and crowning our national champions here at Redstar Raceway and seeing all the incredible action. It has been a culmination of blood, sweat, and tears for our competitors and teams to fight up to this point, to maximize, to have 4 races in a day to maximize the points, to go and that extra mile and to call themselves champion at the end. There's only 1 gold, there's only 1 silver, and there's only 1 bronze. And we're going to have to find out who they are coming up a little bit later and our prize giving once all the points are calculated, which is incredibly close and down to the wire. But our OKJs will be making their way out onto the circuit for their final heat of 2025. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time for our OKJ, the final for 2025 for OKJ. This is going to be a light year run. Lights will be waiting. Flag at the ready, MSA flag at the ready, and away we go racing, diving down to the wire as Jack Moore looking to try and take away as many points as possible as they march their way through. It's all about trying to work with one another now. You don't want to lose out too much pace. You don't want to have your competitors stretching open the lead as you try and get onto the power. You need to focus on what is the goal here. How far are you willing to go? And it is going to be the sense. 15 laps total as our drivers will go and give it everything they can. There can only be one champion, and it's going to be all about the game plan as they come across to complete their first lap under anger for their last heat of 2025. Mateo Mason out in first place. Kaya Serra up into second. Jack Moore down into third. Now looks to try and keep the pressure on as they march their way through. The track is cooling down as they will have to be well aware of it. It's 24 degrees here, still in air temperature. The wind has come up a little bit, so it's not going to be too easy on our competitors. Mateo Mason trying to open up a gap early on. Sierra now right onto the back, doing everything to hold on to the tail. Jack Moore in for a bit of pressure at the moment, and you can see Alexander Prozovic onto the back of him. And Alexander Prozovic is now trying to keep the power on right onto the back. Kyo looks to try and defend a little bit towards the inside line as they enter through turn one into turn two, taking a lot of curb there. And Jack Moore just keeping the pressure on at the moment. Fastest lap time of the race has been set by Mateo Mason with a 52.9 as he now opens up the gap a little bit more. Kyo feeling the pressure. Jack Moore looks around the outside. Can't really see a pass to be done. Looks towards the inside. Going to go a little bit later on the brakes. Tries to take a dive. Unfortunately, didn't work out. Will wait just a fraction longer, but they start to break away from Alexander. Rigali Spice up into fifth place. Chase Huskins into sixth. Ruteling in 7th, Jordan Clausen in 8th, Suan Breitenbach in 9th, and Shea down in 10th position. So a phenomenal run thus far by our leaders as they continue on the charge, really putting the hammer down. Kyo hoping to give it everything he's got to try, go a little bit later on the brakes against Mateo. Can't quite get that pass to work out just as yet. Jack Moore just utilizing the toe a little bit longer, getting nice and comfortable as the three start to pull away. Alexander getting stuck in a little bit of no man's land at the moment, and with Rigali Spice a little bit further down. Now, interesting point is Rigali was second in the championship, now fifth in the row, and that's not going to help him out because Jack Moore will be walking away with 30 points if he finishes up in third place. 32 if he goes up in second. Oh, Kyo with a big send up on the inside. Mateo had to go for a bit of a defense there. That has brought Jack Moore back into contention. They all slowed each other up, and that's allowed Alexander to get back into the fight. So Kyo has now got to pull the trigger a little bit early, missed the shot, and we'll have to wait it out. Rigali and Chase continue to charge on behind in 5th and 6th place. So we got two fights ongoing, 2nd, 3rd, fighting it out, but we've also got 5th and 6th that are keeping. So we got two trains that are running in law. So we got the fight between 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and then a little bit further back, we have got 6th and 7th that are fighting it out. So, tough fight out. Sorry, that would be 5th and 6th. But take a look, a big look on the inside. Akira trying to get past the likes of Mateo Mason. Not an easy run. And we just had a shot as well. The little fight of Rigali and Chase are keeping each other busy. Oh, big lunge on the inside. As we do see Jack Moore try to get a little bit more aggressive. Want to gain some points here. 32 points now on the cards in 2nd place. Kyo losing a little bit of time out there. Alexander trying to put the hammer down early on. So we have now got to fight for 3rd and 4th. They'll try to close up on 2nd. And just behind them, we got 5th and 6th. The likes of Rigali and Chase that will keep each other.
Okay, it's fine. That's cool.
So,
Coming back to
Kaio fighting to try and hold it all together
on 4, coming to 2.
as they continue on the charge. This is going to be a big work for Alexander, but take a look. An easy run coming in for our leader, starting to open up the gap. Mateo Mason's going to be quite happy on this one as Jack Moore now starting to feel a little bit more pressure put on him. Kaio Sierra trying to look for that inside line and looking to try and take away some of the points away from Jack Moore's championship. A little bit further back, we do see the likes of Regali and Chase that were trying to keep pressure on each other and try to close up the gap to one another. Lap 6 out of 15 and still a lot of racing to go for our competitors to work that a little bit harder. Kaio Sierra putting in the fastest lap time of the race with a 52.5, lying in third, hoping to try and gain a little bit of time to Jack Moore, who is in second place. Jack Moore has been fighting out for the championship all season long, and Mateo Mason having an easy run at the front at the moment. But for how long can he keep up the pace? The last lap was a 52.556, while Jack Moore did a 52.7. So slightly quicker, but now that gap is slowly starting to shrink more and more. And Sierra keeping the head down, trying to close up that gap. A little bit of unsteady on the brakes for Mateo Mason. Jack now putting in the fastest lap time of the race with a 52.2. Closed it up to 0.5 of a second. And pulling the likes of Kaio Sierra a little bit closer in third place, looking around the outside, not able to get it. Jack Moore now needing to push a little bit harder, defends the inside line. Can he make it work? However, as we do see Kaio really try to dig deep, trying to look for that inside line, had to back off. And our leader has got a little bit of breathing room between himself and Jack Moore, but this has also now brought Alexander back into the fray for fourth place. So great run for our young karters as they continue on the charge. Our top 4 now starting to stabilize, but take a look at 5th and 6th. They are quite close. Regali and Chase are now on top of one another. So our top 4 starting to open up the spacing between them as they continue to move up through the order. Next up is going to be Chase and Regali. They're going to fight their way through.
Camera 4, if you can hear me. Let the first 3 horses, 3 carts go through, please.
So, as we keep an eye out, our top 4 starting to open up the gap between one another. A little bit further back, however, is going to be Regali and Chase. They'll keep the pressure on one another. So this is where we start getting into the later stages of the race as they try to push their way through. So our top 4 come past, and here on the back corner was the likes of Regali and Chase as they hunt their way down up into turn 1 and continue on the charge. So here our fifth so Mateo Mason out in first place, Jack Moore in second, Kaio Sierra in third, Alexander Prozovic in fourth. Now trying to close up that gap behind them, Regali, Marula, and the likes of Chase. But take a look, Kaio now keeping the pressure on to try and get back that second place. So second and third are on top of one another in the closing stage of the race. So with 5 laps left, it's all or nothing. Second.
So second and third at the moment, guys.
And you can see Kaio getting faster and faster. 52.0. Jack Moore with a 52.2. Shay going and gaining a position over Ruteleng and now trying to move his way back up through the run. It's still going to be a hard bit of chasing between the two of them. Regali and Chase also keeping the fight between one another. But this is going to be all for the points here. Jack Moore does not want to lose out any points to Kaio. And Kaio is going to looking to try and take away those 32 points. The extra 2 points that may make or break the championship. We may see a changeover coming in due course as Jack Moore just not pulling away. Kaio getting quicker and quicker, trying to close up that gap. Jack Moore did set the fastest lap time of the race that time round with a 0.017, only just ahead of Kaio's time. Chase Huskins moves up into 5th place ahead of Ricali, now trying to gain a little bit of time. This is falling into a nightmare situation for the likes of Ricali Spice, who just tapers down the whole way, and this is a loss of points, crucial to the championship. There's no more redos, there's no more we will try next time. This is it for 2025. Big move coming in for 2nd place as Kaio up on the inside, got the pass done, now into 2nd place. Jack Moore down into 3rd. A late lunge made it work as they come by. 3 laps left, and 2nd and 3rd are on top of one another. So this is going to be an interesting battle as Kaio keeps the pressure on, trying to move up that gap. Not going to be an easy run. In 7th, Rutaling finishes up in 8th. 9th place goes to Zuan Breitenberg, and Jordan Claessens rounds out our top 10 for our OKJ for 2025. And is that going to be enough for the points? We'll have to find out. A massive one to shout out to our sponsors, and a big thank you to our productions, 111 Productions, coming in and being a part of the show. Shout out to AKC, Kokoro, FTW, and also in partnership with Motorsport South Africa and association with FIA, Vortex, and Levento being part of the show. Absolutely great stuff to have them on board and being part of such a legendary championship. Next up, we're going to be moving on to our final race on the Mini Rocks. They will be heading out onto the circuit, so don't go anywhere, folks. This is about to get absolutely wild because this is the second last race of 2025 for the Rock National Championship, and it's going to be lit on fire. We saw a 5-car battle fight it out for 1st place. Will we see it again? Well, we're going to find out very, very shortly. Second last race of the day, and we're in for a treat. Our Mini Rock looking to fight it off. Is it going to be Max Bischoff? Is it going to be Logan Blow? Along with Cade Kanofsky, Zach Bischoff, Santiago Afraid, MSA flag up high, and we go racing for the final heat of our Mini Rock as they charged out to turn 1. Everyone crowding the inside line, wanting to get any advantage and close off, not wanting to get thrown out to the outside. What a run there. Santiago getting a stellar run, now trying to open up. Logan Below trying to get a little bit more time. As it's nose to tail the way through. Our young Carters now trying to get themselves in order, try and work their way through. Late on the brakes, however, it does look like Logan losing out a bit of time. A great move for Ronald Fenter, also gaining a position under braking. And it looks like Max in that 33 trying to also stay at the top of things. So they exit the final corner. It's going to be flat on the gas to complete their first lap of the race. Charging down into first, it's Maddox Mason leading out. Kay Konofsky in second place. Max Bischoff holds third at current. Not every easy time. Zach Bischoff right behind. So the family members now look to try and keep up the pressure. But take a look at Max all over the back of Cade. Looks to the inside, looks to the outside. No pass can be done there. Maddox Mason trying to figure out where can he go, as we're going to keep an eye out on first, second, and third. As we keep an eye on Maddox losing a little bit of time. Cade opens the door, and there's a pass coming in. Beautiful run for Max Bischoff. Got the pass hooked in. Now it's Cade trying to fight his way back through the order, a little bit further back from them. We got Zach Bischoff, Santiago Frey, Logan Below, who's had a really poor run off the start, is going to suck down the order as they fight it out for maximum points here. Maddox trying to push himself out a little bit more as he tries to keep the pressure on, do everything he can to open up the gap just a little bit more. Max Bischoff sitting in the fastest lap of the race with a 58.8 and now in the toe. But take a look at Kay Konofsky and Santiago, third and fourth on top of one another. So we got a beautiful look at first and second chasing each other down, along with third and fourth who are chasing one another. Big look up on the inside, and we've also got the likes of Logan Blow trying to make his way onto the train as well. Quick look around for Diego Bibidone, Rivet, who are trying to keep the pressure onto our top running order, but it is a five-way fight for the lead, with Maddox leading out the pack. Maddox down into second place, but a good lap time for Logan, who's in fifth. Set the fast lap with a 58.7, trying to go that little bit further. He's on the back of Santiago, who now wants to try and make his move. Maddox going out a little bit wide, trying to keep it all together. Kay Konofsky looking around the inside, looked around the outside. Santiago trying to go around the outside. Not an easy time between them. Santi now just trying to go a little bit more defensive, seeing Logan right there in the mix, going to try and hold the inside line as our leaders now so to open up and take a look. Logan holds the inside, gets the pass done. Santi down into fifth place. Logan moving his way up through the order, along with Riven and Diego still brawling it out between the two of them, just off the pack, and looking to try and make it a six-way, seven-way battle for first place. 12 laps in this race. There's still so much to go on. Max Bischoff, Maddox Mason, Kay Konofsky, along with Logan Below, Santiago Frey, Diego Bourbonone, Riven Merritts, Zach Bischoff, Kyan Reddy, Parker van der Meulen, Ronald Fenter, and Ethan Tuttelberg rounding out our pack that are out there pushing as hard as they can. It's 12 laps of absolute racing, and it's going to be a wild one. But just take a look. Our leader, Max Bischoff, starting to open up the gap and away from Maddox Mason, who's getting swallowed up. So keep an eye out on second place, dropping a little bit closer to third place, as Kay Konofsky having to go very defensive to try and guard his line. Logan all over the back of him, trying to figure out where he can get by. So under braking, that's going to be all or nothing for the drivers. Looks for the inside line. Logan not able to get it into turn one. Ronald Fenter gaining a position over Parker van der Meulen as they swap for 10th and 11th. On third place under pressure, and that is going to be Kay Konofsky starting to think, what does he need to do to try and shake Logan and Santiago off his slipstream and try and get a little bit closer to the likes of Maddox. So keep an eye on third, fourth, and fifth as they start to close up to one another, and they will be working with each other to try and close up to second place. So as they're pushing each other that little bit further, they are closing up to second place, and it does look like Maddox is starting to think, what about the pack behind him? He's starting to lose sight of it, and Max Bischoff now starting to open up the gap. So second, third, fourth, and fifth are all over the back of one another. Our leader opens up the gap nearly a second into turn 1. Max Bischoff putting in the fastest lap time of the race with a 58.1. Maddox Mason, Kate Kolowski, and Logan Pillow will keep the pressure on one another. But at the moment, Santiago waits in patience as they reach the halfway mark of this race. He's going to try and start eyeing out where exactly are the mistakes going to start happening as the others are starting to wear each other down a little bit more. Santiago, you can see, hasn't altered his line at all, where at the likes of Maddox, Cade, and Logan, they've been swapping off a racing line more than once to try and get any sort of advantage, slowly scrubbing those tires down, taking some of the life out, and as the track starts to cool down, the reflection's starting to shine up, and it is going to be a wild, wild run for our second all the way to 5th position. And just off the back of them, Diego Bourmadone and Zach Bischoff continue to keep the pressure on one another. Maddox having to be rather so cautious now not to lose out any momentum. He doesn't want to leave the door too open to Kay Konofsky, but he can't get off the racing line. Otherwise, he's going to have Max closing up and getting away from him. So, Maddox is going to need to really think a bit of strategy here. Is it worth to keep a solid attack at this point or focus on the defense, going that extra mile? So our leader comes through, and take a look at this. A big look for Logan to try to go up on the outside, try to get it to work. Didn't play out as he wanted to get past Cade. Side by side they go. Logan trying to fight back. Cade goes back at him. Drag goes, oh, a little bit of contact. So we did see a quick lift of Logan's kart. So Logan down the order, drops down. Santiago up into 4th place. Cade just slightly ahead. These three are not giving each other an inch at the moment. So close. No room for error. They're trying to utilize every bit of slipstream they've got. Try and close the gap between one another. You can't fit a piece of paper between them. Right behind them, they've got the likes of Diego and Zach, who are also closing down. So keep an eye out on this as Cade tries to hold back Santiago and Logan. We have seen them fight it out throughout the season, and looks like it's not going to be the end of it just as yet. 4 laps left in this race, and 3rd place is between 3 of these young karters, future champions. As they keep the power down, trying to figure out what is going to be the game plan here. Raven going and doing the best personal in this race. Logan up on the inside, trying to get past Santiago, and has got it. Can he carry the momentum? Runs him to the fringes and gets it. So Logan up on Santiago, back into 4th. So this is going to be a great run. Santiago now needing to dig deep to try and get the pass to happen. 2nd place, Maddox opening up the distance, but it's Max Bischoff who has done an incredible job thus far to keep the pressure on, to keep going. As they come across, there will only be 2 laps remaining of this race, and it's all or nothing for 3rd place. Santiago up into 3rd, Logan into 4th, Cade into 5th, Zach Bischoff into 6th, and Diego into 7th. Logan now feeling the pressure from Cade all over the back of him, trying to figure out how can he get by. And slowly but surely they allowed Zach Bischoff and Diego to start closing up that gap, to get a little bit closer, to become that real threat for the championship points. Remember, 3rd place is worth 30 points in the championship and may be what's needed to get the top trophy. Well, Max Bischoff out in 1st has definitely secured that 35 points at the moment, with the likes of Maddox sitting at 30 with 32 points. He's going to be quite happy on that. Still a run as they come through, but 3rd place is open card. 1 lap to go, and 3rd place is between 3 of the cars. Santiago, Logan, Cade, all looking to push it that little bit further. Cade losing a little bit of time to Logan. Santiago going defensive, holds it tight inside line. He does force Logan a little bit slower and now brought Cade back into the mix. You can see Cade hunting down any sort of opportunity. Logan looks for the inside, couldn't quite get past. Santiago running a solid defense at the moment, middle of the circuit, trying to keep it all at bay and forcing Logan to pick a line stuck on the outside, but is it going to work out in the favor though? And it does look like Logan around the outside. Santiago carries the momentum forward. It's all or nothing. Our leader, Max Bischoff, will take the win, but second place will be Maddox Mason, who's going to be out in third as they put the hound down. It's got to be Santiago. Logan will come across the line. And Kay Kanofsky taking fifth. Sixth goes to Zach Bischoff, Diego Bermadone, Robin Moritz, along with Kyan Reddy, Ronald Fenter, Parker van der Meulen, and Ethan Tuttelberg will round out the pack for our mini rock. This is absolutely incredible stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have got one more race for the Rock Cup South Africa National Championship for 2025. We'll be right back after a bit of messages from our sponsors.
Fleet Dynamics Commercial Vehicle Group proudly brings you Photon Trucks, a global leader in commercial vehicles. Built in the GQ Bike Factory, the 460 horsepower truck tractor with Cummins ZF and Wabco components maximizes fuel efficiency day after day. Backed by a 4-year, 800,000 kilometer full warranty from just 1.372 million. T's and C's apply. Contact Photon Trucks Port Elizabeth, part of the Fleet Dynamics Commercial Vehicle Group.
Coming up next is going to be our OKN, our final heat for the day, our final heat for 2025. And championship points are on the line. Who will be crowned the OKN 2025 National Champion as we watch the legends make their way out onto the circuit for their final time for 2025. This is all or nothing. You got to leave it all out there. You got to push yourself that little bit more. You've got to really figure what is the best opportune moment to launch your way to the sharp end of the field. Are you going to stamp your name in history, or are you going to miss out? As our drivers make their way around the circuit, waiting for the MSA flag. Lights on, Flag up, flag down, and ever say flag waving. We are under green conditions, and it's a chase down. Emil trying to force his way to hold first place at the moment, and has got the momentum to play out in his favor. Gianna down into third, trying to get a little bit of time. This is going to be a fight of note. Emil has so far been a dominating figure in this race, and has been taking away crucial points in the championship, and now looks to try and do it again, looking to take the final checkered flag of the season, and he's going to be feeling the pressure from likes of Como Nuvula, trying to close up that gap as much as possible. Gianna down in third place, looking to keep it all together at the moment, as there will be lots of thinking about the points here. Ethan Bostander trying to close up in fourth place. Josh Moore, Jesse Swart a little bit further down. Brooke Loretti and Wyatt Jones rounds out our pack. Emil starts to open up the gap just a little bit more. Como down in second place, has got a little bit of breathing room as well. Gianna now in third place. We'll have to try and start gaining time. So we can see a little bit of a fight starting to fight out. So it's going to be a huge one. So our leader, Emil, starting to break away. So second, third, fourth, and fifth are going to be right on top of one another. And you can see Gianna now feeling the pressure from the likes of Ethan Bostander and Josh Moore, who battle their way around. Got a 4-horse train time to fight their way around. Gianna down in third place. Wants to try and take some valuable positions. Look to the inside. Unfortunately, couldn't quite make it. The pass on Carlo, who continues on the charge. Gianna put in the fast lap time of 53.0, but Carmo very, very defensive. We've seen Carmo hold second place and is able to brawl it out with everyone. Great situational awareness as a driver, and that is going to be benefiting as they march their way through. Ethan Bostander right onto the back of him, trying to get that little bit of momentum as well. Ethan hoping that Gianna's going to make a mistake at this point. It puts pressure on the outside line onto the right-hand side. He's hoping to make it work out in his favor. So Ethan waits for an opportunity here. Gianna starting to feel the pressure, and not too far back from them, Josh Moore and Jesse Swart, who has been on an absolute run of note. Gianna trying to keep the momentum right the way through. Carmo holding second place, will take 32 points. Well, Gianna will sit with 30. If she falls down from here, it's going to be 29 points, which is crucial for the championship as she is leading it. This is always where it starts getting nerve-wracking. This is where you start doing math and the teams start to guess where on earth are they going to come through. So great run for our OKN class. Gianna needs to keep Ethan Bostander at bay as coming into this last heat. He was lying in second place. He's on 247 coming into this round here at Redstar Raceway, while Gianna's on 283. Gianna looks to the inside, and Como says not going to happen this time around. Ethan trying to come back at her, and the tension starting to rack up. Como not letting it happen. Will keep the solid defense. Gianna now getting Bostander in for the mix as well. Each fighting as hard as they can. Josh Moore going and trying to close up that gap as much as possible. But second, third, fourth, Gianna now feeling the pressure, and big send look for Ethan Bostander. He tried to get that pass done and dusted. Gianna goes, closes off the apex. Ethan had to slow up, and that has allowed likes of Josh Moore to come back into the fray. This is going to actually help Gianna out, because Ethan needs to fall down a little bit. He needs to come down the order, as she has also got a non-finish during the course of the day. Como now fighting to hold the position. Gianna doing everything possible to try and take that second place. The tension starting to rack up, and Ethan Bostander right there in the mix. Late on the anchors, trying to bring it a lot closer. This is 15 laps, and it's going to be the quickest 15 laps you're going to see, but for the teams, for the families, this is the longest race in history for them. As Como trying to look for the inside line. Gianna getting put right in the middle. And take a look right behind Josh Moore and Jesse Swart now trying to close up the gap between them. Hammer time all the way through around the final corner. Como once again, solid defense, holding on to second place. Ethan Morstander waiting for an opportune moment to try and get that pass to happen. Looked for the inside, couldn't make it work. Gianna getting caught up, trying to figure out how to get by. Josh Moore, Sir Jesse still, Jesse Swartz still fighting out. So Jesse has moved up into 5th place and now getting a bit closer. If Ethan Morstander gets a little bit closer. So huge fight coming through. A proper fight of note as we do have our competitors moving their way through. Out into the final corner, and it does look like Gianna's got the opening that she needs to try and get a little bit further up the road. Going to be quite happy with that. Now she needs to check out the fight. Ethan Morstander trying to come back at a rate of knots, quite aggressively coming through. Como trying to keep the pressure on Gianna. So now it's about opening full taps.
Come on, guys.
Gianna up into 2nd, now starting to open up the gap. Como in 3rd, now keeps the pressure on. Ethan Morstander gonna be hating this situation as he's down the order, and now seeing Gianna would be 32 points in the championship at this race. So, is this going to work out? As our leader, Emil, carries on the momentum, he is absolutely flooring it. Gianna in 2nd place, a little bit behind, however. Como, Ethan, Jesse Swart, Josh Moore still fight it out amongst one another. Como now keeping Ethan at bay, and this is going to be points taken away. Not what he wants to have. Ethan needs that 30 points. He needs to get into 3rd place to try and fight it out. As they fight their way through, Emil still having a great run out there, has checked out of the fight, nearly 5 seconds separating himself and the rest of the field. He's had a stellar run here at Redstar Raceway, and looking to take yet another checkered flag. So Emil heads into turn 1. Gianna in 2nd place, Como in 3rd, Ethan Morstander in 4th, JC Swart in 5th, 6th place, Josh Moore, followed by Brooke Loretti and Wyatt Jones, rounding out the pack as it stands. 9 out of 15. We are getting closer and closer to the end. The tension's starting to rise. Who's willing to go that extra mile? Who's willing to push themselves that little bit more as the sun sets, not only here at Redstar Raceway, but for the championship? Emil now making his way through, stays on the power. Gianna in 2nd place will still keep the gap ahead of Como, who's got Ethan hunting down left and right, trying to figure out what is going to be the best option right now to try and get past. Unfortunately, not going to be an easy task, as Como has shown a solid defense every step of the way. Jesse Swart a little bit further down the order, just hanging on to the coattails as it stands. 5 laps remain.
5 laps, guys. And 4 coming back to 2.
So the fight comes down to 3rd and 4th between Como and Ethan. So Como continues to keep a solid defense over Ethan at the moment. Ethan tried to look for the inside line into the right hand. It went and leaned for it, but couldn't quite find a gap that he can be comfortable with to get the pass done and dusted. As our drivers push himself a little bit harder, trying to figure out what is going to be the game plan here. It's going to be a huge chase to the end. Gianna in 2nd place will focus on the charge, but Emil's going to be happy. He set the fast lap time of the race with a 52.5 and has checked out of the fights, kept it clean and consistent. Gianna up into 2nd place, will be holding on to 32 points by the end of this race. And that might be crucial for the championship to keep ahead of Ethan Borstander. If Ethan can get past Carmo, it's going to be close. It's going to be cutting it very, very close. So all the pressure comes down to Ethan getting past Carmo. Carmo is also looking for points in the championship and has no way inclined to give up the position freely. He also wants to hold on to that third place. So Carmo Navola going and pushing as hard as possible. Goes out a little bit wide. Ethan keeping right into the mix. 3 laps to go as it's a chase down to the wire. Big look on the inside as Carmo having to keep a solid defense at the moment. Ethan now getting a little bit desperate at the moment to try and get past. A good fight coming in.
There's 2 laps to go. Let's just keep it together.
As we do keep an eye out on our leading pack. So far, third place on the cards here. 30 points in the bag. Ethan's going to have to go for the dive. So Ethan right up against the back of Carmo, trying to figure out how to get by. Jesse Swart also hanging in the mix, trying to score as many points as possible as our leader will come across the line. With 2 laps left in the race, it's an outright charge. Ethan needs to take a deep breath. He needs to break that a little bit later and go for the dive. He needs to try and figure out a game plan here, as so far Gianna opens up that gap, did her personal best. Jessie Swart following in right behind, and Jessie also laying in for the championship for the OKN. Currently lies in 3rd place, and if Jessie can get ahead of Ethan, that is going to help out with the championship and be a big win in the points. So our leader will be coming around to start his final lap of the race. Jessie Swart will need to really put the hammer down. Ethan Borstander will have to put his head down to get it to work. Carmo will just keep it all in the mix. Carmo, who is at the bottom of the championship with 55 points, is the joker card here to make or break 2nd and 3rd in the championship for OKN. Can Ethan and Jessie get past Carmo? So it's going to be an outright charge as our leader starts to make their way through. Emil having a stellar run out there, going to be smiling ear to ear. Coming up for the checkered flag, the final checkered flag of the season for the 2025 Rock National Championship. Emil van Votteren will come across the line, taking the win. 2nd will go for Gianna. And across the line, what a run. And 3rd place in a landslide goes to Carmo Nova. Jessie Swart gets ahead of Ethan Borstander. And Josh Moore finishes up in 6th. Brooke Loretti finishes up at 7th. And 8th place goes to Wyatt Jones at the end of it. Absolutely incredible stuff. And what a way to end our 2025 season of the Rock Cup here in South Africa. Concluding all the championships, the highs, the lows, the incredible races that we had. And it has just been a heck of fun during the course of the year. A shout out to our sponsors, Cloud, CTO, Good, along with Cherry Pick Locations, Bronze Core, Easy Life Kitchens, Fairy Glen, MBR Racing, Photon Trucks, Port Elizabeth, Silvercrest Insurance, Life of Man and Tio out on YouTube. Keep a lookout for them, and Rock Cup. But a big shout out from you here from the productions booth, and we'd like to say thank you very much for joining us out there in the virtual grandstands, and we'll see you next time for 2026.
Welcome you to Rock Cup SA here down in Cape Town. Out on circuit now, the mini rock race number 212 left out there.
Rock National Round 2. My name's Gianna Pascal.
My name's Josh Moore.
My name's Jack Moore. I'm 13 years old and I race OKJ.
I would say that today was a pretty phenomenal day.
My favorite moment today was definitely winning race 2. I think I got a bit lucky with lots of people spinning off.
Today we're going to be stopping at the lights. We're going to be riding fast, go around the whole track, and I'm going to win.